They want to take away my freedom because I will never let them take away your freedom. It's very simple. They want to silence me because I will never let them silence you. They want you silent. And I am the only one that can save this nation because you know they're not coming after me, they're coming after you, and I just happen to be standing in their way, and I will never be moving. On November 5th, 2024, justice will be done. We will take back our country and we will make America great again. Thank you. God bless you all. Thank you. Thank you very much. Great job.
The future of streaming. We the People Live. Night Court with Joe Lanu, collaboration with Kingdom Radio Live.
I can tell you is you got to be free. Come together right now. Over me. You know how many people listen to my shit? No, you don't, cause I don't even know. I just know it's fucking loads. Every city that I go, they be whipping out the phones, wanting pictures.
Join
I came up from
today.
nothing, and now you see me on the road to riches, and you hate me.
We the People Live. We the People Live. Welcome to We the People Live. As Trump prepares for his NRA speech in Dallas, record-breaking crowds are forming everywhere Trump goes.
Okay.
But does Trump support the Second Amendment? Trump did ban the use of bump stocks, which is a form of gun control. We will have expert analysis with Night Court host and weapons expert Joe Lanu, with special guest Thunder Dan from the Rock and Roll Rebel Show, broadcasted on Kingdom Radio Live. You're listening to We the People Live, and this is a special edition.
Look what they do to you, look what they do to me. You must be joking if you think that either one is free.
He'd leave. I'll stay here with you for an hour. We'll have some fun. But I want to thank Tom, and he's been an amazing guy, actually. We've gotten to know each other mostly over the last year, and his wife is even more amazing. She's so great. She's been with me, and she convinced him to be with me, and now he's more with me than her, and it's a very complex relationship. And no, they're two great people, and thank you very much. Thank you, Tom. Great job. Very respected in Washington. But I want to just start off by saying hello, Minnesota. This is a great state. We're going to win this state. 1952. Can you imagine? I thought we won it in 2016. I thought we won it I know we won it in 2020. We got to be careful. We got to watch those votes. You know, we don't need the votes. We got to watch the votes. That's the big danger. Stop the steal. You know, there's a lot of different names we have for it, but all of them are pretty accurate. I'm thrilled to be back in the Twin Cities with the hardworking patriots from the heartland of America. This is really the heartland. And I'm here tonight to declare that we're officially expanding this is an official expansion, Tom, of the electoral map. We're going to put this because this is so in play. Did you see? 2 polls came out. One had me 1 point behind. One had me 2 points up. And another one's coming out tomorrow. And the word is that I'm 2 points up. I don't know if that's good or bad. How are you 2 points up to Biden? He can't talk. He can't walk. Can't find his way off a stage, can't put two sentences together, although he has agreed to debate. So I don't know, maybe they know something. He's going to be so jacked up for those debates. You watch. I want to thank Minnesota GOP Chair David Hand for the incredible job that you do. David, thank you. A really good man. David, are we going to win? What do you think? You're an important guy. He may be the most important guy in the room, Tom. I'm sorry. You know, if he, whatever it takes, whatever it takes. But thank you. And thank you to you, your beautiful wife. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And we're really counting on you to do the job. As we'll give you the ammunition. And I think you will do it based on everything we're seeing. A very good friend of mine, one of the great governors of the country, Doug Burgum, as you know, from North Dakota. Thank you, Doug. The best hockey player in the history of Congress, there's no question about it, Pete Stauber, my friend. A congresswoman who's a patriot and a real fighter, and she's always been with me right from the beginning, Michelle Fischbach. Thank you, Michelle. Thank you very much. And the greatest purchaser of advertising in the history of the country. There's never been, I don't know, his pillows are excellent, but I'm more impressed with the purchasing. If he could buy my ads, you'd never, for what I spend, you would never have any empty spot without a Trump ad. This guy's the greatest buyer of ads in history, Mike Lindell. And his beautiful, just married, beautiful new wife. Thank you very much for being with us. That's great. It's a beautiful couple. I've said that a lot before, but this time I know it's perfect. I've said so many times, what a beautiful couple. 2 weeks later, how you doing? Well, we broke up. That one's never breaking up. But Mike, it is true, though. He had a commercial. You know, you call up like the networks. You call up Fox. They do a 30-second commercial. A minute is very hard to buy. This guy has commercials that last 10 minutes. They never stop. And now he sells pillows and he sells sneakers. He sells anything. And we love him. He's a special guy. He's gone to, how many rallies have you come to? This over 100, yeah. No, it's amazing. He's our friend. And he does it out of love, and we love him. With the help of everyone here tonight, we're going to take back the White House, and we are going to make America great again. We're going to do it. Two days ago, it was announced that inflation in April continued to rage at a brutal 3.4 annual rate. Nobody can believe it because they're just not stopping it. That's above the probably 30 points that you picked up over the last couple of years. This is a level that people have not seen before. Consumer prices just hit an all-time high. And since crooked Joe Biden, and he is crooked, he's the worst president in the history of the country. How we can be 1 point down or 2 points up in Minnesota to this guy, I don't know. There's only one way it can happen. They cheat. That's the only way. That's the only way. Some people like it, some people don't, but that's the way it is. Sorry to tell you. And I never use the word folks. You know why? That's all he uses. You ever watch? Folks, folks, folks. It's a nervous habit. I did a play-by-play of his State of the Union address. Man, was he jacked. But he used the word folks like 40 times, folks. So I never used it. I used to use it. It used to nice, 1 or 2 times in a speech. But groceries are up 22%, eggs are up 50%, electricity is up 40, 50, 60%, gasoline is up 56%. Car insurance, you can't even get it. I mean, it's up 52% if it's available. And then if you need it, they don't give it to you. They fight you like hell. And meanwhile, real wages are down by almost 5%. This is what we have. This is Bidenomics. He thought it was such a good term. They had to explain, no, it's a disaster. No, inflation has eaten, it's a country buster. And we have inflation like we haven't seen in, I guess, 78 years, but I think it's probably longer than that. That's why this November, the people of Minnesota are going to tell crooked Joe Biden, right? The apprentice, you're fired. Get out of here. Get out. You did a lousy job. Worst president in history. He did a terrible job, Crooked Joe. His inflation catastrophe is, in effect, a colossal tax on American families. We will call it the Biden inflation tax. This is a tax that you don't know about, Tom. I just came up with it. Like, it's the biggest tax in history. It's called an inflation tax. It's about 50%. This is like going to Congress and raising your hand for a 50% tax. That's what it is. When I left office, and we had virtually no inflation, we had nothing, we had only success. Yet in the past 3 years, it's an amazing thing. Yet in the past 3 years, the tax has cost us an average. If you think the average Minnesota family is a staggering $28,000, think of that. Who could think of that? $28,000 in tax. And the Biden price hikes are continuing to drain $1,165 from the typical Minnesota family budget every single month. I mean, think of these numbers. These numbers are staggering. And, you know, if somebody got a little bit of a wage increase, it doesn't matter because the prices have gone up so much. It's a sad thing. Now they want to go to an EV. Everybody has to have an electric car. Is that wonderful? They don't go far. By the way, that ends on the first day. First day. And if you want to buy it, you can buy one. You know, I'm not knocking it. If you want to go, 3-4 miles and then back home, plug it in, get ready for the purchase of a newspaper the next day. You want to go down, buy a newspaper like in the old days every once in a while. But no, we're going to end it right away, immediately. And I think people, if they want to buy an electric car, I think it's great. But they have to be able to buy gasoline powered. They have to be able to buy hybrids. The hybrids are good, the hybrids are good. But the electric, they don't go far. They're very expensive, and they're all going to be made in China. And now they want to make electric trucks, and the trucks are a disaster because the battery is so big, it takes up half of your payload. To go to California, you need 6 stops, and you have no chargers. Other than that, it's very good. If you go with like an 18-wheeler, you can go from New York to California without a stop. And it's something I never even heard before. So one of the truckers told me this. They're begging for help because they're going to be put out of business. They're all going to be put out of business. He said, with a big truck you buy at Gorgeous, I won't even use the names, but you know the names of these companies, and you have this massive tank with diesel fuel. And as it goes along, it gets better and better because you're burning fuel, and it gets lighter and lighter. With a battery, it just stays the same weight. You just got to lift that battery. But they're too big. The batteries are too big. They don't work. It's not something that's even feasible. But these people don't want to hear about it. They don't want to talk about it. In 3 minutes, a sane person, if they were in government, could be talked out of going all electric trucks because the batteries are so big and so heavy, they take up half of your payload. And in 3 minutes, but they don't want to hear about it. You say you have to stop 6 times instead of no times. They say, we don't care. I mean, who could say that? These are radical lunatics that we're dealing with. They're lunatics. And now they want to go all electric army tanks. Okay, do you believe that? So that when we go in and blast the crap out of an enemy that we have and that we hate, and sometimes, we should be there. Many times we shouldn't be there, to be honest with you, but we blast the hell out of an enemy. We do it in an environmentally friendly way. What are we doing? And now it turns out, we make the best tanks in the world. And now it turns out that in terms of army tanks, you have to put a truck on the back of the army tank because the battery is so big. It's going to have to tow a truck, and it still doesn't go far, and it still costs twice as much, and it's not effective. But it does keep a clean environment, which is very important because I know up in a place called Minnesota, they like clean air. And you know what? You had the cleanest air in history for 4 years using natural gas. Trump, natural gas and clean coal. Unbelievably. That's true. It's true. The whole thing. And, all this stuff has to be made in China because that's what they have. We have a thing called gasoline. We have more liquid gold under our feet than any nation in the world, including Russia and including Saudi Arabia. I did Anwar in Alaska, the biggest find in the world. It's probably the size of Saudi Arabia. And in his first week in office, they ended it. Ronald Reagan tried to get it. He couldn't get it. Everybody tried to get it. I got it approved. They were getting ready, and this guy ended it in the first day in office. So sad. I mean, it's so sad. And ultimately, that's what caused inflation. Your energy prices went up so much, and very simple. Whether you make donuts or whether you make tires or whether you make anything, you have to turn on the furnaces and you have to get the trucks moving and all of the other things. And the energy is what caused this massive inflation that we've suffered through. And then everything caught on. I mean, you ever see bacon where it went up 4 times over a course of 3 years? So I don't eat bacon anymore. It's too expensive. But unbelievably, Crooked Joe Biden went on television last week and he proclaimed in an interview with Americans that he's saying that Americans can actually afford his brutal inflation tax. He said they can afford it. He declared that families, quote, have the money to spend. They have the money to spend. They don't have the money to spend. They've run out of money. I mean, they're on literally, people don't have, if they get sick, if they're away for 2 or 3 days of income, I don't know, what do they do? You know, you're spoiled. You're a lot of rich, very rich people. You know, you set all sorts of records tonight. Have you heard that? You set attendance record and you set a money-raising record. But can you imagine if you miss a couple of days of work, can you imagine you can't pay your bills? I mean, we have the highest percentage of that we've ever had. And Biden blamed his economic disaster on companies shrinking the size of their sticker bars, okay? Can you believe that? But you know, it's a funny thing. I don't know if you can see it out there. Does anybody have good eyes out there? Because this is, okay, so I just got this today. Somebody handed it to me. So weird, and not as a joke. I said, anybody have any Tic Tacs? And the guy said, yeah, I have one. Look at the size of that sucker. Can you see that, Pete? This is called Biden Tic Tacs. Can you see it, Tom? This costs more money than the one that was like 10 times bigger. This is inflation. That's a perfect. The guy actually handed me, do you have any Tic Tacs? Yeah, here, take mine, sir. I said, what the hell is that? I'm never going to lose this. This is going to be a part of our. Terrible. But Americans are not struggling. You know, this is the worst platform. Who put this stage up here? This is the worst. The frickin' place is falling down. I notice it keeps tilting further left. Like too many other things. What a crappy contractor this was. No, it's true. You know, I'm known as being a pretty tough negotiator, and sometimes I get a bad rep. A contractor does a bad job. I met a lot of great contractors there, but he does a bad job, I don't pay him. And then they say, Trump doesn't pay us. I pay my bills. I pay the bills so fast if they're good. But this happens to be, look, the teleprompter is useless. It fell down. I don't know why it fell down. It's not like, I don't mind. I've lost teleprompters to wind. There's no wind in here. So why the hell did it fall down? Did you see it? It fell down. I'm standing here listening to the great Lee Greenwood, and the teleprompter falls off the stage. Now I put my hand on this thing, and the thing tilts over. This is not, I think it was Emmer. Maybe Emmer doesn't like me. No, this sucker is really tenuous, I'm telling you. This, at some point, I won't leave, and we'll finish up, but this sucker is going to be sitting down there on the floor. I've never had this before. I've never had a podium that's falling down. I've had teleprompters. You know, I was in Ohio. In fact, our great senator from North Dakota, you were there for somebody that's going to win, I think, Bernie Moreno. And we had 45 mile-an-hour winds. We had 28,000 people. By the way, in New Jersey last weekend, we had 107,000 people. That's a poll, right? That's a poll. But we were in there to help Bernie Moreno get elected, Senate, running for the Senate. He's doing well. And we had 45 mile-an-hour winds. And we had 2 teleprompters that were going like this. And then one broke and fell. I was waiting for that to happen. And I'm supposed to be speaking like for an hour and a half. And I'm saying, we're all by ourselves up here. We got no teleprompter at the stage. But at least we had winds. Here we don't have anything and it's falling apart. This is what happens in America when you don't do things right. We don't like that, do we, huh? We don't like that. We don't like that. But Americans are not struggling to make ends meet because they're buying too many Snicker bars. We don't talk about that. They're struggling because we have the worst, most incompetent, most corrupt president in the history of our country without question. One of the most vicious effects of the Biden inflation tax is how Crooked Joe has made it impossible for millions of Americans, especially young Americans, to buy a home, a car, or even make their rent. You know, young Americans are getting out of high school and getting out of college, and it's a disaster for them. They've never had anything like it. They've never had anything like it. High inflation means that high prices, high interest rates, high mortgage rates, and death for the American dream. It really is. It's death. You know, we talk about death, and a lot of farmers here. We have farmers that I took great care of. We got them $28 billion from China. Can you imagine? Do you think Biden thinks about getting you money from China? He thinks about giving them money, but we have $28 billion we got you, but we also got rid of the estate tax on your farms and small businesses. Because a lot of people, you know, they love their family. They love their family, and they want to. Now, if you don't love your family, then you shouldn't leave it to them. And is there anybody in the room that doesn't love their family? Because I actually have 3 or 4 people usually when we do, they raise their hands. In which case, this tax doesn't help you much. But we gave you, we got rid of the death tax or the inheritance tax on small farms and businesses. And that's a big thing. But remember this, it's all going back. If Biden gets elected, how the hell do you elect this guy? Who would elect this guy he's destroyed our country? He's destroyed our country. You know, I have great respect for the office of the president, for the presidency. And I would never speak about him that badly. But then they did something that is unthinkable. They took a president that got 75 million votes, more votes than any president in the history of our country, sitting president. No sitting president even come close to that. And they indicted him for nothing. And you see what's happening, all falling apart. It was a nothing. And then they indicted him again. Then we had Fannie Wade, you know, I call her Fannie Wade. Took the surname of her great lawyer boyfriend. We hired him because of his expertise. He never did it before. They paid him almost $1 million. They traveled all over the world. Didn't they take 9 trips, Tom? I don't think you. When was the last time you took 9 trips? He didn't take 9 trips in his entire tenure as a politician in this state. I guarantee, and your wife wouldn't let you. She wants you to work hard. But they took 9 trips in like 8 months. In other words, they were taking trips. And then they said, oh, well, he's being paid. So think of this. So he's getting almost $1 million. And he's taking her for these lovely cruises, Norwegian cruise lines. Oh, that's beautiful. These people are just beautiful. And they're going on Norwegian, and they're going all over different trips to Alaska, to Europe, all over the place. She wants to indict me for like mobster stuff, okay, mobster stuff, when I didn't do anything wrong. You know, today, if you say, I don't believe the election results are correct, they want to indict you because they don't like talking about it, because you're coming too close to home. But we talk about it, and we're proud to talk about it. And if you're chilled, you're going to have very dishonest elections. And the biggest risk we have here is exactly that, because we have plenty of votes here. We're going to win. But the biggest fear and the biggest, because so many people say, will it happen again? Will it? And we have great people, but these people were born to cheat. You know, they're born to cheat. They have no shame. But think of it, Fani, it's F-A-N-I, but they pronounce it Fani. How do you, if you had the name F-A-N-I, it's called Fanny, right? How do you get Fani? I think when she became the DA, she gave it a little Frenchy stuff, you know? Fani Wade. It's Fani Willis. We call her Fani Wade because the boyfriend, she's so in love with him. And here's the beauty, though. I think about her. So you guys have all seen this whole deal. So she said, no, we took trips. Yes, we took trips. And then she realized that, well, she paid for the trip because she paid him, you know, all this, almost $1 million, probably more than that. And they used that money to pay. So then she said, no, I didn't pay for, I paid cash. That's right. I paid cash. Now she's got a real problem, because now they're saying, where'd she get the cash? But they don't go after the Democrats. They only go after the Republicans. Think of it. She said she paid cash. She didn't pay cash, and she would have. But if she paid cash, she has a bigger problem, right? Now she has a real problem. Where'd she get the cash? but they leave her alone. She's now running for office, and they leave her alone. These are corrupt people. These are bad people, very bad people. We have deranged Jack Smith in New York. He's a deranged individual, Washington, and he has destroyed a lot of lives over the years and always seems to get overturned because he goes too far. He's a deranged individual. And now you find out that in Florida, he tampered with the evidence. You saw that, right? He tampered with the evidence. He got his hand caught in the cookie jar. You know the expression? But this is what we have. And they're using, they've weaponized Biden. They've weaponized, they call it lawfare. And I call it warfare because we have to fight these people strong. If you're a congressman, a great one, like Michelle or Pete, and you get a subpoena one day, you're out of business. You're out. You might as well just a subpoena. Pete gets a subpoena. He doesn't want to hear about it. Michelle gets a subpoena. That's what they do. They've used this as a weapon. This is cheating on election, no different than they did 4 years ago. This is cheating on elections. Today I saw in Washington, D.C., there's a lockbox. Looks nice, except there's a problem. The door is open on the bottom, the big door. It's totally open. They're taking pictures of it. This is a whole big scam. They have lock boxes all over the place. It's a whole big scam, hundreds of millions of dollars going in. And that's what we have to be careful of because we have all the votes we need. We have you don't have that problem in North Dakota like we have. But I tell you what, we have all the votes we need. And I'm counting on the chairman and Tom and everybody to make sure that just give us an honest count. We're going to turn the state for the first time since 1952. But it's true. I never talk this way because, I used to treat Biden with a little respect, not a lot, but a little, more than he deserves. And talk about he didn't do a good job. But now I say he's the worst president. He's incompetent. He's not a smart person. He has no idea. He can't find the stairs to a stage. See all the stairs we have? We got more stairs here. They're all over the place. How the hell do you not find them? You can walk in any direction, and yet you ever watch him? He goes like this. And then and so far he's doing good because there's a stair over there, but then he walks into a wall and stuff. Thank God for the Secret Service. They usually run off, take them. This is what we're running against. How the hell do they get 50% of the vote? They start off with a big advantage. Remember that. They start off with a big advantage. They start off with, certain votes that they get almost automatically. But we're going to be getting a lot of those votes this time. I think we're actually going to be getting a lot of those union votes that they typically get. I think we're going to get a lot of the union votes. United Auto Workers, they're fed up with United Auto Workers in terms of their leadership, and I think we're getting that. I think we're getting a lot of Teamsters voting for us. We're doing polls. We're like at 82%. And tough to get the top guys, but I think we're going to get some top guys very soon. So I think we're really eating into them. African Americans, Hispanic Americans, we're getting numbers like nobody's ever seen before. So we have to put it away. We have to be careful. Guard the vote. I call it guard the vote. Mr. Chairman, we have to guard the vote. And we have to make sure that vote is counted and they don't add ballots and all of the other things that they do. They'll do anything. They have no shame. On day one, we will throw out Bidenomics and we will reinstate Maganomics. We're going to have Maganomics. We're going to make it the most successful. We will be again the most successful country in the world. We'll stop the Biden stupid spending spree. We'll end his inflation death spiral. This is a death spiral. We'll terminate his Green New Scam. You know what the Green New Scam is, right? And we're going to drill, baby, drill like we've never drilled before. And we're going to bring down energy prices. And you have very high energy prices here. And you know what I did for you up north, nobody's ever done what I did for you. And they ended it immediately, right? Didn't they end it immediately? It's like they came in and they just ended it for no reason. They don't even know why they ended it. It was perfect what we did. And I get so many thanks. I remember when I did it, I was here, and miners and people were coming up to me, and they had tears in their eyes. Thank you, sir, for giving us our livelihood back. And then they ended it, like in the first couple of days of the administration, it's, along with many other things, like the Keystone Pipeline and lots of other things that should have never been ended. But just as I did before, I will rescue Minnesota from, and I'm going to rescue Minnesota from all of the ravages you've made. And we're going to rescue the Iron Range again. We're going to rescue the Iron Range. Before I took office, the Obama-Biden administration had wiped out the Iron Range, every job. It was gone. 7 plants were idled and 2,000 workers were laid off immediately. And then it got worse and worse. But and I came up here and I met some people and they just told me, it took me about I figure a minute and a half to figure it out. And I opened it up like nobody's ever opened it up, and it was doing great. And then these people came in, they closed it. I don't know. They closed it. Nobody knows why. They said the environment. It's not the environment. But after I imposed powerful tariffs on foreign steel, the Iron Range came roaring back to life. I put big tariffs because China was dumping massive amounts of steel in our country and killing all of our steel companies. The people that like me the most actually are the steel guys. They like me. They say, thank you. You saved our businesses. But now they're sort of siphoning it off, and it's not a pretty picture. I tell you, these people, what they're doing to this country between the border, where millions of people are coming in. I mean, think of it. Millions and millions of people are coming into our country from mental institutions and from jails, prisons. They're coming in. They're pouring in. We have terrorists coming in. We're going to do a massive deportation, but we have no choice. It's not like we have a choice. And we start with the criminals. Hundreds of thousands of criminals are coming into our country, hundreds of thousands. Iron ore shipments out of the port of Duluth soared by nearly 50% under the Trump administration. I rescinded the federal withdrawal in Superior, Superior National Forest. Did anybody ever hear of Superior National Forest? Good. Well, I opened it up. What's wrong with that? They closed it. They say, we don't want it. I don't know these people. I think they just want to make your lives miserable and destroy our country. It's so crazy. I mean, seriously, why would they want an open border? Why do they want high interest rates? Why do they want to quadruple your taxes, which is what is going to happen? All those things we talked about, I mean, it's going to happen. Why do they want to have men playing in women's sports? They want men. You got to look at the weightlifting records. A record that stood for 18 years. 18 years it stood. It was solid. They just couldn't break it. Those beautiful, powerful, extremely strong women. There weren't too many men could lift but these are men. But extremely strong women. And they were looking, and they put a quarter of an ounce. Think of that. A quarter of an ounce there, a quarter of an ounce there on the barbell. And they get up and they lift that sucker. They're going to do it. Mom's in the first row, right where you are. Beautiful woman. And she's so proud of her daughter. My daughter's going to lift that. Mom, I'm ready. I've been working 10 years for this. I'm ready. Olympic tryouts, right? Then she gets it up. Mom, I don't know, Mom. This is a heavy sucker. Oh, Mom, I can't do it. Boom. Can't do it. Couldn't do it. Just that little extra they couldn't do. This guy who transitioned, he transitioned. Thank you very much. He comes in. Have you lifted before? No, not much. He goes, how much is it? 218? Oh, I should be able to do that. He walks up to the. They put 30 more pounds on. Well, I mean, what did he break it by? Like hundreds of pounds, Tom. And then you allow this to happen in Congress? The worst is the swimming. How about the swimming? Right? How about the swimming records? These are records that women won't be breaking maybe in about 400 years if everything goes well. But with the kind of idiots we have running this country, not a lot of people will be left because the power of weaponry today is very scary. We could very well end up in the next 5 months in a World War III because we have incompetent people. He's an incompetent person. Joe Biden is incompetent. And let me just tell you, I would have never said, and that's a strong statement to say the president he's grossly incompetent. Everything he's done. Look at Afghanistan, the way they left. I was leaving Afghanistan. We're going to leave with dignity and strength and our equipment, and we're going to stay in Bagram. And we were taking the soldiers out last, right? Last. You don't take them out first. We took them out first, and then they were free to they had a free-for-all. But we're going to keep Bagram, the big air base. You know who has Bagram right now? It's only 1 hour away from where China makes its nuclear weapons. You know who has it now? China has it now. The guy is just a horrible thing. So when he did that, I said, now the gloves are off. I can say anything I want. Think of it. Alphonse Capone, the great Al. Has anyone ever heard of Al Capone? Scarface. Has anyone? This was not a nice person. Even Doug would have a hard time living with him. You would say, let's get the hell out of here. This guy's dangerous. No, if he didn't like you for dinner, he would kill you. You would never be found, let's put it this way. Do you have any wetlands around or swamps? Because he liked wetlands, you know, I just dumped him in the wetlands. But Al Capone was indicted less than me. I was indicted over a short period of time, 4 times. My whole life, I never even heard of the word. And now all of a sudden, I'm like a professional. And my father, who was a straight guy, he was a straight arrow, no games. He was all business. He was just a good man, but he was all business. He's looking down right now with my beautiful mother. And they're saying, my son got indicted 4 times. That's more than Alphonse Capone. What the hell's going on? That country's going haywire. No, but they've used this. They've weaponized the DOJ. And these are local prosecutors, but they've weaponized local prosecutors. They've taken people from the DOJ and they've put them into local offices. They've weaponized the whole thing. And if you're a normal but a very good politician and you get a subpoena or you get some form of a grand jury notice, you're sort of out of business. You know what you say? Like hundreds have said before, I will go home now to my family. I will work on my relationship with my family and I will fight for my name. And by the way, that's the last you've ever heard of that person. He's gone. Because they've weaponized. And that's what their form of cheating is now. And if you're a congressman or a senator or anything, at least I have a voice so I can get up and say, here's what the indictment is. And I can explain it. And a poll came out today, 88% say that these indictments are bullshit. So that's a very positive thing. And more importantly, my poll numbers are much higher than they would have been without it. You know, they've gone too far. In fact, I heard they were coming down with another one. They called in for what? Don't do it. We're going to indict this guy into the White House. Don't do it. You ever hear that? No, I don't think my poll numbers, Tom, what do you think? I don't think my poll numbers would be as high. It's not a pleasant thing. You know, I have a judge in New York who's totally conflicted. Totally conflicted. This man is the most conflicted judge that you could ever have in history. And I hate to say a man's crooked, but he's so conflicted, it becomes crooked. And this is what we have. This is what we have. And it's a very sad thing. But when you explain it, I have a big platform like these things and lots of them. And, you know, I can get on television whenever I want. I can explain a lot of work. But my poll numbers are much higher, I think. Wouldn't you say? They're much higher than they would have ever been, Doug. Much higher. So we get something out of it. We get something out of it, but you have to do a lot of work, and it's a very unfair situation, but they weaponize it. That's their current form of cheating. And this never happened in the United States before. This happened with this horrible president who's just he's destroying our country. He's destroying our country. He's a horrible human being, too. And then they go, you know, it's all disinformation. His biggest disinformation, he's a non-athlete, okay? I'm a very good golfer. I'm a very good golfer. I really am. Won 29 club championships. That's a lot, 29 club championships. And he can't play. And he said the other day, it's all disinformation. I'll play Trump anytime. I'll give him 3 aside. He's going to give me 3 aside. Did you ever see him swing? He's like this. The guy, I don't believe he can hit a ball 50 yards. I know sports very well, and I know golf very well, and I know good golfers. I can look at a guy take a practice swing before the round starts. I can tell you whether or not he or she can play. This guy has no, and he said, they asked him what his handicap is. I'm a 6.2. You know, 6.2 is a very good player. He's a 6.2. Got to be that extra little 0.2. You know, like I've never even heard of it. I played only about 40 frickin' years. I've never heard of a 6.2. I've heard of a 6. I've heard of a 7. But I've never heard of a 6.2. But he wants to make it like accurate, you know, like in other words, like it exists. He's all about disinformation. Pilots come in. He said, I used to fly a plane. Truckers come in. I used to drive a truck. People come in from Minnesota. I used to live in Minnesota. Right? He is so full of shit, this guy. Terrible. Terrible. Thank you, Remy. True. So true. It's so true. Now the fake news back there, they'll say, "Oh, he used foul language." Every once in a while, you have a good crowd. Every once in a while, you have to use, there's just no other word to describe it, right? So he didn't use nice words. He didn't use nice. Doesn't work quite the same, does it, huh? But now it's sad what's happening. It's sad what's happening because it's not based on anything. And he was never a smart person. He was always, I knew Ted Kennedy very well. And for some reason, very different persuasion politically, but he lived in Palm Beach largely. They had the Kennedy compound, and I was there for a long time. And I did him a big favor one time, and he liked me. I liked him. I got along with him, but, very different in a lot of ways. But I said, who's the smartest person in the Senate? He said, the smartest person, gave me a name. I won't tell you because he's still around and I can't stand the guy, okay? I said, who's the dumbest person in the U.S. Senate? He said, probably Joe. I said, who the hell is Joe? Joe Biden. He said, he doesn't understand the basic concepts of taxation, of foreign policy. He doesn't, anytime it gets a little bit complex, he just doesn't understand. And he's our president now. And that was when he was in prime time. He's not prime time anymore. But less than 4 years ago, we had the most secure border in U.S. history. We ended catch and release, built 571 miles of border wall, and got Mexico to send 28,000 soldiers to our border free of charge. I said to the president, we need your soldiers. Why? I said, because you've got caravans. I came up with that name. I'm good with names. I come up with a lot of good names. A lot of them I can't use again because they were against my Republican opponent, and now I get along with them, But we've come up with a lot of good names. Pocahontas was a good name, I think. That actually drove her out of the presidential run, right? Pocahontas, so many good names, but it's a caravan. It's like a caravan. I came up with that. It's thousands of people walking through Mexico. So I said to the president, you got to give us 28,000 soldiers. I want them now. And they got to stop people from pouring over our border, over the border while we're building the wall. We're building the wall. We did far more than I said we were going to do. And I had another 200 miles of wall already built, ready to be put up. Could have been done in 3 weeks. And that's when I realized they didn't want to put it up. And the reason they didn't, because they did want open borders. I couldn't even believe it. It doesn't make sense. An open border doesn't make sense. You can let people in, but you got to know something about the people. They're coming in from all over the world, not just South America. So I said to him, you got to give us 28,000 soldiers. Oh, he laughed at me. Oh, that's so funny. Why would we do that? I said, because you're letting people come through your country and they're pouring into our country. You have to do it. And I really like him too, AMLO. I really like him. He's a good guy, socialist, but that's okay. What the hell? You get along with people. Well, I got along with a lot of them, but I was the toughest president on Russia. I stopped the pipeline. They always say, he was very nice to Russia. No, I was the worst to Russia, but I got along with Putin. We got along. It's nice to get along with somebody that has a nuclear capability, right? It is. I got along with him. But he said, I'd hate like hell to see if you weren't nice, because if you're the nicest, I ended the biggest job they've ever done, the pipeline. When Biden came in, he approved it. And then they say, he was soft on Russia. I was the worst on Russia. By the way, Russia would have never attacked Ukraine if I were president. Never. Not even a possibility. And Israel wouldn't have happened. The October 7th would have never happened. They would have, because Iran was broke under me. I said to China, I said to everybody, every nation, you want to buy from Iran, you want to buy oil, you'll never do business in the United States again. And they didn't want to take a chance, and they didn't. And Iran was broke. They had no money for terror. But we did a hell of a job, and people are realizing it. And I think that's why we're up in just about every poll, nationally, swing states, and now even your state. That was a big story. because it came out 2 days ago and it showed we were 1 point down. Another one came out, we were 1 point up. But when it came out that in Minnesota we're tied or up a little bit or maybe down just a little bit, everyone was so impressed. And I'm saying, like, why wouldn't we be up a lot? I have a friend. He's a very smart guy, but not political. And I had a poll come out last week. I'm up 8 over Biden nationally. But his attitude was, could I ask you a question? How could you only be up 8 points on this guy? That was a question I get a lot. It's almost embarrassing, to be honest with you. Crooked Joe came in and
Bobby Petrino has been waiting very patiently. Sure. He's a student at St. Anselm. He's a member of College Republicans. He's an undeclared voter right now. He supported you in 2020. Bobby, what's your question for President Trump?
Hi, thank you for coming. This is a bit of a pivot, but with gun violence and mass shootings in the news cycle recently, I'm worried that state governments and the federal government are going to act to repress gun rights. Under your administration, you instructed the Department of Justice and the ATF to ban bump stocks. If elected president again, how would you act not only to defend our Second Amendment rights, but to restore rights that have been taken from us, such as, by example, recently the ATF's ruling on the pistol stabilizing braces?
Yeah, as you know, the bump stocks are actually a very unimportant thing. And NRA, I went with them and they said it doesn't mean anything. Or actually, all they do is teach you how to shoot very inaccurately. So we did that. There's been nobody that's protected the Second Amendment, as you know, like I have. I protected it through thick and thin, not easy to do. But we have a very big mental health problem in this country. And again, it's not the gun that pulls the trigger. It's the person that pulls the trigger. And we have to protect our Second Amendment. We have to protect our Second Amendment.
Mr. President, you dealt with a lot of mass shootings when you were in office. This year, there have already been more than 200 mass shootings in 2023. If you are reelected, are there any new gun restrictions that you would sign into law?
I would do numerous things. For instance, schools, we would harden, very, very much harden. And I'm a very believer. I believe in teachers. I love teachers. I think they're incredible. And they love the children, not quite like the parents, but they love the children in many cases almost as much. Many of these teachers are soldiers, ex-policemen. They're people that really understand weapons. And you don't need 5% of the teachers would be more than you could ever have if you're going to hire security guards. But in addition to that, have security guards, you have to harden your entrances. You have to make schools safe. And you can make other places safe. But it is a big mental health problem in this country more than anything else. And remember, we have 700 million guns, 700 million. Many people, if they don't have a gun, they're not going to be very safe. I mean, if they don't have a gun, it gives them security. Now, you need them for entertainment, you need them for hunting, you need them for a lot of different things. But there are people that if they didn't have the privilege of having a gun in some form, many of them would not be alive today. You know, there's a certain country that had a very strict policy on guns, very, very strict.
Which country?
And, Brazil, okay. Brazil, very strict. And the former president of Brazil, and the killing was incredible. They were walking into people's homes and killing people. They had no protection. He said, go out and buy guns. People went out and bought guns, and it went way down. The numbers went way down because they had security. If you look at Chicago, Chicago has the single toughest gun policies in the nation. They are so tough you can't breathe. New York, too, and other places also. All of those places are the worst and most dangerous places.
Hey everybody, welcome back to my channel. And today's episode is about the NRA annual meeting and Donald Trump and how they are not pro-Second Amendment. Before we dive into today's topic, I want to introduce you guys to a group I'm associated with, that I'm proudly associated with. They're called We the People Live. They do daily shows Monday through Friday. They're on Twitter /X. They're on YouTube. They're on Rumble and the various other social media platforms they're expanding out to. Their shows are mainly on Twitter Spaces and then YouTube. Please give them a follow. Show your support to these great people, and that's all I can ask for, guys. Thank you. But let's talk about the NRA and Trump. Donald Trump's stance on the Second Amendment. Many claim that he's pro-Second Amendment, but is he really? Let's break it down. First off, Trump may be viewed as a better candidate for the Second Amendment than Biden, and that is correct. But to say he's the most pro-Second Amendment president ever It's just not correct. He often takes his cues from the NRA, but let's not forget the history of the NRA. The NRA had his hand in drafting the gun legislation of the 1934 National Firearms Act, the 1938 Gun Control Act. They supported the California's Milford Act, which restricted people carrying their firearms in public. That is some of the stuff they've done in their history. However, credit is due. In 1968, they did block some provisions of the Gun Control Act of 1968, which stopped them from making us get licenses for our guns and registering our firearms. But that was a compromise to pass the bill. Again, you may give them some credit for this, but again, they compromised, which they should never have done. It wasn't until the 1970s when we saw a big shift in the NRA stance on Second Amendment and being more Second Amendment focused, right? More being pro-Second Amendment. But the 1980s, the NRA had actively supported gun control laws like the NICS background check. They also supported the Firearms Protection Act, which ended up blocking, or not blocking, but banning fully automatic weapons. Again, they compromised on that. Fast forward to Trump's presidency, and his cues from the NRA were not that. The NRA continued to exert its influence on Trump, which led to banning the bump stocks. Then after he was out of office, they supported the Safer Communities Act, which Biden signed, which look at what's going on. But here's the bottom line, guys. Support the ones who truly support you. There are gun groups out there who are fighting daily for your rights. They're fighting for me, and they're fighting for you. They're fighting in the federal courts and in your state courts. So please support GOA, Firearms Policy Coalition, National Association for Your Gun Rights, Second Amendment Foundation, and your local gun groups. If you don't have one, start one. Do a nonprofit, do an LLC. The only way we can change these laws is to fight these people every day and to educate people on a daily basis. The more people we educate about gun laws, about how unconstitutional they are, the better votes we get on our side, and we can put candidates that go and pass laws that help support us. And here are my final thoughts for today. I will never, ever support the NRA. I will give my money to the ones who support me, so you should support the ones who support you. I gave you the list of the companies I support, but it's up to you guys. Thank you for your time. May God bless you. Peace out.
We the People Live. Welcome to We the People Live. As Trump prepares for his NRA speech in Dallas, record-breaking crowds are forming everywhere Trump goes. But does Trump support the Second Amendment? Trump did ban the use of bump stocks, which is a form of gun control. We will have expert analysis with Night Court host and weapons expert Joe LaNue, with special guest Thunder Dan from the Rock and Roll Rebel Show, broadcasted on Kingdom Radio Live. You're listening to We the People Live, and this is a special edition.
Look what they do to you, look what they do to me. You must be joking if you think that either one is free.
Howdy y'all, hope everybody's doing well. So today, got just a couple quick opinions for you. So this weekend is the NRA convention in Dallas, so the 2024 NRA convention, and Donald Trump will be speaking there. And I just want to give a couple thoughts on that. My first thought is on the NRA, stop supporting them. Stop giving them money. That's how you make them change and actually work for you. Cut the money off. They have a pretty long history now of abusing the members' money. Mr. LaPierre flying around private planes, stop giving them money. Unfortunately, I do give them money every few years to renew my NRA RSO certification. The range I'm a range safety officer at requires me to have the NRA certification, and they do offer some good training courses. So I'm not you know, if you have to do that, do that. But in general, I would say cut the money off to them until they actually work for us. They've got some questionable things they've done, kind of capitulating on red flag laws, not fighting that. Also some questionable endorsements of candidates, especially here in Texas recently. Don't support bad candidates. Here's looking at you, Dade. So what I would rather people do is support the groups that are really working hard for their Second Amendment rights, to protect their Second Amendment rights. It seems like almost every day I wake up and I see that Firearms Policy Coalition, Gun Owners of America, National Association for Gun Rights, Second Amendment Foundation, any number of those groups have filed some type of lawsuit against violations of our Second Amendment. And that's where I think we need to put our money. Put it where the people are working their butts off to protect your rights. That's where our money should be going. The NRA kind of reminds me of the shy kid at the dance, kind of hangs back in the corner, doesn't really want to be seen. But once there's enough people dancing, they'll come out and kind of get involved because the focus isn't on them. And that's kind of what the NRA right now reminds me of. They just kind of hang back. They don't want to, you know, tread on toes. Unfortunately, they are still one of the larger lobby groups, and I think that's what we can change. If we start donating to some of these other great Second Amendment advocacy groups, we can propel them up, make them the top, you know, group. So also consider supporting your local Second Amendment advocacy groups. Here in Texas, we have Texas Gun Rights. That's a great group to donate in, but I'll guarantee you, no matter what state you live in, there is an organization fighting for your Second Amendment rights. So look them up, consider donating to them. These grassroots groups are where we're gonna really be protected, not from an organization that abuses their member money and doesn't really do anything to help protect us, and they haven't in some time. As far as Donald Trump, and I may upset some people here, he's not great on the Second Amendment. The bump stock thing kind of sticks out of my mind. I don't trust him completely to protect our Second Amendment rights. And I wish we could really get a candidate in running for the presidential office that is very bullish on Second Amendment rights. That's what my hope in the future is. I don't think Mr. Trump is particularly bullish on Second Amendment rights, but maybe he learned something from his first go around in office and realized, you know, a lot of his base are strong Second Amendment supporters. So maybe that has changed. I don't know, it'd be interesting. I wish I could be there actually at the NRA convention. Things didn't line up for me this weekend, but then the more I thought about it, if I go to that, I'm still giving the NRA money, and I think we need to kind of just boycott them until they change their tune and start working for us again. People giving them money should be pissed, honestly. It's not good. The last thing I want to say is I've joined in with a network of creators across a bunch of different platforms, X, Rumble, YouTube. It is We the People Live, so you can find them at We the People Live. I'll throw that up here. Great, you know, live streaming. We do some spaces on X, and great group of content creators are involved in this, and I'm you know, happy and proud to be a part of this. So check them out. Give We the People Live a follow. Give them a look, and get in there and watch some of this stuff. Joe Lanou is doing some great stuff with spaces, and Kingdom Radio Texas they've kind of put this together to do this We the People Live. So great stuff coming out of there. And I'll put the links in the description below. But that's what I got for you today. Just my thoughts on the NRA and Donald Trump this weekend at the convention. Friends, y'all stay safe out there, and I will see you next time I make a video.
We the People Live.
I think the NRA wants to do what's right. I mean, they're very close to me. I'm very close to them. They're very, very great people. They love this country. They're patriots. The NRA wants to do the right thing. I've spoken to them. I don't think I'll be going up against them. I really think the NRA wants to do what's right. I mean, they're very close to me. I'm very close to them. They're very, very great people. They love this country. They're patriots. The NRA wants to do the right thing. I've spoken to them. I don't think I'll be going up against them.
Hi, folks. Joe Lanou here. SigSoda.com has come up with an exclusive hat design to show your support for our friend Dexter Taylor. aka Carbon Mike. Message me on X to order, and $10 of every purchase goes to the Dexter Taylor Legal Defense Fund. Sig Soda is your source for Pro 2A Amendment gear, official sponsor of the Night Court Show. Let's show Sig Soda some love and some support.
Repeat criminals. That's who's doing it. In San Francisco, wants to admit is that violent crime is rarely committed by legal gun owners. It is committed by a brutal class of hardened, repeat criminals. That's who's doing it. In San Francisco.
Welcome to We the People Live. As Trump prepares for his NRA speech in Dallas, record-breaking crowds are forming everywhere Trump goes. But does Trump support the Second Amendment? Trump did ban the use of bump stocks, which is a form of gun control. We will have expert analysis with Night Court host and weapons expert Joe LaNue, with special guest Thunder Dan from the Rock and Roll Rebel Show, broadcasted on Kingdom Radio Live. You're listening to We the People Live, and this is a special edition.
Look what they do to you, look what they do to me. You must be joking if you think that either one is free.
Turned our country into a dumping ground for other nations. They dump everything right into our country. In Venezuela, violent crime was 67% 2 months ago. It's now 72%. It's down. Violent crime in Venezuela is down 72% because they're taking their gangs and inmates and criminals and drug dealers and mental patients and people from all sorts of institutions that are trouble, and they deposit them in the wonderful USA. They're dumping everybody into the USA. Pretty soon we're going to say, let's go for a vacation to Venezuela because it's safer than the United States. I'm serious. It is so terrible what they're doing. They're dumping from all over the world. The Congo, they come from the Congo, from prisons in the Congo, in Africa. But they're coming from Africa. They're coming from Asia. They're coming from all over the world. They're coming from the Middle East. And they're coming from really bad places, and they're putting them in our beautiful country. They're destroying our country. This idiot, this stupid, stupid man is destroying our country. He doesn't know what the hell he's doing. He doesn't know what he's doing. Just days ago, an illegal alien was arrested in the sanctuary state of California. Isn't that wonderful, sanctuary? Sounds so nice, isn't it? Sanctuary. And charged with sadistically raping 2 women last week in the back of a windowless van that police said was disgustingly outfitted as a, quote, a rape dungeon on wheels. That's what it was. They went around raping women all over the place. Nobody did anything about it. Detectives believe this monster had many more victims whom he drove late at night into remote mountain areas and in many cases would kill them. When I return to the White House, we will stop the plunder, rape, slaughter, and destruction of our American suburbs, cities, and towns. We're going to stop it fast. We will shut down immediately all deadly sanctuary cities. We're going to close them down. And you know, the people in sanctuary states, they don't want them. They really don't want them. It's not so bad. If you would have said that 5 years ago, 7 years ago, but the people, they don't want them. They don't want that. They don't want sanctuary cities. It's the politicians that do. Somehow it's good politically. I don't actually think it is, but we're going to shut them down. I'll shift massive portions of federal law enforcement to immigration enforcement. I came in and saved a couple of your cities. Remember that? You remember that, right? Remember I came in with a big force that we saved. And Minneapolis, we really saved. Remember that idiot from CNN? Oops, I shouldn't say that. I'm doing a debate for them. They'll be slightly tougher. No, I have fake Tapper is the, they said, I just want to debate this guy, but you know, and I'm going to demand a drug test too, by the way. I am. No, I really am. I don't want him coming in like the State of the Union. He was high as a kite. I said, is that Joe up there? A beautiful row. And by the end of the evening, he's like, well, it was exhausted, right? No, we're going to demand a drug test. But Fake Tapper and these people, they're going to be fine. They're going to be fair. I think they're going to be fair. And if they're not, you have to deal with it, right? You have to deal with it. But I just wanted to accept. And, the only one he wanted to do it on basically CNN and another one we agreed to, two of them, I guess. And they just agreed or something to a vice president debate. I said, how can I have a vice president debate? I haven't even picked the gentleman or woman yet. I haven't picked. A lot of people think it's that guy right there. I don't know who the hell it is. He'd be very good. We have a lot of them would be good, Doug, right? We have a lot of good people. But as you may know, in addition to the millions of people pouring across our border, Joe Biden is now reportedly planning to bring in massive numbers of Gazans from the Middle East and resettle them in American communities. I can't believe you don't, with Tlaib and AOC +3 and all of these things, you don't like that. I'm surprised in Minnesota. I thought you were a very liberal place. I thought you were very liberal. I'm so surprised, so disappointed. You've had enough, right? You've had enough. They're saying in Minnesota, I've done my share. Let's end this stuff. Let's end it. No, it's pretty amazing, actually. How about where they were flying them? Did you see it got caught 2 months ago? Everyone's, they're pouring through. But then we found out that they're flying them over the border, freely flying thousands and thousands of people over the borders into little towns and states, great states that they didn't do anything to deserve this, and they're being swamped now. I just don't understand the thinking, We're really, some people say you're conservative. I say, yeah, I'm conservative, I guess. But I'm really more of a common sense person. I think we're the party of common sense. I'd almost rather... and that means you need borders, you need a strong military, you need good education, try and get low interest rates, low taxes. But basically, it's sort of mostly common sense. Like we just went over men and women's sports. We don't want to have men and women's sports. It's actually very dangerous. Women are being very badly hurt. Now they want to do boxing. They want to have women in boxing. You can't do these things, okay? You can't do these things. And professional boxers know it very well because they play around. They say, you can't have women in boxing, but they actually want to have women in boxing. The whole thing is crazy. And I think, we're really the party of common sense. I'm making a speech in a week to the let's see, what would I call it? A couple of parties that generally don't vote for us, but they would be with us. They vote for that party. And I'm making a speech. It's a little bit of a secret right now, but I'm making a speech to a certain group of people that get 3 or 4%. You know who I'm talking about, right? The libertarians, they're great people, and they are based largely on common sense. And I say, they get 3 or 4%. The libertarians get 3 or 4% every year, no matter who runs. And every one of those votes is a Republican vote. Wouldn't you say? I think every one of those votes, Mr. Chairman, is a Republican vote. And I'm going to say, why aren't we doing this together? Why are we doing this? You're going to get your 3%. You're going to feel wonderful, but you're not going to get anything. There's no value in that. But you add that 3% to us, and we can't lose. We'll win by record numbers. And that's basically my speech. It's very simple. That's basically my speech. But they'll be coming from one of the biggest terrorist havens on the planet, the place where the October 7th attack was planned. They're coming in from places like that, and they're coming into our country. And they launched the attack right from the areas where they're coming into our country. We can't let this happen. We have to stop it. We're not going to have a country. We're poisoning our country. These people will be impossible to vet. The vast majority support Hamas, and even neighboring countries like Egypt and Jordan don't want them. Jordan doesn't want them. Egypt doesn't want them. They don't want them. But crooked Joe Biden says, we'll take them here. It's nothing but trouble. You've heard the snake quite a bit, right? Everybody heard the snake. I should have brought it. I should have done the snake. But basically, you take snakes, and you're going to get bit. And we're taking people that are people that other people don't want, and I guess for a reason. Neighbors don't want to take them, any of them. And it's a sad thing. It's a very sad thing. But we have to be very, very vigilant. Look, we have a country that's very fragile. We have a country that could very quickly end up in World War III because we have stupid people running our country. We were guaranteed no wars. All of these things wouldn't have happened Think of it. Ukraine wouldn't have happened. Inflation wouldn't have happened. Israel attack wouldn't have happened. None of it would have happened. President Xi wouldn't be flying planes all over the place over Taiwan. He wasn't going to do that. He would have never done that with me as president. And everybody admits it. Even the Democrats admit it. But it's no wonder Joe Biden and his thugs are so desperate to stop us. And they know that we are the only ones who can stop them. You know, this MAGA movement, make America great again, Joe. You know, the way he says, we're going to stop the MAGA movement. He doesn't have any idea what MAGA means. No, he has no idea what MAGA means. We will stop the MAGA movement. Pause. Oh, pause. Remember that one? This is what we're dealing with. And you know, in the debate, you know this, we'll have debates. I think, you know, we're going to have this debate, sort of. If he makes it through the debate, and I think he will, they'll say it was the finest debate performance in history. There was no way that Trump could have competed with the intellect. This is the greatest ever. I watched after that horrible State of the Union speech on CNN and MSDNC, where they go, that's MS, Democratic National Committee, for those of you that aren't very, MSDNC. It is MSDNC. Terrible people. Terrible, terrible, sick people. But I watched where they were saying how great this was. This was the greatest performance since FDR. You know, FDR had the golden tone. And he would sit up and he'd give a State of the Union speech. FDR, beautiful voice, beautiful, very highly educated guy, beautiful tone. We will fight, and nobody will beat us. We will fight and fight and fight. And, you know, he'd do it so beautifully. And then Joe Biden, do you ever notice he's always like, how the hell did this ever happen to our country? I was always coughing, but it's not like a cough. He puts his hand up. Then he walks out and he starts shaking people's hands. I don't want to shake. Do you ever notice how many people don't want to shake his hand? The people don't want to shake his hand. It's disgusting. The radical left Democrats rigged the presidential election in 2020, and we are not going to allow them to rig the presidential election in 2024. Counting on you. Thank you. Mr. Chairman, you have a lot of spirit in this room, you know. You're sitting on a wild pony. Chairman, you're sitting on a wild pony. You got to pull that pony. You got to get it going. Everybody has to get out and vote. That's the big thing. They told me to say that, sir, could you please say, because we have a lot of people, you know, some people, they love us, but they don't tend to vote. I don't know, for whatever reason, but they love us more than they've ever loved anybody, but they don't vote. We got to get them out to vote. We do that. Then they can cheat a little bit at least, you know, because they will cheat a little bit. You know, you can't stop them. I saw a news announcer the other night on television. They were talking about a certain state. And they said, well, you have to win it by at least 5 or 6 points more because they cheat. And they're talking about this on like a program. I say, isn't that terrible when they're allowed to say that, where they're allowed to say that you have to win by 6 points because they cheat? So we can't do that, but we're going to get everybody out to vote. There's more spirit now than there was in 2016 or 2020. And we got a lot of votes by a lot. Because they've had 4 years of watching. You know, when I did 2016, the border was a big issue. I almost got elected on the border, and the border was bad. But it was nothing compared to this. It was like a peanut. It was like 5% compared to this. I fixed the border, and the border in 2020 was not an issue. Just wasn't an issue. I used to tell my people backstage, these genius people, I say, I want to talk about the border. Sir, they don't want to hear about the border. You fixed it. I said, isn't that lousy? You do a good job. You can't talk about it anymore. But we still got millions of votes more, but I couldn't talk because we fixed it. But this border is many times worse. This isn't just a little bit. This is many, many times worse than it was. It was peanuts compared to what it is now. This is the worst border in the history of the world. There's never been a country in history that had a border like this that's leaking. And We have at least 15 or 16 million people. That's bigger than almost every state. We have at least 15 or 16 million people. It could be much higher than that, have poured into our country, and we have no idea who they are. And bad things are going to happen, and we have to get them out of here fast because bad things are going to happen. Every time the radical left Democrats, Marxists, communists, and fascists indict me, I consider it a great badge of honor. I really do, actually. You're lucky to have me instead of some stiff that would crawl into a corner. They'd crawl into a corner. Mommy, I don't like this job. Mommy, take me home, they'd say. It's so much fun. Darling, I have a little bad news for you. Go home to our great First Lady, who says hello, by the way. They love our First Lady. I had my very tall son get today. He graduated from high school. All 6'9". 6'9". He was easy to spot. You look over that, and you have this one kid like 6'9". But he got good marks. He's a good boy. It was a big day, actually. You know, for a while, the judge said you can't go to your son's graduation. But it was a lot of people not happy about that. But it was a beautiful thing to watch. But if you think about what we're doing and what I'm doing, I'm being indicted for you. And never forget, our enemies want to take away my freedom because I will never let them take away your freedom. True. Thank you. Thank you. They want to silence me because I will never let them silence you. And in the end, they're not really after me. They're after you. And I'm just standing in their way, and I always will. I'll be standing right in their way. They're not doing anything to you. From the very first day that we take back the White House from crooked Joe Biden, I believe we're going to see some of the greatest years ahead ever, with so much potential in our country that's untapped. They've just turned off everything. They've turned on a lot of things, and they're all bad. Everything they did was just bad. In my first 4 years, we ended the disaster known as NAFTA, the worst trade deal ever made in the history of our country, and replaced it. Everyone said, you'll never be able to end it. We got it ended by Congress, right, Pete? And replaced it with the brand new USMCA, the best trade deal ever made. It's a fantastic, giant win for Minnesota farmers and dairy producers and manufacturers and everyone else. And I know it's good because Mexico and Canada are dying to change it. They're trying to get to change. And this guy will probably give them a change. Don't do it, Joe. Don't do it. I took on communist China like no administration in history, bringing hundreds of billions of dollars pouring into our treasury when no other president had gotten even 10 cents from, not 10 cents from China. And I think I made people aware that China is a threat, certainly an economic threat. And we took in hundreds of billions of dollars from China. I then gave $28 billion, as I said, to the farmer. And in my next term, I will pass the Trump Reciprocal Trade Act. You know what that is? If China or any other country makes us pay a single dime, if they make us pay, let's say 100 or 200% tariff, which they do, we will make them pay a reciprocal tariff of 100 or 200% right back. In other words, you screw us and we screw you. And, you know, a lot of politicians, a lot of senators, one of them is not that much into the economic world. And I said, I want your support. We were all set to do that until COVID came in. Then we had to focus on the COVID stuff, which was a terrible, gift from China. And we did a great job on it with the therapeutics and everything else. But and when we left, the stock market was higher than it was pre-COVID. I mean, it was sort of an amazing thing. We did a good job on it. We never got credit. I got credit for the military. I got credit for knocking out ISIS. Soleimani, al-Baghdadi. I got a lot of credit, Space Force, but we never got credit for the job we did. With this unknown dust that happened to fly in from China, the pandemic, as they call it, COVID, as I call it, the China virus. We want to be accurate. A gift from China. But unlike Joe Biden, who will destroy Medicare and Social Security with his border invasion, you know, when you let millions of people come into our country, you're destroying Medicare, you're destroying your hospitals, you're destroying Social Security. I'll always protect Medicare and Social Security for our great seniors. They deserve it. They deserve it. They have to be protected. We'll never change it. And I didn't change it. We've also gotten abortion out of the federal government and back to the states, which is a very big thing. Something we have to talk about, because a lot of Republican politicians really don't know how to talk about it. If you remember when you look at Roe v. Wade, the big thing was getting it out of the federal government. Every legal scholar, every legal analyst, everybody wanted it back. Democrats wanted it. Everybody wanted it back. And we got it back. We took it back and we put it into the hands of the states. And now it's up to the people. The people are voting all over the country. They just voted in Ohio. And frankly, it was a more liberal vote than a lot of people thought. But what it is it's the vote of the people. They just voted in Kansas. It was a far more, I won both those states by a lot, but it was a far more liberal vote. And in some cases, you have a little bit of the opposite. But we took it out of the federal government where it never belonged. And this used to be only a question of, will it be in the federal government? Is it in the federal government? Nobody wanted it in the federal. They wanted it back in the states. And now the states are deciding. And I think we've made an issue that was a very nasty issue, a very complex issue, very bad issue, frankly. I think we've made it much simpler, and I think we've made it much more fair. If the radical Democrat extremists get their way, they will have a federal law for abortion in the 7th, 8th, 9th month, and even executing a baby after birth. If you remember the governor, the former governor, Democrat of Virginia, he said, we'll talk to the mother, we'll talk to the father. If the baby's born, we'll put the baby aside. And then essentially said, we'll execute the baby after birth. We'll make a decision on what to do with the baby. We don't want that. They're the radical ones. We're not the radical ones. They're the radical ones, and you have to remember it. And you also have to remember that every voter has to go with your heart. You have to go with your heart and your beliefs and do what's right. But you have to think about one thing. We have to get elected. You have to get elected. And if you can't get elected, then not only the abortion issue, but you have many, many other issues that are very powerful, very big issues, like issues that run our country. We have to get elected. So I want to thank the 6 Supreme Court justices, Clarence Thomas, Samuel Alito, John Roberts, Brett Kavanaugh, Neil Gorsuch, and Amy Coney Barrett for the wisdom and the courage that they showed on this long-term, very contentious issue. And getting it back to the states puts the question where it belongs with a vote of the people. It puts it really where it belongs, the vote of the people. And it's really, it's been sort of amazing because it's really calmed down a lot. I think you see that, Tom. It's calmed down a lot. It's now a vote of the people, and our country can finally come together. This issue has been going along for 51 years, and it's been very, very nasty. It's been a rough issue. And until maybe 10 years ago, all they talked about was they wanted to get it back to the states. We brought it back to the states, and now the states are deciding, and people are coming together. So it's very interesting to watch, actually, but I want to thank the justices. Before I even arrive at the Oval Office, shortly after we win the presidency, we win. It's all of us. We're going to win it together. I will have the horrible war between Russia and Ukraine settled. I know both of them very well. And we will build a great iron dome over our country, a dome like has never been seen before. A state-of-the-art missile defense shield that will be entirely built in America and create jobs. And much of it will be built actually in a place called Minnesota. A lot of it's going to be built right here. One of the nations that are big. But don't you think, I watch Israel and I watch those rockets go up, 300 rockets go up, and virtually every one of them is knocked down. Well, we're a big target. And the level of power, the level of power of these weapons, especially the nuclear weapons, the power is so incredible. We deserve to have a dome like other countries have domes, like Israel has a dome. Think of Israel without the dome, without the Iron Dome or whatever you want to call it, but that's what it is. And it was largely manufactured and it was largely conceived by us. we can do something that was so incredible. It really will be a safety net, and I think we deserve to have it. And again, it's made in the USA. It really works. I mean, they shut down I think every missile, maybe one got through, but they shut down close to 300 missiles. Now, think of what would happen if they didn't have it. 300 missiles, you might not even have in Israel right now. We need that same kind of protection for ourselves. We have to have it, and we'll do it, and we'll do it at the highest level. It'll be an amazing thing. We're going to give our police back their protection, and we're going to give them back their respect. As president, when the rioters came to burn down Minneapolis, I insisted on sending in the National Guard to save the city. I saved your city. Remember, though? Velshi. Remember Velshi? This is a peaceful protest. This is largely peaceful. The entire city was burning down behind. Do you remember the scene? The fire looked like it went for miles. He's saying, this is a peaceful protest. And then somebody threw something, hit him on the leg, and he went down, right? He went down. He's down. He's down. It's a peaceful. It was real peaceful. You lost half your damn city. If you didn't have me as president, you wouldn't have Minneapolis today, and you wouldn't have had a couple of other cities that we saved, or little beautiful areas that we saved. We saved them for you. But I'll never forget the scene of this guy screaming that this is peaceful. It's peaceful. And people are throwing everything at him, including bullets. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Where are they coming from? Under my leadership, we will stand up to the radical Marxist DAs who have set loose thousands of dangerous, horrible, dangerous criminals onto our streets. We're going to rebuild our cities into beacons of hope, safety, and beauty better than they've ever been before. We will take over the horribly run capital of our nation in Washington, D.C., and clean up, renovate, and rebuild our capital so that it's no longer a nightmare of murder and crime, but rather it will become the most beautiful capital anywhere in the world, and it will be safe for people of Minnesota to go and see those wonderful monuments to monumental people. It will be safe. It's a cesspool of crime and graffiti right now. You have to see our capital, what happened to our capital. They're going to clean it up, make it more beautiful than it ever was, be the most beautiful capital in the world. On day one, I will sign a new executive order to cut federal funding for any school pushing critical race theory, transgender insanity, and any other inappropriate racial, sexual, or political content onto the lives of our children. Yeah. And I will not give one penny to any school that has a vaccine mandate or a mask mandate. And as you've already heard tonight, I will keep men immediately out of women's sports. Is that okay? I will fully uphold our great but very under siege Second Amendment. We're going to withhold the powers and the beauty of our Second Amendment. We need our Second Amendment probably more than we've ever needed it before. It's under siege. Tomorrow I go to Texas. I go to Dallas, and I'm speaking before the NRA, and there's a rumor that they're going to give me their full endorsement. So that's a nice endorsement to get. That's a rumor. I don't know anything. I don't know it. I don't know. Don't say it. It's only a rumor. Maybe they're going to give it to Doug. Who the hell knows? We will protect innocent life, and we will restore free speech. And I will secure our elections. So importantly, you have to have borders, and you have to have free, fair elections. Our goal will be one-day voting with paper ballots, proof of citizenship, and voter ID. We will have voter ID. But until then, Republicans must win. We have to win to put us in that position where we can make these changes. They're not drastic changes. You know, I've negotiated over the last number of years with the Democrats about voting, and they never want to give up on something called voter ID. Can you believe it? Just a little tag like, this is me, this is I want to vote. Pictures sort of look similar. It doesn't even have to be perfect. We'll take anything. They don't want to give it up. You know why? Because they want to cheat. They want to cheat. There's only one reason. We won't give you voter ID. Which the meeting started off. All right, we're all set to start, sir, but we will not give up on voter ID. Why? Because you're cheaters. That's why. The meeting, it starts there and it ends there when they don't want to give up voter ID. We want a landslide in your state, and we want a landslide in our nation. We have a chance to have it. That is too big to rig. Okay? Too big to rig. Remember, I used to say 5. I used to say 5. This was 6 months ago. Now I say 10, and I think I can make it probably 20. If you took the 10 worst presidents in the history of the United States and added them up, they would not have done near the destruction to our country as crooked Joe Biden and the Biden administration have done. It's true. You take the 10 worst presidents in the history of our country, the 10 worst, they will not have done the damage that this guy has done to our country. Just on the border alone, what he's done. Afghanistan, the most embarrassing day in the history of our country. There's not even possible to think a thing like that could happen. He took the soldiers out first. No, you stupid guy. You take the soldiers out last. And I was all set to do it. We were leaving with dignity and strength. 21 years was enough, but we were keeping Bagram because it's 1 hour away, as I said, from China's, where they make their nuclear weapons. But we were going to leave with dignity and strength. Instead, we left $85 billion worth of equipment behind. We lost America. We left Americans. Right now, they're behind. Right now, there's hundreds of Americans that didn't get out. And we lost 13 unbelievable soldiers and 38 horrifically wounded that nobody ever talks about. Horrifically wounded. No legs, no arms, the face, everything. And that's what happened to us because we're stupid. We were run by stupid people. You know, I dealt with the head of the Taliban, which is really the ones that do the killing and the ones that run Afghanistan. I dealt with, his name was Abdul. And I said, Abdul, don't kill our people anymore. Don't do it. And I can't really explain it. It just is too tough. But I said, we will hit you so hard, harder than we've ever hit anybody, Abdul. Don't do it. But why? But why do you send me a picture of my home? He said to me. I said, Abdul, you have to ask one of your wives on that. I'm not giving it to you. But I said, we will hit you so hard. And you know what? For 18 months, we didn't have one soldier killed in Afghanistan. Not even a soldier shot at. And then we had a rigged election. Biden took over. We had a rigged election, really big, badly rigged. Biden took over. And look at what's happened to our country. But just there, when they saw this guy, they went wild. And don't kid yourself, when Putin saw that horrible withdrawal, that stupid, incompetent withdrawal, Milley and all these guys that didn't know what the hell they were doing, when he saw that, he said, wow, these guys are incompetent. Now I can finally go in and do my number on Ukraine, which was always the apple of his eye, but he would have never done that if it was me. But we would have never given him the power to do it. The other thing that did was energy. The energy went up to close to $100 a barrel. So all of a sudden he's making a fortune by going into a war. And we allowed that to happen because we had people running that are grossly incompetent. And don't kid yourself, the biggest risk we have is the next 5 months. We have 5 months of danger to our country. We could end up in World War III because of this lunatic. We could end up in World War III, and I mean it. And one thing you'll never have with me, you'll never have a war. You know, Viktor Orban, he's the head of, you know that, Hungary, very tough guy, considered to be very tough. He's the prime minister of Hungary. They said, what's going on with the world? The world is coming between Israel and Ukraine and China flying planes all over Taiwan. You can see they're just itching to take that one. What's going on? He said, only one thing, Trump isn't here. If Trump was here, none of this would be happening. He said they were afraid of Trump. I don't want to use that language because I don't want people to think, oh, they're afraid of Trump. But they respected me. But he said, no, Trump, they were afraid of Trump. They didn't know what the hell to do with Trump. They would have never.
The National Rifle Association's big annual meeting is back in North Texas, starts tomorrow in downtown Dallas, and former President Donald Trump is scheduled to speak to the group. That'll be on Saturday. Amelia Magavro live for us this evening over at the Kay Bailey Hutchison Convention Center. Big turnout is expected, right?
Yep, Doug. This NRA convention is known as the largest gathering of Second Amendment supporters, with as many as 75,000 people from all across the country expected to come here to downtown Dallas this weekend. And of course, with all the buzz of former President Donald Trump being the keynote speaker, this event is certainly generating a lot of excitement as well as a lot of skepticism. Less than a day away from the National Rifle Association's annual meeting, bringing thousands of people to downtown Dallas for 3 days. The Kay Bailey Hutchinson Center is seeing a flurry of people from across the country.
It's the one time during the year where everybody or the majority of people coming together are all like-minded in our freedoms, and we still take that pretty seriously.
Darwin Bodeker coming from the San Antonio area to be part of the event. On Thursday, more than 600 gun and gear exhibitors at the convention were setting up. The NRA Deputy Director, Jennifer Breeman, says families and kids are welcome to attend.
It's such a large gathering. 70,000 people is an enormous turnout. So you can feel the energy building.
For Miriam Sharma with Moms Demand Action, her group is holding a rally nearby in support of gun control, especially for kids and children.
It's interesting you're allowing them to come, and they're obviously advertising openly that children are welcome to come to this event when we know firearms the leading cause of death for children and teens.
This weekend is the first time the convention has been held in Dallas since 2018. Former President Donald Trump is scheduled to give a keynote speech Saturday afternoon, along with Texas Governor Greg Abbott. The NRA says there will be extra security and screenings.
So on Saturday, the entire venue will be under the control of the U.S. Secret Service. It will be probably the safest, most secure place you can find in town. There are many preparations underway to make sure that it is a safe and fun experience for NRA members.
And the Dallas Police Department also tells me that officers are prepared to respond to any potential protests or threats that could arise this weekend. And also be wary, the traffic could be affected from this event as well. Live in Dallas, Amelia McGalvro, CBS News, Texas.
Amelia, thanks so much for the heads up.
We the people live.
The NRA is gathering in Dallas this weekend. A spokesperson says they expect about 75,000 people to attend the 3-day event. Former President Donald Trump is the keynote speaker. The gathering attracting big crowds and, yes, also controversy. Our Don White is live in downtown Dallas this morning with more on the protests already getting underway. Good morning, Don.
Good morning, Robbie. I'm here at Dallas City Hall Plaza, where you can see behind me Mom and Students Demand Action. They are holding a protest, and this is just as the convention is going on just a few blocks away from here. Adults and kids can attend the free event that is going on this weekend. Protesters here say they're concerned about children being able to go to the event. More than 600 gun and gear exhibitors are at the Kay Bailey Hutchinson Convention Center. Numerous workshops and seminars are also taking place today. NRA Deputy Director Jennifer Breeman says people can expect extra security today. That is because former President Donald Trump is expected to be there. Texas Governor Greg Abbott will also give a speech today. And for more on the protest and the message behind it, I am joined now by Maria Rodriguez with Students Demand Action, UT Dallas students. So if you could tell me kind of what the message is that you're trying to accomplish with the protest.
Today we're here to call out the gun industry and to call on gun industry accountability and also gun violence accountability in America. As we all know, gun violence is the #1 killer of young adults in America. Today actually marks the 6-year anniversary of the Santa Fe mass shooting in Santa Fe, Texas, and next week marks the 2-year anniversary of the Robb Elementary School shooting that happened in Uvalde, Texas. And one of the things that we're calling out today specifically is that the NRA convention is happening right now, yet they're not acknowledging the fact that there are quite literally anniversaries of mass shooting occurring as we speak. They are not being remorseful. They do not care. And for that reason, we're out here today to call them out and to hold them accountable for their flaws, as today should be a memorial for people who lost their lives to rifles, to gun violence in America.
Thanks very much, Nadia, for joining us. And NRA spokesperson tells me that the former president is expected to speak at 3 this afternoon. Live in downtown Dallas, Dawn White, CBS News, Texas.
As we turn to news at 9:31, security is extra tight as the National Rifle Association gathers in Dallas this weekend. The annual convention is expected to draw tens of thousands of visitors to downtown. The pro-gun group also attracting protesters as well. Now, Don White is live in downtown Dallas this morning with
a convention floor full of firearms will draw fans.
I've never seen anything to this scale before, so it's pretty cool to walk around and see all the booths.
First-timers and NRA lifers, too.
Some of the nicer ammunitions, you're not usually going to see it, just your local outfitter stores.
The annual meeting of the National Rifle Association has come to Dallas, and with it, 14 acres of exhibits, an estimated 70,000 visitors, and an in-person address Saturday from former President Trump. Do you think Dallas should play host to the NRA?
No, I don't. I really don't.
Miriam Sharma works with gun violence prevention group Moms Demand Action, which is planning a rally Saturday in favor of stricter gun laws.
So for a long time, the National Rifle Association has basically shielded the gun industry from accountability.
After hearing from an Allen Mall shooting survivor, they'll put the names of hundreds of shooting victims on display for convention goers to see.
And my hope is that they would see maybe a t-shirt with the name of someone that's died by gun violence and feel a moment of empathy.
The convention comes at a historic time for the NRA, its first gathering in decades without Wayne LaPierre in charge. A jury found he misspent millions of the group's dollars on his own extravagant lifestyle. But that hasn't stopped people from showing up and trying out the latest weapons on display. In Dallas, I'm Cole Sullivan.
Trump is going to be in North Texas this weekend. The National Rifle Association is holding its annual convention in Dallas at the Kay Bailey Hutchison Convention Center. The convention starts Friday, and Trump is going to deliver the keynote address on Saturday.
Welcome to We the People Live. As Trump prepares for his NRA speech in Dallas, record-breaking crowds are forming everywhere Trump goes. Okay. But does Trump support the Second Amendment? Trump did ban the use of bump stocks, which is a form of gun control. We will have expert analysis with Night Court host and weapons expert Joe LaNue, with special guest Thunder Dan from the Rock and Roll Rebel Show, broadcasted on Kingdom Radio Live. You're listening to We the People Live, and this is a special edition.
Look what they do to you, look what they do to me. You must be joking if you think that either one is free.
You guys excited? Come on, we're at NRA in Indianapolis.
We drove 4 hours here. We're driving 4 hours back today. We got lifetime memberships.
I'm here to just check out all my favorite vendors, some new vendors, right? Discover new products.
Who's going to complain about being able to see all these beautiful guns here, right?
I love seeing the new guns that come out. I love touching them, feeling them. I want to go shoot them.
This is probably the only chance you get to come put your hands on every gun we make. We've got it here for you to try. You can pick them up and hold everything we've got to offer.
I'm always looking to see different ways I can conceal carry.
I'm an avid hunter, and so NRA does a lot of stuff with conservation and wildlife management and train young hunters.
It's a sport and a hobby that we can do together as a family and enjoy time together, just target shooting or hunting.
My parents were immigrants. I migrated here, and then Second Amendment is one of the best things we have here that no other country has.
That is what makes America's Bill of Rights a reality rather than just an American dream. It is the fact that we have a Second Amendment that gives teeth to every one of the other amendments in that Constitution.
I think the American people could learn a thing or two from the NRA.
This is not a group of people who give up their God-given constitutional rights willingly.
I think the NRA is the leader in support for our Second Amendment rights, and they do that fighting battles that we don't even hear about in a lot of courts all across the country.
Our founding fathers said the Second Amendment freedom arrived the day you were born, and it shall not be infringed.
Shall not be infringed.
The NRA does a great job in defending our rights, and that's why we became lifetime members.
I enjoy the freedoms of being able to carry and protect myself when I'm out and about.
There's a lot of diversity within the NRA. I may be a mom and a grandma, but I am the NRA.
I am the NRA.
I am.
I am
the NRA.
The NRA.
I am the NRA.
So a Brooklyn man, his name is Dexter Taylor. He's 53 years old. He was just sentenced in New York to 10 years in prison for building guns as a hobby in his own home. Who did he hurt? No one. Did he bring those guns anywhere? No. Did he fill them with bullets? No. Did he use them to rob or kill someone? No. Did he sell them to criminals? No. He spent $40,000 of his own money to buy parts and build guns while trapped in his apartment during lockdown during COVID in 2020. He was bored, he was lonely, he was probably pathetically scared, and he sat there and found a hobby and he built guns. And they're giving him 10 years for doing something legal in almost every other state in his own home? This man's a political prisoner. This administration wants to imprison patriots and law-abiding citizens and let every criminal go scot-free. Countdown number 7.
Howdy y'all, hope everybody's doing well. So today, got just a couple quick opinions for you. So this weekend is the NRA convention in Dallas, so the 2024 NRA convention, and Donald Trump will be speaking there. And I just want to give a couple thoughts on that. My first thought is on the NRA, stop supporting them. Stop giving them money. That's how you make them change and actually work for you. Cut the money off. They have a pretty long history now of abusing the members' money. Mr. LaPierre flying around private planes, stop giving them money. Unfortunately, I do give them money every few years to renew my NRA RSO certification. The range I'm a range safety officer at requires me to have the NRA certification, and they do offer some good training courses. So I'm not, if you have to do that, do that. But in general, I would say cut the money off to them until they actually work for us. They've got some questionable things they've done, kind of capitulating on red flag laws, not fighting that. Also some questionable endorsements of candidates, especially here in Texas recently. Don't support bad candidates. Here's looking at you, Dade. So what I would rather people do is support the groups that are really working hard for their Second Amendment rights, to protect their Second Amendment rights. It seems like almost every day I wake up and I see that Firearms Policy Coalition, Gun Owners of America, National Association for Gun Rights, Second Amendment Foundation, any number of those groups have filed some type of lawsuit against violations of our Second Amendment. And that's where I think we need to put our money. Put it where the people are working their butts off to protect your rights. That's where our money should be going. The NRA kind of reminds me of the shy kid at the dance, kind of hangs back in the corner, doesn't really want to be seen. But once there's enough people dancing, they'll come out and kind of get involved because the focus isn't on them. And that's kind of what the NRA right now reminds me of. They just kind of hang back. They don't want to, tread on toes. Unfortunately, they are still one of the larger lobby groups, and I think that's what we can change. If we start donating to some of these other great Second Amendment advocacy groups, we can propel them up and make them the top, group. So also consider supporting your local Second Amendment advocacy groups. Here in Texas, we have Texas Gun Rights. That's a great group to donate in, but I'll guarantee you, no matter what state you live in, there is an organization fighting for your Second Amendment rights. So look them up. Consider donating to them. These grassroots groups are where we're going to really be protected, not from an organization that abuses their member money and doesn't really do anything to help protect us, and they haven't in some time. As far as Donald Trump, and I may upset some people here, he's not great on the Second Amendment. The bump stock thing kind of sticks out of my mind. I don't trust him completely to protect our Second Amendment rights. And I wish we could really get a candidate in running for the presidential office that is very bullish on Second Amendment rights. That's what my hope in the future is. I don't think Mr. Trump is particularly bullish on Second Amendment rights, but maybe he learned something from his first go around in office and realized, a lot of his base are strong Second Amendment supporters. So maybe that has changed. I don't know, it'd be interesting. I wish I could be there actually at the NRA convention. Things didn't line up for me this weekend, but then the more I thought about it, if I go to that, I'm still giving the NRA money, and I think we need to kind of just boycott them until they change their tune and start working for us again. People giving them money should be pissed, honestly. It's not good. The last thing I want to say is I've joined in with a network of creators across a bunch of different platforms, X, Rumble, YouTube. It is We the People Live, so you can find them at We the People Live. I'll throw that up here. Great, live streaming. We do some spaces on X, and great group of content creators are involved in this, and I'm happy and proud to be a part of this. So check them out. Give We the People Live a follow, give them a look, and get in there and watch some of this stuff. Joe Lanou is doing some great stuff with spaces, and Kingdom Radio Texas they've kind of put this together to do this We the People Live. So great stuff coming out of there. And I'll put the links in the description below. But that's what I got for you today. Just my thoughts on the NRA and Donald Trump this weekend at the convention. Friends, y'all stay safe out there, and I will see you next time I make a video.
Today, the White House confirmed to Fox News that President Trump will travel to Dallas on Friday to speak at the NRA's annual convention here, along with Vice President Mike Pence. Participants will be banned from bringing guns inside the event while those two leaders are there. Standard procedure by the Secret Service, and the NRA wasn't really involved in the decision. Police security will be increased around the convention center, not only for the VIPs, but also because protests are planned for Friday and Saturday. Fox 4's James Rose at the convention center right now with more. James.
Well, Steve, so far we know of 3 organizations that are planning to protest, but that number could grow. I spoke with a city council member this morning who said basically Dallas is being burdened by a national debate it did not create, and that will come as a cost to taxpayers. Now, the vice chair of the Public Safety Committee, Councilman Philip Kingston, says the high cost of security surrounding the NRA's annual meeting at the Kay Bailey Hutchison Convention Center will be even higher now that both the president and vice president are planning to attend. Nearly 24 state troopers could be seen sweeping the grounds around the convention center this morning, a sign of a very high security event. Kingston also says it's a difficult time for the police department, still mourning the loss of one officer shot and killed last week while praying for the recovery of the other officers still hospitalized. As several organizations plan to protest the event, NRA TV host Grant Stinchfield says it welcomes dissenting voices, saying it's all about freedom, the First Amendment, and family.
Hey everybody, welcome back to my channel. And today's episode is about the NRA annual meeting and Donald Trump and how they are not pro-Second Amendment. Before we dive into today's topic, I want to introduce you guys to a group I'm associated with, that I'm proudly associated with. They're called We the People Live. They do daily shows Monday through Friday. They're on Twitter /X. They're on YouTube. They're on Rumble and the various other social media platforms they're expanding out to. Their shows are mainly on Twitter Spaces and then YouTube. Please give them a follow. Show your support to these great people, and that's all I can ask for, guys. Thank you. Well, let's talk about the NRA and Trump. Donald Trump's stance on the Second Amendment Many claim that he's pro-Second Amendment, but is he really? Let's break it down. First off, Trump may be viewed as a better candidate for the Second Amendment than Biden, and that is correct. But to say he's the most pro-Second Amendment president ever is just not correct. He often takes his cues from the NRA, but let's not forget the history of the NRA. The NRA had his hand in drafting the gun legislation of the 1934 National Firearms Act, the 1938 Gun Control Act. They supported the California's Milford Act, which restricted people carrying their firearms in public. That is some of the stuff they've done in their history. However, credit is due. In 1968, they did block some provisions of the Gun Control Act of 1968, which stopped them from making us get licenses for our guns and registering our firearms. But that was a compromise to pass the bill. Again, you may give them some credit for this, but again, they compromised, which they should never have done. It wasn't until the 1970s when we saw a big shift in the NRA stance on Second Amendment and being more Second Amendment focused, right? More being pro-Second Amendment. But the 1980s, the NRA had actively supported gun control laws like the NICS background check. They also supported the Firearms Protection Act, which ended up banning fully automatic weapons. Again, they compromised on that. Fast forward to Trump's presidency, and his cues from the NRA were not that. The NRA continued to exert its influence on Trump, which led to banning the bump stocks. Then after he was out of office, they supported the Safer Communities Act, which Biden signed, which look at what's going on. But here's the bottom line, guys. Support the ones who truly support you. There are gun groups out there who are fighting daily for your rights. They're fighting for me, and they're fighting for you. They're fighting in the federal courts and in your state courts. So please support GOA, Firearms Policy Coalition, National Association for Your Gun Rights, Second Amendment Foundation, and your local gun groups. If you don't have one, start one. Do a nonprofit, do an LLC. The only way we can change these laws is to fight these people every day and to educate people on a daily basis. The more people we educate about gun laws, about how unconstitutional they are, the better votes we get on our side, and we can put candidates that go and pass laws that help support us. And here are my final thoughts for today. I will never, ever support the NRA. I will give my money to the ones who support me, so you should support the ones who support you. I gave you the list of the companies I support, but it's up to you guys. Thank you for your time. May God bless you. Peace out.
Come on, we're at NRA in Indianapolis.
We drove 4 hours here. We're driving 4 hours back today. We got lifetime memberships.
I'm here to just check out all my favorite vendors, some new vendors, right? Discover new products.
Who's going to complain about being able to see all these beautiful guns here, right?
I love seeing the new guns that come out. I love touching them, feeling them. I want to go shoot them.
This is probably the only chance you get to come put your hands on every gun we make. We've got it here for you to try. You can pick them up and hold everything we've got to offer.
I'm always looking to see different ways I can conceal carry.
I'm an avid hunter, and so NRA does a lot of stuff with conservation and wildlife management and train young hunters.
It's a sport and a hobby that we can do together as a family and enjoy time together, just target shooting or hunting.
My parents were immigrants. They migrated here, and then the Second Amendment is one of the best things we have here that no other country has.
That is what makes America's Bill of Rights a reality rather than just an American dream. It is the fact that we have a Second Amendment that gives teeth to every one of the other amendments in that Constitution.
I think the American people could learn a thing or two from the NRA. This is not a group of people who give up their God-given constitutional rights willingly.
I think the NRA is the leader in support for our Second Amendment rights, and they do that fighting battles that we don't even hear about in a lot of courts all across the country.
Our founding fathers said the Second Amendment freedom arrived the day you were born, and it shall not be infringed.
Shall not be infringed.
The NRA He does a great job in defending our rights, and that's why we became lifetime members.
I enjoy the freedoms of being able to carry and protect myself when I'm out and about.
There's a lot of diversity within the NRA. I may be a mom and a grandma, but I am the NRA.
I am the NRA.
I am
the NRA.
The NRA.
I am the NRA.
We the People Live.
About 70,000 people are expected to attend the annual NRA convention this weekend here in downtown Dallas. Today, former President Donald Trump is expected to speak at the convention once again this year. And gun violence prevention groups, they plan to rally outside ahead of his remarks. Governor Greg Abbott will be there as well in this year's annual meeting. It's actually the first in decades for the NRA without Wayne LaPierre leading the organization. The longtime CEO stepped down earlier this year, shortly before a jury found he misspent millions of the group's dollars to fund his own extravagant lifestyle.
Welcome to We the People Live. As Trump prepares for his NRA speech in Dallas, record-breaking crowds are forming everywhere Trump goes. But does Trump support the Second Amendment? Trump did ban the use of bump stocks, which is a form of gun control. We will have expert analysis with Night Court host and weapons expert Joe LaNue, with special guest Thunder Dan from the Rock and Roll Rebel Show, broadcasted on Kingdom Radio Live. You're listening to We the People Live, and this is a special edition.
Look what they do to you, look what they do to me. You must be joking if you think that either one is free.
Bobby Petrino has been waiting very patiently. He's a student at St. Anselm. He's a member of College Republicans. He's an undeclared voter right now. He supported you in 2020. Bobby, what's your question for President Trump?
Hi, thank you for coming. This is a bit of a pivot, but with gun violence and mass shootings in the news cycle recently, I'm worried that state governments and the federal government are going to act to repress gun rights. Under your administration, you instructed the Department of Justice and the ATF to ban bump stocks. If elected president again, how would you act not only to defend our Second Amendment rights, but to restore rights that have been taken from us, such as, by example, recently the ATF's ruling on the pistol stabilizing braces?
Yeah, as you know, the bump stocks are actually a very unimportant thing. And NRA, I went with them and they said it doesn't mean anything. They're actually, all they do is teach you how to shoot very inaccurately. So we did that. There's been nobody that's protected the Second Amendment, as you know, like I have. I protected it through thick and thin, not easy to do. But we have a very big mental health problem in this country. And again, it's not the gun that pulls the trigger. It's the person that pulls the trigger. And we have to protect our Second Amendment. We have to protect our Second Amendment.
Mr. President, you dealt with a lot of mass shootings when you were in office. This year, there have already been more than 200 mass shootings in 2023. If you are reelected, are there any new gun restrictions that you would sign into law?
I would do numerous things. For instance, schools, we would harden, very, very much harden. And I'm a very believer. I believe in teachers. I love teachers. I think they're incredible. And they love the children, not quite like the parents, but they love the children in many cases almost as much. Many of these teachers are soldiers, ex-policemen. They're people that really understand weapons. And you don't need 5% of the teachers would be more than you could ever have if you're going to hire security guards. But in addition to that, have security guards, you have to harden your entrances. You have to make schools safe. And you can make other places safe. But it is a big mental health problem in this country more than anything else. And remember, we have 700 million guns, 700 million. Many people, if they don't have a gun, they're not going to be very safe. I mean, if they don't have a gun, it gives them security. Now, you need them for entertainment, you need them for hunting, you need them for a lot of different things. But there are people that if they didn't have the privilege of having a gun in some form, many of them would not be alive today. You know, there's a certain country that had a very strict policy on guns, very, very strict.
Which country?
And, Brazil, okay. Brazil, very strict. And the former president of Brazil, and the the killing was incredible. They were walking into people's homes and killing people. They had no protection. He said, go out and buy guns. People went out and bought guns, and it went way down. The numbers went way down because they had security. If you look at Chicago, Chicago has the single toughest gun policies in the nation. They are so tough you can't breathe. New York, too, and other places also. All of those places are the worst and most dangerous places.
And as a leader of the association, Wayne has led the NRA through the most incredible, hard-fought victories.
Specifically, Mr. LaPierre spent hundreds of thousands of dollars of the NRA's charitable assets for personal private plane trips for himself and his family.
And in large part, because of him and his tireless work, our Second Amendment freedom has been preserved.
If I'm a Republican and I'm a fan of the NRA, do I want to say no or yes to legislation that does this?
I think you want to tell ATF to do its job. It's an interpretive issue, and they need to get the job done.
But I have to tell you, our success over the last 4 decades has also been a lot about Wayne.
He visited the Bahamas by private air charter at least 8 times in an approximate 3-year period with his family at a cost of more than $500,000 to the NRA.
It's hard, folks. He's done a Herculean job.
He traveled on multiple luxury hunting safaris in Africa at the expense of an NRA vendor. He spent millions of dollars on unwanted travel consultants for decades, including for the booking of luxury black car service.
He goes toe to toe in fierce defense of our liberty and our Second Amendment rights.
You sure about that?
And our Second Amendment rights has actually risen from the brink of extinction to one of the most protected freedoms in the Constitution.
You sure about that?
We finished last year at almost 5.5 million members. Can you believe that? The largest in NRA history.
Bruh.
As I stand here today, I'm reminded that we, all of us, give so much. You give so much.
Money, 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 money.
Mr. LaPierre exploited the organization for his and his family's financial benefit.
In fact, the challenges that the National Rifle Association and all of us face right now are unprecedented.
They use millions upon millions of dollars from the NRA for personal use, including for lavish trips for themselves and their families, private jets, expensive meals, and other private travel.
Look where we are today. We're embroiled in controversy.
In the past 2 years alone, Mr. LaPierre spent more than $3.6 million. He secured a post-employment contract for himself with the NRA without board approval, currently valued at more than $17 million.
Looking ahead, I can tell you that the character and the identity of the National Rifle Association is going to reveal itself in front of the country in the most visible of ways.
He received more than $1.2 million in reimbursement in just a 4-year period for expenditures that included gifts for favorite friends and vendors, travel expenses for himself and his family.
We're going to speak out, I promise you, as loudly and as boldly as you have ever seen us do.
You sure about that?
We are never going to give up 1 inch.
You sure about that?
Of our Second Amendment freedom or our First Amendment freedom as we go through this.
So Congress should provide funding for states to adopt risk protection orders. These laws allow a court to intervene and temporarily remove firearms when a person threatens violence to themselves or others.
I promise you, we at the NRA will always defend our right to protect ourselves.
Wayne has led the NRA through the most incredible, hard-fought victories.
And membership fees at golf clubs, hotels, and other member clubs. He even secured lucrative consulting contracts for ex-employees and board members worth millions of dollars.
Money, 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 money.
In addition to grossly misusing these funds for personal use, Mr. LaPierre created an illegal pass-through arrangement to conceal the very nature of these expenditures. These expenses would then be paid for by the NRA without written approval, without receipts, without any supporting business purpose documentation.
A lot about Wayne.
Ackerman McQueen would aggregate the expenses into a lump sum amount and then bill them to the NRA without any details on the nature or purpose of the expense, completely in violation of state law.
And in large part because of him and his tireless work.
These expenses did not comply with IRS requirements, and as a result, all such expenses should have been included by the NRA in taxable personal income for Mr. LaPierre and other recipients.
We won't accept it. We will resist it. And we're not going to give an inch. I promise every one of you that.
Are you willing to advance a clean bump stocks bill, or will you insist on a broader gun control package?
I am willing to move forward with Republicans on banning these bump stocks that, as you mentioned.
Would you be okay with banning bump stocks? Well, we don't believe that bans have ever worked on anything. What we've said has been very clear, that if something transfers a semi-automatic to function like fully automatic, then it ought to be regulated differently.
And let's be honest about this. What we're facing right now is a political movement in this country to repeal the Second Amendment to the United States Constitution.
So, however that gets fixed, I'd probably support it.
Ain't nobody got time for that.
Hi folks, Joe Lanou here. SigSoda.com has come up with an exclusive hat design to show your support for our friend Dexter Taylor, aka Carbon Mike. Message me on X to order, and $10 of every purchase goes to the Dexter Taylor Legal Defense Fund. Sig Soda is your source for Pro 2A Amendment gear, official sponsor of the Night Court Show. Let's show Sig Soda some love and some support.
We the People Live. Welcome to We the People Live. As Trump prepares for his NRA speech in Dallas, record-breaking crowds are forming everywhere Trump goes. But does Trump support the Second Amendment? Trump did ban the use of bump stocks, which is a form of gun control. We will have expert analysis with Night Court host and weapons expert Joe Lanou, with special guest Thunder Dan from the Rock and Roll Rebel Show, broadcasted on Kingdom Radio Live. You're listening to We the People Live, and this is a special edition.
Look what they do to you, look what they do to me. You must be joking if you think that either one is free.
The future of streaming. We the People Live. Night Court with Joe Lanou, collaboration with Kingdom Radio Live.
Here's the thing. He's actually pretty brilliant if you listen to the man talk. And he is like the triple threat to the anti-gun movement because he has lived on the other side of the aisle.
Yeah. No, yeah, well, it's more than that. I mean, his story is, and I don't want to get into
the man's story necessarily in detail on a live broadcast, but I'm going to. So his story is
Join
that,
today.
he was raised in an African American community. Nothing unusual about it that I know of, but he was not a proponent of guns.
People
It's like
fly.
his family and his community that he lived in is like you were a criminal if you carry. Only criminals carried guns, and so if you had a gun, that meant that told other people you were into unlawful things. So for that reason, he wasn't a criminal, so he never carried a firearm and thought people that they were bad. And then he was a subject to home invasion. Somebody breaks into his house and he goes to run away from them because they've got a gun. They shoot him in the back. Now this person was caught, and there was even a straw purchase in behind that whole act where a girlfriend had purchased a gun for her felon boyfriend who committed this act. But both of them were prosecuted. But he realized then that even if he was running, I think, to call the police, or he was in his mind to get help. I think he realized sometimes help can't be there right on top of you when you need it, and the best way to be is be armed. Make it dangerous for the criminal to break into someone's house. You don't know if this person's going to be armed or not. Make them have questions as to what their safety may be when they kick in your door. But no, Carl, going back to you are a smart ass Carl on X, folks. If you're not following him, he's great. I'll throw a banner up a little bit later. We're actually going to be promoting this afternoon prior to the NRA Trump speech. So actually, let's do a proper introduction. I'm Joe Lanou on X. I'm host of the Night Court with Joe Lanou show. It airs Monday through Friday, 9 p.m. to 11 p.m. Eastern. We have myriad of topics. A lot of times we talk about 2A, but guaranteed the right to be an American and right to be free comes up in every episode. But that's me. But we also have some other folks here. We've got John Cox. John Cox is actually a co-host on my night show, but he also has his own podcast, Talking 2A Tactical on YouTube. But I want to introduce John. John, introduce yourself to the show and tell us a little bit about your podcast.
Hey, everybody. I want to welcome you to We the People Live on this special day. I am a native here in North Carolina. You probably can tell I am a Trump supporter, 2A advocate. Got a podcast and a YouTube channel, 2A Talking Tactical. You can also find me at 2atalkingtactical.com, where I try to keep everyone up to date on these no-nonsense laws and rules that our three-letter agencies are trying to slide by us at midnight every night. Also do some firearm reviews as well as accessory reviews. So yeah, come check it out.
Check it out. What's up, John?
Well, there we go. And we've also got Kingdom in here. Let me go to range-minded Kingdom. I'm giving everybody a round-robin introduction. We're going to get this little pregame Trump NRA speach going. But I can't tell. Can you hear me?
I can hear you fine.
Okay. All right, brother.
Space also?
No, I'm probably not going to start a space just at the moment. But I tell you what, go ahead, Kingdom.
Well, no, I didn't have anything to say, man. It's happy to be here. Today is going to be.
You didn't? I'm surprised because every time I opened my mouth, you had something to say. So
Well,
let me finish this, and we'll get right on to
air. So I was like,
we'll get on down to it.
You caught him off guard, Joe.
I did. Caught him with his pants down.
It gets me off guard. I want to get to our friend Range-Minded. Range-Minded is a frequenter on the night show. He is not afraid to stop in and drop off his opinions on occasion. But he's also got a podcast. It's a pretty entertaining podcast. You'll see it on We the People Live. In fact, you'll see John's on We the People Live too. We're going to play those some episodes during the week on a regular schedule coming up this next week. Brand new. We just got this started. This is actually our first week of running. Next week we had a meeting earlier, and we've got some knots tightened, I'm sure. And you're going to see a little bit of better product, I think, coming out this next week. But Range-Minded. Introduce yourself, my friend, and tell us a little bit about your podcast.
Well, thank you so much for allowing me to be part of this panel. As Joe said, I'm Steve. I am the Range-Minded podcast, and much like John's show, I cover a lot of the legalese stuff. Some of it I do some deep diver stuff, like we talked about Bruin decision and some Heller stuff and Caetano. Like I like to dive into some of the deeper stuff, but we also keep it lighthearted. I do some silly stuff as well. In fact, that video we saw earlier with Wayne LaPierre spending all of our money, that might have been my responsibility of putting that thing together. But it doesn't matter. I am a proud instructor when it comes to firearms. I love helping people on their journey when it comes to purchasing and using firearms safely. My job is just to create stewards of the second, and I work hard at it.
I think you do. And folks, entertaining podcast. It's not all about the triggers and grain. We do have some folks in our network that'll let you know all about the very technical stuff about firearms that you want. But he goes over a lot of 2A law. He'll take some of the recent court decisions or some of the recent cases filed that are pending, and he really does a deep dive into it. If you want to learn about some 2A stuff, our friend there at Range Minded Podcast is the guy to go to. I believe he's on YouTube, right? Where are you at, Range?
You can find my podcast anywhere free podcasts are sold. So I have a YouTube channel, Rumble, obviously X or Twitter, whatever you want to call it. SoundCloud, iTunes, Apple, all those places you can find it.
So how much does a free podcast cost?
Free 99. It's 100% off.
$3.99
this week only.
And folks, exactly 2.5% of that goes to charity. The rest of that will be rightfully used to produce these podcasts that are expensive.
I'm totally cool with people making donations. If they want to donate some money to the show, I would definitely never say no. There's ways to make that happen. And I don't know if it's taxable, non-taxable donation or whatever, but it doesn't.
No, it's not.
If you want to send me money,
It's not. People pay taxes on whatever they donate to you, but it's actually a good cause. Folks that have never done, I'm learning myself what it actually takes to produce a quality piece of
content.
It's
surprisingly how much work there really is involved. And I've been doing this since 2018. Like, I'm not a rookie at this. It's a good time though. I wouldn't give it up.
And this is not a content creator show, but I did want to introduce our guest there. Also, for folks that you don't know, that's Kingdom Radio's joined us. He is our producer extraordinaire. That's why he come in talking about where's the wires and switches and how much time we got left on this. So he's a bit of a knuckle dragger producer, but he's also really helped us come a long way in a very short time period, in my mind, being able to increase our quality of content from spaces to video. But I think we've got some of the bugs worked out. Those that are fans of the Night Court show, seen some of the issues we've had when trying to merge both video into the spaces together to keep that spaces one-on-one town hall feel and be able to add some video content to spur along the conversation. We've had some glitches, but we've got some ideas and some suggestions from our listeners. I want to throw a shout out to WNT. I think I always say WTN, but it's WNT, World News Today. He's got a channel on Rumble, but the very delightful gentleman that runs that, and he's very free with his knowledge. So we want to appreciate him. He's given us some ideas. We think we might be able to patch some of these audio issues together. Now, Kingdom, are you saying that you want to run a space along with this pre-game?
Well, what I was saying is I thought last night was pretty good. And the audio going into the space last night was perfect. I think we found the recipe. Sometimes it's just like the brothers be saying in the culture that I'm familiar with. It's just, you're doing too much, dog. You're doing too much. And maybe we were doing too much, but it seems like we have the recipe to figure it out. Today is interesting because you're talking about NRA. You're talking about guns and you're talking about Trump, and everyone's like, man, fuck the NRA, man. You don't even know. I mean, it seems good like the Red Cross, but if you only knew like behind the scenes what the NRA is, I've heard that a million times, and a lot of people would like to share that view, especially if you talk about Donald Trump. Half the people love him and half the people have something negative to say, even Republicans, the never Trumpers. So that's going to be interesting to hear a commentary like that. But to be surrounded by people who are weapon experts and know exactly what they're talking about, this is going to be a great show. We're going to hear from Governor Greg Abbott from Texas. He's going to be speaking today in Dallas. Also, Trump's going to be speaking. So to have not just to watch that live, but to watch that live with commentary from people like John and Range Minded Podcasts and stuff, I think that's going to be great. I think we should also maybe open up a space. We don't need to hear from the space, but we can draw from the space. But opening up an X space would also be good. It worked great last night. We can live stream what we're talking about now into the space and bring them in or not. But yeah, definitely opening up an X space, I think, would be a great addition to today's special edition. If you know what I'm
They
talking
going to
about.
jail like a mother.
You know what I'm talking about?
Here's what I know. And I know this from evidence that's been presented. And I think it's what we call prima facie in the law. In other words, evidence in of itself. It sure takes you a long time to answer a damn question. I just asked, did you want me to start a space? And I think you said that you would like to start a space to do this. But I also want to encourage folks that are listening. We'll take your comments. We'll read your comments live and answer questions if it's a question. Those comments are open. We're watching them. So if you've got something you want to text, if you don't want to go into a space and dedicate that kind of time to it, you just want to listen. But if you want to talk to us about our opinion being incorrect, or you have a contrary opinion, we welcome that. Those of you that are fans of the night court know that that's exactly what we're looking for. We don't want an echo chamber. If you disagree with some of the things we say, I'm not holding back, and none of our guests this afternoon are going to hold back. We're going to tell you how we feel about it. But that doesn't mean that we won't entertain someone else's opinion. And I think at the end of the day, we just agree that we can disagree, and it's still okay. But we do want some debate. I'll take that through a spaces. I'll get one kicked off here in a minute, but I'll also take that in comments. But in the meantime, we've got some promos of some folks, some 2A podcasts that couldn't make it, didn't we? We've got the Untactical Texan. He's who knows about him? John, do you know about Untactical Texan's content?
Sadly, I do not know enough to comment on.
You know what? I know that he's got a big series on 22 rifles. Now, it's like an AR-15 style, but everything's calibrated in 22 rifles. So he's got a very interesting look on that. And I know he's a busy man, but definitely somebody. Let's look at the promo.
Sick beats, dog.
Howdy, y'all. Hope everybody's doing well. So today, got just a couple quick opinions for you.
He got a bit of
So this
style
weekend
about him. I
is
like this
the
guy.
NRA convention in Dallas. So the 2024
Very
NRA
well
convention,
put together
and
podcast.
Donald Trump will be speaking there. And I just want to give a couple thoughts on that. My first thought is on the NRA: stop supporting them, stop giving them money. That's how you make them change and actually work for you. Cut the money off. They have a pretty long history now of abusing the members' money. Mr. LaPierre flying around private planes, stop giving them money. Unfortunately, I do give them money every few years to renew my NRA RSO certification. The range I'm a range safety officer at requires me to have the NRA certification, and they do offer some good training courses. So I'm not, if you have to do that, do that. But in general, I would say cut the money off to them until they actually work for us. They've got some questionable things they've done, kind of capitulating on red flag laws, not fighting that. Also some questionable endorsements of candidates, especially here in Texas recently. Don't support bad candidates. Here's looking at you, Dade. So what I would rather people do is support the groups that are really working hard for their Second Amendment rights, to protect their Second Amendment rights. It seems like almost every day I wake up and I see that Firearms Policy Coalition.
Well, that looks like a full video. I thought he had done a promo.
No, that was a promo. He mentioned it in the beginning and he mentioned it in the end, but he was talking about the NRA. It's about 5 or 6 minutes. We've already played it about 2 or 3 times today, but it's really good. And I will show you something else that he has. I'll just give you a quick little share screen for his YouTube, which is right here. So he's got a bunch of shows on here. He's got the Dexter Taylor highlight and featured from 3 weeks ago. I mean, he has a lot of content, great intro, gun loving, American first, 2A advocate, constitutional absolutist. He's a great follow. And that is Untactical Texan on YouTube. Good guy.
No, absolutely, great guy. He comes into spaces quite a bit. He's very insightful on his view on things and how he approaches how he comes to his opinion. So no, I like the guy. Definitely somebody that's good following, and that's pretty interesting. We've got don't we have Phil the Assyrian? We got a little promo from Phil the Assyrian. What do you got to say about Phil the Assyrian, Range?
Well, I got a lot to say, but nothing I could actually say on a live, show. But
nothing nice to say.
No, Phil's awesome though. I actually like Phil a lot. I'll embellish it as much as I can.
Yeah.
No, Phil's a stud. He's got an interesting background, like heritage-wise. Lives in Arizona. He's got a great perspective on firearms, and I like that he's opinionated and not scared to say what he means. He's a good dude, and
now he's definitely that.
A good dude, or just opinionated?
All that, everything you said. No, he's absolutely that. He is a.
He wasn't listening, but yeah, he agrees.
Yeah. No, he's a stud. If you're not following Phil, I think it's just Phil the Assyrian on YouTube. It's a great channel. He's got a lot of good videos on there.
Brother, my apologies. I stepped all over the top of you. I really, in my mind, you were done, and I was stepping in, but I stepped in a little too quick.
Yeah, what the hell, dude?
Yeah, I know. You'll have that live broadcast. You'll have that. Now, but with Phil's interesting though. Phil is when I first started doing spaces, we were first starting to figure this out. I don't even think we had a name for it. Phil became a frequent flyer into the spaces, but he has he's got a great sense of humor, but the way he looks at things is very unique as well. But he is absolutely a 2A absolutist. He doesn't believe that the government should be able to tell him whatever he needs to own, he wants to own, but that's his right as a collector. But he takes it personal. Let's see what his promo is. No, I like that. That's sexy.
Hey everybody, welcome back to my channel. And today's episode is about the NRA annual meeting and Donald Trump and how they are not pro-Second Amendment. Before we dive into today's topic, I want to introduce you guys to a group I'm associated with, that I'm proudly associated with. They're called We the People Live. They do daily shows Monday through Friday. They're on Twitter /X. They're on YouTube. They're on Rumble and the various other social media platforms they're expanding out to. Their shows are mainly on Twitter Spaces and then YouTube. Please give them a follow. Show your support to these great people, and that's all I can ask for, guys. Thank you. Well, let's talk about the NRA.
That was pretty much the
no, that's Phil.
Yeah,
that's Phil.
That's the calmest I've ever seen him. He must have. Did he have a cup of coffee or something to calm himself down?
Yeah. Well, I don't think he had anybody in his ear with it.
Ready to go to bed.
Yeah, he wasn't having anybody in his ear questioning how much of a right his 2A is. That guy gets very passionate.
He'll get spicy, and that's what I love about him. And I don't know if it's his Assyrian heritage, he gets a little wound up, a little spicy, but he's a stud. Yeah, but he's got a great sense of humor too. We've had some good ribbon going back and forth from some, and I'm not going to get into it because some of them I think actually went a little too far. Definitely want to put that out there. Definitely
live.
Inside the group,
great guy.
Inside the group, like when we all communicate with each other, we have a pretty damn good time.
Yeah, he's definitely one of the guys. We've got
he's a good follower and he's a good contributor for sure.
You know what? Both those folks mentioned the NRA. And the NRA's National Rifle Association, you'd think that us two Pro 2A guys would be all about this, and we'd have season tickets. And I'm near Dallas, and I'd probably be at the convention because I should feel so strongly about the National Rifle Association because they're protecting our 2A rights. But I think a lot of gun owners, as of late, have come to a different conclusion that they're about collecting donations. And they do put on classes. They'll do that kind of stuff, but that's about all they've come in. It's almost like a gun bureaucracy that is the altar of your 2A rights. And I don't think that they've done. I don't think they've done anything, to be quite honest with you, in my memory, to defend government overreach into our 2A rights. But what do you guys think about that? Both of our podcasters that aren't here, that's what they put in their message about the NRA. They wouldn't. None of them say, "Hey, good luck at the NRA today, Big Daddy Trump." They're like, "Yeah, you guys hadn't done shit." What do y'all think?
Well, I don't know if the NRA feels neutered. I'm not quite sure. I mean, they've definitely done it to themselves, but they end up like something big comes down the pipeline, some big anti-gun stuff. Like the Safer Communities Act, for example. They don't do anything. They sit on their laurels. They wait. And then some of the other larger groups, GOA or one of those guys, FBC, they come in and they'll start fighting. And then the NRA says, oh, wait, we want to jump on this too. And we'll fight. But the fight had already started. They're like that noisy kid on the playground that wants to fight, but never does. They just watch the fight and say, yeah, I helped you out when it was all over. That's just the way the NRA has been over the last, and I don't know, 20, 30 years, maybe. What do you think, John?
Well, and that's pretty much what they've done with this business rule that ATF is putting into effect May 20th. GOA jumped on board, and I think there was one or two others. And I actually looked at the dates, and NRA jumped in. I think it was like 6 days after GOA announced that, they were going to be helping push back on that. So yeah, it's kind of like they're letting the big dogs start the fight, and then they're going to jump in, and that way they can say they helped. So I 100% agree on that, Steve.
But that leads to the other elephant in the room is that Donald Trump is the apparent Republican candidate nominee for the Republican Party for president. Everybody knows this will be his second term, but he's a lot of pro 2A folks are a little concerned about him and his decisions when he was POTUS. He backed the bump stock along with the NRA. He got in bed with them, and he backed the bump stock ruling, which has turned out to be a big issue and a big problem that the Supreme Court's deciding now. But what do y'all think about Donald Trump? Is he the great savior?
Absolutely. No.
I think as far as and I may be wrong on this, but as far as like the bump stock issue, I think that was also during a time where it was, very emotional. You had an incident that happened, a mass casualty incident that happened, number one. Number two, you had a big name celebrity that was putting on a show when that happened. So naturally, that's going to draw, in my opinion, more criticism than it would be if it was just a straight out mass casualty situation. The other thing is that, and again, I may be wrong, but I also think he kind of pushed that not being 100% educated on what the bump stock actually does. And I think some of that, I'll go to my grave saying that he did that mostly under a lot of pressure and not being educated on what the device did.
Well, he straight up said that he did it under the direction of the advice of the NRA. So it was the NRA that was pushing to do something. Like we always hear, do something whenever we hear something or mass event happens. And under the advisement of the NRA, Trump said, "Yeah, let's just get rid of bump stocks. Nobody cares."
And I think when you look at the whole picture, and you see a small device, so to speak, that technically or supposedly caused all this carnage. And so it was like a small step to take for a great big audience. Like, yeah, I did this because this happened. So it was, kind of like take a little but gain a lot, so to speak.
Well, John, what are you saying? Are you saying that Trump made a deal and NRA looked at it as a deal that we'll give up something that's not really that popular, doesn't have a real utility use? It's almost anybody that's using it, it's not for an lawful means. It's just it's kind of a novelty.
Yeah, you summed it up better than I did. Yeah, it was something small, but it made a big impact.
Well, and that's
I've heard that or read that at least a couple of times. That's exactly what it is. But go ahead, Range.
I was going to say that's the NRA's version of compromise is we'll give up a little bit if you guys don't take everything. That's the NRA's version of compromise. They have never helped us gain. They have a couple times. I think in 1968 they got rid of the registration possibility. But when it comes to the Gun Control Act, the NRA was there. The Act in '84, the Hughes Amendment, the NRA supported it. They were all about taking things away from the people for the sake of compromise. The compromise was anti-gunners get what they want, and the pro-gun group sits down and shuts up.
Yeah, and let's not overlook the thing of we're going to compromise, because if you're going to continue giving me $30 million, I want something to show for it. You say, okay, let's ban bump stocks. You know what I mean? It's like, let's look at this little negative Trump ad. So we're being fair here. Let's take a look at this.
During my 4 years, nothing happened, and there was great pressure on me having to do with guns. We did nothing.
There has been a church shooting.
News of a school shooting.
Breaking news, another shooting. At least 20 people have been shot. The worst attack in the U.S.
There were significantly more mass shootings.
We did nothing.
Interesting. I love how they never share like how many firearms or how many times firearms used to save lives, and the violent crime ratios in other countries, which are never reported the same. So it's comparing apples to oranges. But the United States is far less violent crime wise than well, let's just go across the border. To tell me how the narco state's doing with safety.
True. Lanu, are you still there, bro? Oh yeah.
Yeah. I'm trying to figure out, is it even about safety anymore? I don't know that these gun laws are about safety any longer, because no matter how you parse the numbers, no matter how you look at it, for them to go after just the AR-15, the AR-15 has been used in some high level or high profile crimes and mass shootings, without a doubt. Nothing. They've been used in some. I didn't say they were predominantly used. I've said they've been used in some mass shootings. That and it is a horrible outcome, just like any mass shooting is a horrible outcome. But you look at the numbers, if you were to ban and remove by magic all AR-15s from the United States, you're not saving that many lives compared to just violence or gun violence in general. It's my stance that it's not, it's really not the tool. We have a problem in this country where people have the will or the idea that to commit such an act would be a positive thing, and even therefore have the mental defect to pursue and do it. I'm kind of like our friend, you are a smart ass Carl, whereas if you're that violent and that dangerous, then you got bigger issues. We should be dealing with you on a different level. You should be, your freedom should be constrained if we believe that you're that dangerous or have that mindset. But I don't think it's about safety anymore. I think it's more about if they can defeat the Second Amendment, then the rest of the amendments are on the table. We start carving them up.
Yeah, and as we're talking, if you want to take just a live look into Dallas where Trump is speaking, and we have this right here.
Trump, and obviously speaking the truth is still going to be in the forefront of what I do. So I just want to say thank you to everyone at Right
You know what,
Side
Kingdom? Why don't you
for
just
giving
kind
this
of
guy
leave
pretty
that on,
much
maybe
a chance.
lower the volume, and we kind of talk around it and see what's going on. So maybe something pops up, we can jump into it. Wouldn't that be
just kind of showing the crowd forming. They're really doing nothing but the same thing that we're doing, but you can at least get a little live look into Dallas and as the crowds are forming. But there's still a long way to go before we actually get into the meat and potatoes of what's going to be said.
I have friends that went down to the convention. I would have loved to gone to the NRA convention, honestly, but I made some commitments to do some stuff in the end of June, and so financially it just didn't make sense for me to go to Texas and to GunCon this year. But I would have loved to shown up and seen for myself and actually kind of proselyted against the NRA while I was there. It would have been fun.
For sure.
Now, this is, it's going to be interesting. Trump, I believe, we're talking on a political level. I think Trump is stepping up a little bit. He's showing less fragility as far as his campaign and legal woes. It looks like a lot of his legal woes are going to kind of sort themselves out just because the weak. I'm not a MAGA person. I don't have a Trump sign in my yard. I'm just not that guy. But I'll vote for Trump because what am I choice again?
But it wasn't always like that. I know Lanu was telling me 7 months ago, no way, he's not going to be a good president. Trump is not the right person. He's always getting attacked. He'll never accomplish anything because everyone's fighting him all the time. I don't think he's a great choice for president. And then it wasn't, but maybe 3 or 4 months later, there was something else that changed. What was it?
Now, it's the fact that when your headlines come out and they're talking about indictments, and I looked into those, each one of them, the information that was released in the beginning left a lot of holes in it. That if this exists, or if that piece of evidence exists, and they can prove these things in court, then it didn't. Some of these things didn't look great for Donald Trump. The one that concerned me the most was the RICO charge out of a state by Georgia. It was a state charge that in a RICO case, you can draw a lot of inferences in the RICO case using RICO statutes. So I was a little concerned about that one, but I think that one is on its last legs. For you to hear, folks, if you don't in the world, for a judge to permanently suspend a case, that is unheard of. Why would you? I mean, you have some actual constitutional issues. If the judge is permanently suspending the case, what about a man's speedy trial? You know, that clock started. There comes a point where if the government can't get it together, they've got to let it go. And you could even surmise maybe that's what's happening. Maybe that's a good way for the judge to let it go, permanently suspended till there's a time that's gone enough by that she could approve a speedy trial issue and dismiss the case. But my point is that. Go ahead.
I was going to say I'm a little confused because AOC said RICO is nothing, right? It's not a big deal.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
She must be talking about Rico, the pizza delivery guy in her neighborhood, because of
Maybe it's Rico the pool
racketeering.
boy. I don't know.
Hey, can y'all bring Phil in?
Well, I would love to absolutely.
Oh, there he is right there. Boom.
Well, we got Phil this Syrian. What's going on, Phil?
Not much, guys. Sorry, I slept in a little bit today and just been tired. I just got done working out.
Now we got to be
all right, brother. You're live. You're live on We the People.
We the People. I love this. I love the network. I love you guys.
But we've been talking about you. I don't know if you heard.
Yeah, good things. But what else is there?
All good things. All good things.
Sure. A lot of great things, huh? A lot of great things.
Yeah, speaking of great things, I think this next thing is not the greatest thing in the world, but let's play this little clip here.
We have to keep the guns out of the hands of those that pose the threat. And this really includes background checks.
It's going to have to be you that brings the Republicans to the table on this, because right now the gun lobby would stop it in its tracks.
I like that responsibility, Chris. I really do. I think it's time.
Wayne LaPierre called and spoke to the president several times.
President Trump all over the map today, even questioning his own moves.
President Trump appears potentially to be walking back his recent support for background checks.
Reagan denied. The National Rifle Association says President Trump has told its top official universal background checks for potential gun purchasers are off the table.
Apparently, Joe Biden is your gun supporting guy, not Trump, according to that video.
Yeah. Well, the thing is with him, he takes a lot of talking points from the NRA, and the NRA always compromises our gun rights. That's the issue. That's the biggest issue I hate about the NRA, is they've always been gun controlling advocates until the 70s, where they kind of shifted a little bit, and now they just compromise.
Yeah, no doubt. That's been the consensus. I think everybody in the room prior to you getting here. I don't know if you were listening before and just using our ideas because they were good, or actually, I do know you hold that actual same opinion. But,
yeah, no, I sorry, I slept in a little bit today, guys. I'm just tired. I apologize for not being in earlier.
You can't apologize enough.
No worries. We didn't have time slots. That's what the instructions are. We'll have a few of you guys kind of filter in and out. I mean, it's a Saturday afternoon. People have real lives. So we understand that. We hope folks may be enjoying us with some earpods in, doing some yard work, and we'll appreciate some of our points of views, or have a good cuss in our honor. Well, I'm okay with that too. I have a just some negative Trump stuff I found. Video. Let me see if this is loaded up.
How did you find that? Those are hard to find.
Trump, wake up! You're in court.
What the hell?
You know what? Honestly, you're right. Those are difficult to find. I went through a lot of stuff that there's some memes out there, but there's a theory that the left doesn't mean very well, and I'm seeing that because I can find plenty of Joe Biden material out there as far as memes, and some of it's pretty funny. I've got some samples.
It's because they don't know how to. They don't know how to meme without hurting feelings, so they just
They
don't.
don't have a sense of humor. That's what you were trying to say, right?
Well,
They have
maybe.
no sense of humor.
Mark Twain said that there's no humor in heaven because you have to offend people to have a laugh, and he's right. Well, I don't know. I think
What are
heaven
you
might be
talking
a lot
about?
more fun than what we're thinking.
You got to be tougher than that. You can't be offended. That's the problem.
Yeah, really.
Yeah.
Let's watch this.
If I'm laughing, really, I'm not offended.
Old guy has dementia, can't lead us, and the country is screwed. Tell some big lies. Barely speaks English, sniffs children.
Man, that's rough.
And their mom's hair too goes the wrong way. When he leaves his speeches, gets lost each day. In the White House yard, all the Dems say that we should re-elect him. How can he run when walking is hard? And Joe keeps falling, yeah, he keeps falling, keeps falling, yeah, he keeps falling, and Joe keeps falling, yeah, he keeps falling, keeps falling, yeah, he keeps falling.
Thank you.
Can you please send me that video?
Shots fired with Joe Lanou on Night Court.
Yeah, that was a shots fired type of video right there, bro.
Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Sorry about that.
Here's the thing about Trump, and I know I've said this a lot, right? He is definitely not the savior of the republic. He never will be. He never has the ability to be the savior of the republic, just because he's a flawed man. And in 4 years, he won't be able to do anything. He'll be neutered in power because of the way the system is run or works, which I'm okay with. He won't be able to do it. He is a big city Republican, not a conservative, that is just a small town Democrat. That's really what it is. His views are not aligned with conservative views. That's just who he is. He does some good things. I think his last term, he was the right president for the right time. I think we needed him when he was president for sure. And I'm going to vote for him the next go round, obviously, because he's hard to handle, right? The Democrats don't know how to corral him in, and they throw everything at him, and he finds a way out of it, which I love. I love that about Trump. But as far as him fixing everything, it's not going to happen.
I'm voting for Big Mike.
No, you're not.
Mike Pence?
Yeah.
No, Mike Obama.
That's not the gun control you're looking for or looking to be free of.
That's a forward grip, Phil. You can't have one of those.
Oh, a forward grip sounds like you're talking about something else.
It is.
You would.
Hey,
Yeah.
John, do you
Yes, sir.
think this little protest, like, you're having the NRA, every time you have a convention like this, it's heated discussions on both sides, guns, abortion, the list goes on and on, but it's short of these hot topics. So there's a protest outside of the NRA, of course. Do you think they get any traction on something like that?
No. And here's why I say this. I think those people that are even somewhat educated on firearms and what it takes to get one, these people are saying that they want something passed or something done that is already being done. And that's the biggest issue that I have with this gun control debate back and forth. Universal background checks. God bless people. Just go try and buy one. You have to have a background check to do it, unless you have a concealed carry permit. And then you have already had a more extensive background check done when you go to get a concealed carry permit. And it's like, you're wasting your time, your money, your efforts, and just be educated. Be educated on what this scary black gun does. It just looks different, but the mechanicals are no different than a pistol you may have on your side or a little 22 rifle or whatever the case may be. The mechanics are still the same. It's just the way it looks and where those components are located just to make the firearm work. And that's my biggest argument. So back to your question. No, I think the people that are going to listen and that really care about the issue, so to speak, that I mean, it's, you know, what they're asking to be done is already being done. It's been done for years.
Well, they want universal background checks for private sales and have a gun registry. That's what the ultimate goal is. And what do you say to that?
Okay, so I'm gonna be 100% honest with you. Have I ever done that? Yeah. When I've done that, I have gotten a copy, or I say a copy. I've taken a photo of their ID and or their concealed carry, or have taken possession of their permit. Now, does everybody do that? No, they don't. And that's on them. If that firearm is used in a crime or whatever the case may be, and it comes back and then it's traced back to the last person that legally owned that firearm, then you know what? That's on them. But I'm not going to judge them. I know people that have done it. I myself am not going to do it that way. So back to your question, it's kind of like telling a teenager not to go smoke a cigarette or try a pot. What the first thing they're going to do when you tell them not to do it is they're going to do it. I think you do have to have common sense when you're doing something like that and understand the severity of what you're getting ready to do. And my opinion is, if you're getting ready to do it and you're just selling it just to sell it, and you may have an uneasy feeling about it, but you know what? Well, I'm gonna make $200 on it. Well, you know what? You don't need to have one yourself. I mean,
so the point is to get the guns out of the criminal's hands. So if you sell a gun to, I don't know, Stephen James, and he has done nothing wrong, he has no criminal history, commits mass shooting, God forbid he does that, why would you get in trouble?
Because you sold that firearm to that individual
who's legally able to get it. He's not a criminal, doesn't
right.
have a felony.
I'm not arguing. I understand. Yeah. So I don't know what the right answer is.
Well, you have to have an option. Like, hey, if you're going to sell this to a private individual, we've put something in place where you can check to see. But if they don't have something in place that you can check, how can you blame someone for not checking?
Well, and I
think
like
if I sold it to you and you're not, you can have a gun, but circumstances changes. You could be someone who's not allowed to have a gun next year, but you're not this year.
That's why the ATF is pushing this, this business law, because the only way you can do a check is to have an FFL number. I don't know. Guys, I'm 100% honest with you. I see both sides of it, and I'm not saying that some of these guns don't slip by and they are used in a way that they don't or shouldn't be used. I'm not saying that at all. But when you give somebody like that an inch, they freaking take a mile, and that's what I'm worried about.
And I agree.
Here's the thing: that system technically already exists. So I haven't worked a gun counter for a while, but I used to. I've run 2 shooting ranges with sales. I've done this before. More than once have I had a dad come in with a gun and want to do a background check to give his gun to his son. That's happened to me more than once. This system already exists. It's just the public doesn't do it, and it is a little bit more. It's a pain in the ass for the FFL holder, honestly, but there is an avenue to do this already because I've done it, and the ATF is totally cool with it. There's nothing that says you can't do this as a dealer. So really the message should be is, if we want to play this game that the left plays, is okay, we'll go to your dealer and do a transfer, because that's all it is it's transferring possession from one guy to the other, and the background check takes place. Because I don't know why this dad was concerned about. I think he felt that Idaho does not have a registry. It's not a registry state. So maybe he felt like, I just have to have some kind of paperwork showing that I'm not in possession of this gun. They probably came from California. So this exists. it's just like Phil's saying, what they want with this universal background system is a registry. Look at Dettelbach. He says, well, we have a list, but it's not searchable. Okay, bullshit.
Yeah.
All you have to do is turn on that feature.
Excel.
It's not hard.
Yeah.
If I can figure it out,
Yeah,
I
and-
guarantee the ATF knows how to do it.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah, and I'll totally mirror what you just said, and that's the thing about it is, and I think a lot of people, because I've heard this and I get so aggravated because it goes to the core of people are not educated. Well, I don't want my gun registered. Okay, you don't have to register your gun in the state of North Carolina. There's other states that guns are not registered. There's nothing wrong with it. Yeah, there's states that are. So, you know,
It's nice music we got going on there in Chiz.
just because somebody wants,
That's Joe Lanu.
just because somebody wants their, they want to do it the right way in their eyes, doesn't necessarily mean that your gun is registered. It depends on what state it's in.
Well, I'm in the opposite spectrum of it. I bought some private guns before. There was no paperwork done. Handshake deal. I gave the guy cash. He gave me the rifle. Called it a day. I've done nothing wrong.
No,
I'm not a criminal.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. I get both sides of it, and see, I'll give you an example. So I had a call one time where a firearm was stolen out of a locked vehicle. 6 months, or it was like 4 or 5 months later, the gun was used in a crime, and it goes back to the last registered owner to it. And you're like, okay, what'd you do with the, where's the gun? Well, I reported it stolen. Well, they had run a NICS check, and it was in NCIC as stolen. But they talked to this guy, and it was like, well, how did he get it? Well, I sold it to so and so. He luckily had written out a bill of sale that says I and his names here sell, XYZ with the serial number XYZ to XYZ on whatever date and for the amount. And he was done. I mean, even the ATF didn't even go talk to him. I mean, it was just, you don't necessarily have to have a background check, but damn, have some kind of a record, even if it's on a piece of notebook paper.
Well, and that's wise, right? That's probably good practice anyways, just to show possession. The thing is I don't sell guns very often, but when I have, I usually say, hey, do you have a concealed weapons permit? I'll only sell you if you have a concealed weapons permit. Then I know that person has already gone through the background check system, and they're not going to do anything nefarious. In the state of Idaho, as I assume as other states, if you have done anything that makes you a disqualified person, they send a sheriff deputy out there and they confiscate your permit. So you can't possess it. And it's like the same day that you're convicted or whatever, like they're right on top of it. So I know that person hasn't committed any kind of crime and is disqualified for possessing a gun.
Yeah.
Well, we are actually live inside of an X space. We definitely have Big Ron and B Wayne. Can you guys hear us in the space?
I can hear.
Heck yeah! So we got Big
you're
Ron.
5x5.
Yeah, no kidding. We got Big Ron and we got B Wayne, and the space just started. So if you just want to listen in, or if you want to contribute audibly, you can go into the X space. It's Night Court. It says light, but I'm sure it meant to say live special pregame Trump NRA speech Pro 2A, or you can message Joe Lanu and get a invite to come right into the StreamYard broadcast. So either one that you'd like to do. Today is the NRA Trump speech, and we're talking a little smack amongst friends, but I just wanted to make sure everything was going good there. Go ahead, Joe.
Well, let me assure you that I didn't misspell live. That is light. It is daytime. It's night court. So that is, we are night court.
Night court light. Oh yeah, sounds good.
And I'm working on the original post. The original post. I'm throwing a sun in there to make that apparently clear. It's my
tastes great, less filling, right?
Yeah, not misspelt. There's an explanation.
Hey, who was that was talking about doing a private bill of sale? Was that you, John?
Yeah.
So let me jump in here with that for a minute. The state of Florida actually has a form that you can download. They don't get a copy of it. It's strictly for your personal records. If you're going to do a private sale that has a lot of that information on it, it wants to.
That's cool.
What happened to Ron?
The space ended.
Well,
not so light, is it?
I think something about the LITE
We're
misspelling. He
actually
just ended it.
We're actually going to start blaming me for spaces. Wow.
You know,
easy target.
Spaces they've been real freaky here lately. Big issues.
Because they're moving the core, Joe.
I think having the live space where they can come in and talk as well, I think that's a great idea. I can also mute the space audio, whatever. But I think having that X space in there is a good addition to today, for sure.
I agree. It's funny, Kingdom, you showed the protest out front of the NRA convention. There was tens of people out there complaining.
Oh,
there
was almost 100.
Yeah, that's
what if their pronouns are they them? That means they're 200.
It could be they're multiplying.
Could be.
Yeah, that's true.
I looked it up. The attendance of last year's whatever NRA thing that they did last year was 77,000 people. So I assume this one's actually going to be bigger, just because I'm hoping that there's been a new surge with NRA activity now that Wayne's gone. Problem is the board is still there. That's the biggest issue. They have to eradicate the whole system. But there should be a new surge of excitement for the NRA. So I bet you there'll be 100,000 people at this convention.
Why is I didn't mean to cut you off. I don't know as much about it as you guys do. Why is the main guy from the NRA, why did he step down? What's the details with that?
Just because you should have watched my video.
Yeah, he's done several shady stuff with money.
Yeah.
And
go watch Steve's podcast.
Yeah, but just in case that people are just watching this.
Fine. Okay, I guess it's not just
for the weird circumstance. Maybe they're just watching this.
He tossed the ball up for you and he struck out.
Yeah,
okay,
it's like,
let me start over again.
Talk to my third grade teacher if you want to know. No.
So I don't want people to leave the broadcast to watch that little clip I
Right.
did. So let's talk about this, shall we?
Let's do it.
So Wayne,
Hey,
Wayne
we could play the clip in here. That's amazing. Where's the producer? Where's the producer at on this?
Where's the producer?
Yeah, well, you see what happened.
Softball back at you there.
It's
Kingdom.
a 7-minute deal, and
let's talk about it. You want to talk about
we
it?
have them live.
This is the worst girls softball game I've ever seen in my life.
So Wayne LaPierre has been involved in the NRA for 40 years, over 40 years. So he's done a lot for the organization, if whatever you want to take that, whatever way you will. So after a while, when he became first he was president, then he went to executive vice president, and he was the face of the NRA. During his tenure at the face of the NRA, he was able to coordinate the populace of the board. He put in a bunch of people that were yes men, basically. And while he was doing that, he was creating avenues to create funds from public donations back into his pocket. So he was using it to fly himself and his family all over the place on private chartered jets. He was buying $4,000 suits with member donations. Weirdly, he was flying his niece all over the place. That is really odd to me, that he was sending his niece specific places, which is strange to me. But it ended up being multiple millions of dollars. And because he loves the members so much, when they knew that there was going to be an issue, he created a golden parachute for him when he left the board of $17 million that was secured in a way that he felt anyways could not be taken away from him, no matter what the circumstance of him being terminated as executive vice president. So over the years of him being involved at the top of the board, there's tens of millions of dollars, multiples of millions of dollars that he put in his own pocket and his wife's pocket. And the boards found a way that they could be secured some funds as well. So there was a lot of terrible things going on.
Well said. I think you said it better there than the video where you were reading from that script. I think that live version sounded better.
Guess what? I didn't read a script. I don't write scripts.
You weren't? I'm sorry.
Was that dig at me? I was reading a script.
Did I say something offensive? I apologize. John, help me out here, dude.
It's too late.
Yeah, that's water under the bridge, buddy.
MoveOn.org.
We all get 24-hour notice to make a video, and they expect us to make a beautiful video for you guys. You guys are welcome.
Well, we have Big Ron back live from the X Space Night Court in Daylight Special Trump / NRA speech pregame Pro 2A with the question mark. Big Ron. Oh, sorry, you got cut off.
Is that seriously the title?
No, that's the exact title. No, that's the exact title. Yeah.
That's it verbatim. You
I
don't
love
like it, Range?
No, I love it. Carry on. Go for it,
No,
Ron.
Big Ron, where you at, brother?
All right, so Ron, you were saying that Florida has a bill of sale for them.
I'm sorry, Big Ron has requested. I'm sorry, I have never done this
Oh
before.
my
Invite
God.
to speak. No.
Ladies
I
and
got
gentlemen,
this.
this
Look,
is what you are
Sorry,
expecting.
everybody. This is his first day on the job.
see what had happened was we
But
was about
stick
to
around.
go-
We are professionals.
Yeah, I
Ain't nobody got
promise.
time for that.
Yeah, so everyone should be ready to
Oh,
go.
Ron
Big
looks
Ron,
better.
can you hear us, brother?
Yep, I got you guys. We're back up and running here.
Cool, let's go.
Now, what is this guy saying there live from Dallas? Turn that up. Let's listen to what he's got to say. What could he be talking about 2 hours before Trump shows up at the rally?
I'll try to get a type of educational angle to them to get people out to vote, because it does matter who is in charge. It does matter what policies are on board, because that is what guides legislation, and that would ultimately guides what you are able to do or what you can't do here as a citizen. So that is one of the goals here. I know it at NRA, and of course the spokesperson later will talk about that. If you want to look at the polls, the latest polls going head to head, and we'll talk about this upcoming debate that Biden put out this
When did
very
Beavis become a
snarky
news commentator?
video a couple of days ago.
Yeah, no, the RSBN is going off, but yeah, let's get what the Big Ron said. I can always pause this and play this anyway. We still have an hour at least. Big Ron, what were you saying, bro, about Florida?
Paging Big Ron.
Sorry about that. I had to get right back to the right screen. I had like 13 screens up. No, so what I was saying earlier is that we've got a form you can download off of one of the Florida government websites, and it's strictly for your own records. The state doesn't get a copy of this, but it's basically seller buyer information about the firearm, CCW or driver's license to put a copy of the information on there. And then you keep that for your records. That way, if anything ever happens, you have a copy of this. And there's a spot on the bottom for signatures from both parties. And it's kind of like John was saying. It kind of takes the legal aspect out of it off the person that sold the gun. And I like what John said. I don't personally sell guns. If I buy a gun, it's never leaving my safe ever. I look at them like gold. But I agree with what you're saying. If that person has a CCW, they've already gone through the NICS and the background checks, and that person's pretty safe to be able to transfer that firearm to. I think that's a really good rule of thumb to follow. It would definitely keep you out of trouble.
That was Steve that said that, not wrong.
Hey, folks, let me ask in this room, has anybody ever sold a gun to somebody they didn't know without getting documentation or some sort of warm and fuzzy that you were doing the right thing?
Well, I think you were setting the space up. So yeah, and that was an example. So I've done that, but I got a picture of his driver's license. I got a picture of his concealed carry, and I filled out.
That's the opposite of what I'm saying. I'm saying, have you ever sold one without? Either I sell it to my brother. I don't need my brother's driver's license. I know who he is. But if I sold to somebody I didn't know, I want a full bill of sale, your address, your phone number, everything that identifies you as the person I transferred that gun to.
When Backpage was a thing, I bought a couple guns off there, and there was no paperwork. The guy just sold me a gun, gave him cash, called it a day.
Backpage, what gun are we talking about, bro?
It was a 22, and then it was a 308 rifle.
Mac 11.
I thought Backpage was when people were selling sexual services.
Yeah, that's
Backpage is for everything. But yeah, that was part of Backpage too.
Bill was selling barrel cleaning services.
What is Backpage? I've never even heard of Backpage.
So Backpage was the alternate to
prostitute version of Craigslist.
No, it was more than that. Calm down.
Hold on, let Phil the
love is love.
Explain
Come
it.
on.
Love is love, and you get 5 service there on Backpage. But the thing is, it was everything. It was the alternate of on Craigslist, right? You can sell whatever you wanted, puppies, animals, whatever you wanted on Backpage. Blowjob, obviously.
Phil's handle was the handyman service.
I found big hand gloves on there a couple times.
And by big, you mean just normal size?
Normal size, yeah, medium, men's medium.
Were they rubber gloves, Phil?
It was in the fetish category.
it was in a massage therapy. But yeah,
there goes the YouTube monetization.
everyone needs to understand this, Phil. If you open up the door on the small hands, I can't resist walking through it. So make sure we keep it clean, and that's where we want to go.
Yeah, grab your
I'm
pronouns
ready.
and join the discussion.
I'm ready to go with the small hands.
Grab your pronouns.
All right.
Remember how we said Phil was passionate?
I'm very passionate about my friends. Intimately and externally.
That was not Phil with the gas pump, just so you guys know.
But anyways, a Backpage was an alternative Craigslist where you can basically buy and sell whatever you wanted on there with no restrictions.
Well, that was
yeah. That's the first time. That's the first time I've ever heard of that. That's a new one on me.
No, I had a friend who was always on Backpages. He found some raunchy stuff, I'll tell you.
Now, I think that Backpage, there was some kind of litigation or they were sued or something happened where they had to shut it down. I don't know if it was a government thing or something, but they had to shut it down, right?
Yeah, they did.
Yeah.
So
So
I got
we're
a notification that my account was suspended.
If this was in New
Facebook?
York, this would be considered a mass casualty event. Look at this. It's a mass shooting.
Yeah, it looks like we're watching a live view of Dallas at the NRA meeting right now. This is from RSBN, gives them credit for it, but they have these cannon shooters that you'll see at the sporting events where they have maybe NRA t-shirts and they're shooting them out of cannons. So that's always nice to get possibly bump the person beside of you to fight over a shirt that probably doesn't fit you. So it's always fun.
Yeah, they never come in man sizes. They're always like a Chinese small.
Yeah, like where's the 3X cannon?
Man, years ago I worked for a top 40 radio station, and it is crazy what people will do for free things. Crazy.
Yeah.
Well, look, guys, you're talking to folks that have stood in line to get there. They finally get inside by their seat. And they still got a couple hours to go before anybody's going to tell them anything. They're just entertaining folks. Here's some flying T-shirts. That'll get you excited for a while.
Did
Give them something, man. Give them something.
Did they say how many people are going right now? Did they give like an attendance update?
I pulled that up. I couldn't find that information. That's when I found that last year's information.
I haven't heard either.
But it looks like the first person that's going to speak up here will be Governor Greg Abbott. So definitely want to tune in. Once he goes, you won't miss anything. If you're listening here, don't think that you're going to miss any part of the live feed. We will have the live feed here. If there's
it'll be better.
Yeah, no, but you will have commentary. You'll have Big Ron. You'll have Bruce Wayne. LT3 is now in the space. He's requested. I apologize if you could bring someone else as a co-host, but request him. But anyway, you won't miss anything. We'll have everything live. You got my word on that.
So I have an interesting fun fact for everyone. The NRA, and this is a general consensus, the NRA spent between $30 and $50 million to the Trump campaign in 2018. There's one article that says 30, there's another one that says 50, and that's why I say that.
Wait a minute. So if they have 5 million members, how are they getting all this money?
So, interesting story. So after I had my fallout with them, I began getting phone calls on behalf of the NRA, and I did confirm this. It was a group that had been paid by the NRA to seek donations on the pretense of supporting law enforcement families where the law enforcement officer had been severely injured and or died in the line of duty. So I do know that clearly they've got donations, no telling how much from that, because of the nature of with being law enforcement and line of death duty. And I pointed this out to this one guy. What some people don't understand is that if you're killed in the line of duty, there's a benefit that's carried by that agency and or the state. So all that should be taken care of. Then you've got Tunnels for Towers that, very often step in and pay off a mortgage or build a house or whatever the case may be. But so I pointed that out to this guy, and he was like dumbfounded that I knew this information. And he was like, well, how do you know this? And I told him how I knew this. And he was like, okay, well, I don't guess you're interested in donating any money. And I said, no. So, yeah, it's not just the NRA. as the NRA getting money, there's other groups that are soliciting for money
Well,
based on
and
the
there's
NRA.
and not only that, some of these NRA members, like if you go back and watch that Indianapolis video that I got a lot of my information from that last video cut, there are some very wealthy donors to the NRA. I mean, they're dropping
yeah.
multiples of millions of dollars just as a donation. And
Yeah.
so it's coming from all over the place.
Yeah, and range minded, just a quick little housekeeping thing. If you would like to share this stream with your audience, if you would like to share this stream on your YouTube or any of your social media, you can also do that. Every bit of collaboration helps, and it doesn't hurt to have a live broadcast where you have this collection of people that's on your YouTube channel. So,
especially me.
Yes, and Phil. I'm sorry, and Phil. Anybody who's on here, you can definitely stream it to any channel that you want to. You can stream it to your X, you can stream it to your YouTube or anything like that. So it's a great tool to be able to use while we're doing this. And we do have a hand in the space.
Yeah, just going to get ready to tell you that we got a hand in the space. And Alpha, before I let you go ahead and grab the floor real quick, I just want to jump in with John real quick. Hey, John, with what you were saying about the NRA, you know, when they would call me and solicit donations, I'd ask them the same question. Is Wayne LaPierre still working for you? Yes, he is. Have a good day. And that's where it always stood. Go ahead, Alpha.
Well, if you guys could elaborate a little bit more on that NRA, I'd appreciate it, because I find it really interesting on what you guys are talking about. And I put down into that Jeffrey Akeems is now, attacking Supreme Court. And Supreme Court of the United States is supposed to be, the top advisors and keeping the checks and balances. I put it there so that way people, I think it coincides with what you guys are saying with NRA on how we're having issues with their PR, along with now the government thinks they're above the court system, which people really need to pay attention, because remember, these are the same people that are putting cops' lives in danger, which should be really alarming. And quite frankly, I'm all for, let's just go back to the Wild Wild West. But keep in mind, there's consequences. There ain't gonna be no talking your way out of stuff if we go back to something like that. You might want to go talk to your elders that are 80, 90 years old, 100, on what kind of life was and how hard it was back then. I'm just saying, not everybody's built the same or built for that type of activity. So I'd be careful on what you wish for. You know what I'm saying?
So what's your question, Alpha? I'm confused. I don't know how to answer you.
Well, my question was on with the Supreme Court and with the NRA, the way they're. I'm a little confused on what's going on with the NRA, but I'm just kind of wondering with the government wanting to supersede the Supreme Court. How would that affect us, and a little bit more explanation with the NRA and what's going on with them.
Well, the thing, Alpha, is the NRA violated substantiated business practice as far as a nonprofit. They were stealing funds. LaPierre and a couple other dudes from the board were taking funds for personal use and then not reporting that as personal taxable income. So they violated all sorts of expensive laws, and that's the issue with what's going on with the NRA.
And to add to that, so back when was it, 2017, 2015, anyway, so they also introduced what they call their NRA Carry Guard, which was basically a self-defense insurance program that you paid. I paid $24 a month. I actually paid it annually. So it's kind of like USCCA or CCWSA for whatnot. So in the state of New York, and if you look at these other companies now in New York, no company can offer insurance on self-defense. So New York's not the only one. Well, what NRA did, they offered that kind of like under the sheets, knowing that they couldn't. It took 2 years for New York to realize what they were doing. So they had to shut that down. So you figure I'm just one person, but I paid, I think it was like $200 because I signed up for a year. So they basically took $400 of just my money. And luckily I never had to use it while it was in effect. But now it makes me question whether or not I would have been able to use it had something happened, because they were practicing or they were doing something that was illegal in the state of New York. Well, unless I'm wrong, they were the only ones that were providing this benefit. So you take, let's just say they had 3 million people or 3 million members at that point, and let's just say half of them took advantage of this NRA carry guard. That's a lot of damn money every year that they were putting back and putting back in their bank accounts, drawing interest on for service that at the end of the day they wouldn't have been able to help me had something happen. And so what brought it to my attention was I knew it was coming up for my third year of renewal. So I got to thinking, I was like, well, I haven't received anything from them. So then I start digging and I can't find anything. So I called and it was like, oh, well, we dissolved that. They had to dissolve it 4 months after I renewed the second time. So I was like, okay, well, I've already paid. Where's my money back? Well, I basically got to run around. Finally, I just gave up. That was the primary reason I was done with them.
Well, and see that I just seen a video late last night. Them advertising to where if you got to go and use your weapon, then they're supposed to offer you an attorney. And with you being in New York, now the way I'm viewing it, that I just kind of wonder if Dexter was paying these pricks, and then look at how he was left-handed. That really, with that kind of information, because I'm not big and knowledgeable in all the ammo and this and that on a weapon. I know how to properly use them. I don't know if that's just ignorance on my part. I don't know. I'm the same way with automotive, and I'm a professional in automotive. I know what's what. I don't waste my time in every little part piece and this and that and the other. But my point of it being is, I see where you're going with that. That is a lot of money. And then you're leaving people hanging. And there's been quite a few people, like there was a story, and I forget their name, and I forget what state it was in, but where they got arrested and they was in their own home and trying to save the person they had to shoot. And to be thrown in jail for trying to protect what you work for and you own. So that, people should really look at that. And then it's even more concerning about what I brought up with the government wanting to supersede the courts, because it's already chaotic as is. And we've already seen Biden disregard court rulings, which, again, what's the point of having laws if you're not going to follow the laws? And that goes right back to checks and balances. So, yeah, that should be really alarming to people. And if you got articles and whatnot for reference, and if you could tag me with that so I can let other people be aware of that.
Yeah, I'll get your name, and I'll shoot you the info. But generally speaking, New York, there's no company that is able to cover anybody in New York for a self-defense incident. New York is excluded. New Jersey's another one, and I think there's a couple more.
Yeah, there's a few states that way.
And by the way, on X Spaces, that was Alpha White Cracker. Alpha White Cracker.
Attorneys are retainers. They're not insurance. They're attorneys that will protect you in all 50 states.
Yeah,
well, and all these insurance things, they really are just retainers. They're not. It's technically not insurance.
You know what? You'd almost be better off finding you a defense attorney and just putting a retainer down.
Yes.
And making a direct deal with an attorney, because at the end of the day, that's what you need, and that's where it gets expensive. So you maybe some money for bond, but you can do that with a coffee can in the backyard. But I think you're better off not worried about it. An insurance policy is going directly. I think you can make a deal directly with an attorney.
And that's where the attorneys on. Oh, sorry, Joe.
I'm saying it would be hard to convince an attorney to take a monthly payment from you in case. I'd do it.
Right.
And that's where the beauty of like what Phil just brought up, attorneys on retainer, that's what they do. And I think they have a network even. And it's, from what it sounds like, it's a little bit more trustworthy than even like USCCA, who we've seen recently back out of a few cases that are kind of a big deal.
So I have a question for everyone. Since we are about to be watching Trump speak at the NRA, what do you think Trump could even say to make people vote for him as far as the NRA and guns are concerned? If so many people are against the NRA and what they stand for whatever reason, is this a good alignment? And what can Trump say today at this speech that will get you convinced that he is pro 2A?
His last name's not Biden.
I personally think if he can put a squash on all this stuff that these different states are trying to do, even after the U.S. Supreme Court has said it's unconstitutional, these states are still going and saying, well, we're going to do this. We're going to appeal that and all this. I mean, he needs to put a squash on that. And in my mind, I'm already going to vote for him, but that would just solidify it to me. All we're doing is going back and forth, back and forth. It don't make a damn what the Supreme Court has said. These blue states they're hell bent on making a point.
I was going to say, I think a lot of these NRA, the people at the convention, anyways, I think they've already made up their mind. It doesn't matter what Trump says to the 70,000 people or whatever shows up. They don't care. They again goes back to the whole Trump's a savior thing, and he's the best option, which he will be the best option. But he could say that he's going to repeal the NFA, and they won't care. They won't be any different. I would like that. I'd like to see that. Or he could say, hey, we're gonna take everything away, but I'm still gonna be your president. It'll be the best 4 years of your life. I think some of these folks in there have honestly, in a way, drank some Kool-Aid, and they'll vote for Trump no matter what. I think they've already made that decision. The key is getting the people outside of the convention convinced that Trump's going to take care, at the very minimum, maintain their Second Amendment, but increase or broaden the civil liberties that are incorporated in there. That's the hard part, and that's where we, the people live, come in. That's our part to help see people. Hey, there's more out there.
Well, do you think he'll talk more about guns today than his normal campaign speech, or is it just going to be a typical campaign speech?
Well,
he'll speak to his audience.
Yeah, he'll say he's the biggest Second Amendment guy ever. That he'll protect your Second Amendment. It's under attack. The same jargon he's said before. He's repeated several times. The biggest thing about Trump is the reason I want him in is the judges, right? Because he can put in federal judges that will help us, especially with the Supreme Court and how older they are now, right? Clarence Thomas is old. I forgot his name. The head guy he's old too. Roberts, I think, Chief Justice Roberts is pretty up there. So it's just scary that these guys are getting older, and if he doesn't win, Biden has a chance to replace two of them.
Well, hopefully they don't fall asleep with a pillow on their head like Scalia.
True.
Yeah. And once again, we are live in the space. And if you're a speaker or you want to be a speaker in the space, let's hear it. We'd love to hear some more people talk about this. And what do you think Trump is going to say today at the NRA speech in Dallas? What you got, Lynn?
I think you're going to hear out of Trump what you normally hear out of Trump. He's going to talk about how he's been the most pro-A. He's the most pro-A. Everything's going to be great. I think you're going to get your typical Trump speech. I don't see him tailoring it. Who else in the NRA is going to vote? Are you going to vote for Biden instead? I mean,
yeah,
honestly,
it's a captive audience for him.
And I think most Americans have pretty much made up their mind is that whether you really like Trump or not, I mean, are you really going to vote for Biden? This guy has really shown his weight, and not just his. And I'm not talking about him stumbling or bumbling up, reading off a teleprompter, telling lies even. But you look at the foreign policy; it's not been successful in any aspect. No matter what direction you point, you see a failed foreign policy. We see wars. There's a lot more going on, I think, than even hits the mainstream media. But there's some serious things going on in this world, in our economy. Name something that I think Americans are feeling comfortable and warm with under the Biden administration. So I think that is Trump's biggest character, or biggest feather in his hat. I think that's where he's going to take it over the hill. Is it? What's your choice? You're going to vote for Joe Biden? And that's kind of my opinion on it. And I think that's what you're going to hear out of it today. I think you're going to hear a normal Trump speech, and he's going to lay in a little bit on some gun rights and some 2A stuff, and there'll be some lines in there, but I think it's a fundamental, normal Trump speech.
And unless I misheard him about 2 hours ago, Trump is leading in all of the battleground states as of this morning. Now, it may be like, I think it was 1.5 to 2 points, all the way up to like 7 and 8 points. But all the battleground states, he is leading. I don't know that has ever been the case, has it? That a Republican's leading in all battleground states?
Or that there's a poll that actually says Trump's leading, whether he is or isn't?
Well, there's I've seen multiple polls where Biden's leading by a couple points or Trump's winning by 3 or 4 points. There's different polls out there that elects different people. I got my second poll the other day, and I obviously I answered the way I like to answer it. So they're sending polls out left and right.
Yeah.
But a lot of people say, Joe Biden is tripping and all this. And then you see one of the best governors in the United States, arguably, I believe, the governor of Texas, Greg Abbott. He's in a wheelchair. So being able to walk is not really a measurements tool of how great of a leader you are. But if for some strange reason Joe Biden is elected president in the next 4 years, what bad things do you think could happen as far as 2A is concerned?
Well, we'll probably see assault weapons ban get pushed again. The universal background. He's going to weaponize the DOJ to go after FFLs, to reduce FFLs like he's been doing recently. That's the scary part, right? There's been the lowest amount of FFLs that they're undoing them left and right.
Well, yeah, I think you're going to see a further encroachment of the government. I mean, look at and let's go back to the NRA. White Cracker brought something up. I was listening about the NRA, and I'll go back and challenge. And it's not just the Dexter case; they were silent. I mean, nobody stepped up from the NRA to help out or address that law. But where were they in Heller? Where were they in McDonald? Where were they in some of the Bruin? Where were they in the landmark decisions that have given us a toehold on our rights, or even at least solidified the argument that they are a right that can't be infringed upon to an extent? We still have permitting on a state level, but on the federal level, the Supreme Court with the Bruin decision, these others have locked us in some pretty good ground right now. But where was the NRA then? So I think that answers kind of the NRA question: is that what are they doing for us? They're not doing anything for us, but they're still sending out. They're collecting enough money. They're still taking the donations. Now, I think there's some new leadership. Maybe they have an opportunity to change, but if Trump doesn't make it in, you're going to have a continuing encroachment on our rights by states like Minnesota and others. I feel pretty confident in Texas. I agree that we've got a pretty good, decent government here so far that at least appreciates individual freedoms such as that. And it's also in our Constitution. It's going to be difficult for anybody to remove that going forward. But
we got
I
Alpha
think that's what
with
you
his
see.
hand back up.
Let's do it.
White Cracker, let's hear it, bro.
Well, Joe kind of was touching on it because I'm directing it to Joe. Because if I remember correctly, Joe, you're an active officer, right?
No, I'm former law enforcement.
Okay. Well, even still, though, I mean, the fact of you being a former officer, my concern for the active duty personnel, what we're discussing and how this government is wanting to ignore Supreme Court. And there was a tweet, and conveniently it's gone now, but it came from Kamala Harris talking about how it's going to be nonstop of them coming after our guns and weapons and whatnot. And they're already doing red flags, which is already unconstitutional. We already know that. It's a mandate that they're enforced like it's a law when it's not. They're cherry picking. And a while back, there was an officer that was in the room. I forget his name. You have them all the time, Joe.
Jason.
But it just, yeah, Jason. Discussing about, and I was pointing out how these laws do not protect you from criminals. Whether I hurt people's feelings or not, you're a criminal. So these laws are irrelevant. It's all about how much. This all revolves around money because, again, what we're discussing with NRA, we're uncovering on how they're utilizing illegal immigrants to get votes, which in turn, whether people want to acknowledge it or not, it's about money. Because you need to ask the question, well, how is it money? They're in position of power. What are they doing? They're doing inside trading. They're special interest groups getting paid that way. I mean, there's multiple latitudes of how they're getting paid. And that's why they're hell bent on infringing on our right and keeping power so they can keep on raking in that money. Because if you honestly study on how the mob and the RICO law and extortion, taxes are a form of extortion, the way they're just printing that money. And the way they're crushing us financially, but they expect us to keep working so they can keep that money flowing, and then manipulating Wall Street so they can keep that money going. And that all ties into a little off track, but it does all go together, like with the bioweapon shot of COVID, and how that's being uncovered. All this in various ways is all linked together on how they're basically, we have no rights, and the Democrats' PR, if you really read deep enough into it, is we cherry pick and let you know what laws we're going to enforce. This convenience for us is basically how I'm looking at this, and and so many people believe in NRA, and then that amount of money that they're getting, and then they're just left holding the bag. And keep in mind too, is with the officers, on my original point with what I was saying, these are the same people that where were they with these officers just in New York that was killed? And many others that's not being reported. And now their PR that, we're going to support the officers. The double standards and what I just laid out, I see serious issues to where they're going to do serious harm to more officers with this mixture of PR, because at the same time, and I've posted to where they're using NGOs for the illegals. And not only that, but keep in mind, have everyone forgot or wasn't aware, I forget what state it was, but allowing illegals the right to have firearms. So go figure on that. One side of their mouth, they're taking our guns, but yet you're allowing illegals to have them. And we all know part of their PR, how they're doing it and communicating, but they're the reason for the violence. And you can go back to 2020 and see how they clearly demonstrated, and people's brought up the videos of them actually on video encouraging this stuff. So that's
let me get you to Paul's point there. Let's all chime in. You're saying so much there that it's almost like it's turned into a lecture. I want to break down some of the things you said, but I need you to get to a stopping point, brother.
I muted him so he got to a stopping point. Sorry about that, White Cracker. But what were you going to say about it, Joe?
I mean, there's so much there. I don't know what the law enforcement actually question was that he started with, or if it is, I don't remember it. But he talks about checks and balances, and it's essentially an administrative state, and that's what's happening, and that's what's happening under Democrats. When you look at it, and I use the example many times, is the difference in Texas and a sheriff's department, and we're talking law enforcement, a sheriff's department or an office, actually, it's not a department. The sheriff's office and municipal police officers, in other words, city police. City police have a city council. Sometimes it's headed by the mayor, depending on their charter. Sometimes the mayor is actually a separate position, and they have a lead on the council. But either way, there's a panel of council members elected in the city, and then you got your mayor, and they get together and make all decisions for the city. They hire a police chief, put the police chief in charge. They establish the police department. They fund the police department. They do oversight on the police department as far as pushing their policies and renewing budgets on an annual basis. But the problem is when we have problems with law enforcement, that's an administrative. That's the easiest way to administrate things, and that's what a city does. It's an administrative state. You break it out on the county level, your law enforcement there is a sheriff. The sheriff stands for election every 4 years. When he's elected, then he gets to go deputize commissioned police officers to be his deputies while he's there. If the sheriff were to die of a heart attack, every deputy in that agency would not have any law enforcement powers whatsoever because they're deputized. They're not police officers. When they serve at the pleasure of the sheriff, and the sheriff is elected by the people. This is why sheriff's offices are more responsive to us. If you have an issue and you go to your sheriff is going to listen to it because he doesn't forget the first day he's after he's sworn in office that he will have to go through that whole election process once again. So they start being very responsive very quickly. But you don't have that in a city. We have the same thing on the federal government. Everything, go back to who's the elected official that controls the executive branch, the administrative branch of the government, which is huge. All the departments and all the agencies and all the smaller departments and all the smaller agencies that are farmed outside of that they're all controlled by the one elected official, which is the president. And he's so far insulated. He doesn't have that much control over our agencies, which is turned into bureaucracy. And I'll go back to Trump again. We need somebody to go up there and break some things. There needs to be a complete overhaul. Our current system goes back to FDR, which built the administrative state, and it hadn't gotten any smaller. It just gets bigger every year. But White is a frequent flyer in my spaces. He always has some great things to do, but he'll take you down many paths. It's hard to go back and discuss any of those.
And if you're looking at the banner that just got displayed onto the live feed, it does give you the YouTube link for Joe Lanew's YouTube, which he does post these police videos and he posts some other content. So not just follow Joe Lanew on X, but also go to youtube.com/@Joe_Lanew, LNU on YouTube, and give him a little like and subscribe. Among range-minded podcasts, Phil the Assyrian, there's a bunch of good ones, but definitely check out and like and subscribe Joe Lanew on YouTube.
Hey, while we're promoting some folks, what about our friend Sig Soda?
Sig Soda.
I got a little something here for him. You know what? Once you play that, and I see Range Minded's got his Sig Soda design. I stand with Dexter Taylor hat, which is hot. But let's play that little promo, and then I've got another little promo on another design that he has that is actually picking up some steam and very popular. Hi, folks. Joe Lanew here. SigSoda.com has come up with an exclusive hat design to show your support for our friend Dexter Taylor, a.k.a. Carbon Mike. Message me on X to order, and $10 of every purchase goes to the Dexter Taylor Legal Defense Fund. Sig Soda is your source for Pro 2A Amendment gear, official sponsor of the Night Court Show. Let's show Sig Soda some love and some support.
Welcome to We the People Live. As Trump prepares for his NRA speech in Dallas, record-breaking crowds are forming everywhere Trump goes. But does Trump support the Second Amendment? Trump did ban the use of bump stocks, which is a form of gun control. We will have expert analysis with Night Court host and weapons expert Joe Lanew, with special guest Thunder Dan from the Rock and Roll Rebel Show, broadcasted on Kingdom Radio Live. You're listening to We the People Live, and this is a special edition.
Look what they do to you. Look what they do to me. Must be joking if you think that either one is free.
This little addition from Sig Soda. Check out that hat. That's in the Sig Soda special designed hat right there. But let's listen to this Biden speech.
They are about to find out. Oh yeah.
That's his design. You guys can get that at sigsoda.com.
They are about to find out.
That is Biden, B-Y-E, Biden. That's at sigsoda.com. You can also get that Dexter Taylor, I Stand with Dexter Taylor hat, which is a real fine design. And I've got a couple coming in on Monday, I believe, to ship out, where people have bought the hat and then donated the $10 to the Dexter Taylor Relief Fund, or Legal Fund, excuse me, not relief, but Legal Fund.
And I did get a comment from the Range Minded podcast. If you've ever heard of this guy, and he was making a comment about, in that little bumper, it said something about a weapons expert, Joe Lanou, and he asked a kind of a questions weapons expert. So, Joe, what kind of weapons expert would you say that you are, or are you an expert, or did I misspeak?
Expert's a very basic term, or a broad term, I would say.
Basic term. Basic term.
Not basic, but a broad term. I served 12 years in the Army as an infantryman, and I wore an expert badge each year I was there. So I'll take that as part of that. But as far as a technical, the statistical type of stuff, I'm not that type of expert. But the tactical, I think I could hold with anyone.
The only expert you need is your hands. You're expert with your deadly hands, sir.
Yeah.
Phil again with the hands comment. Well, it's a
praise.
You
put a Glock 23 in that hand, or an M4 platform in that hand, and you increase the battlefield multiplier goes up quite a bit in these hands.
Yeah. You should see old Joe Lanou at the gun range and his somersault tricks, and this and that. And it ain't just go out there with a picnic and a 6-pack of beer and shoot some targets. It's a whole training session.
That's not true.
I always say something about Sig's hats here, Soto's hats. These are not like just trashy, big box store hats. These are like, this is a quality hat. Like, I was very pleased when I took it out of the box and put it on my noggin. You're getting a great deal for what you're paying.
Just not a quality face.
What's up with the sticker, though? That's something you see in the inner city, where you leave the sticker on to say that, hey, I just bought this recently. And on the inside,
that's gangster.
That's gangster, right?
Yo, it's like the best cap you can buy, dog.
Yeah, it's like, not only is this shit new, I still got the stickers on it.
It's
and you didn't kind of fold the brim in as an arch. Is that so you could resell it or something?
That's exactly right. Well, this
gently
sticker,
used.
This sticker, you can't tell. That's Soto's logo on that bottom sticker, so I'm not taking that off.
I see. And the one on the top.
It's none of your damn business.
And none of your damn business. All right. Let's move on there.
Do you have your pronouns on the hat too?
They're on the back, Phil.
They're on the back.
On the back.
What kind of pronouns are you using, John?
Male.
Male carrier.
My pronouns are my pronouns are ARAK.
ARAK.
I like that.
Yeah, was it I'm the man who doesn't respect you? Or what was that song that our white rapper friend did? You heard it
If
on
I
X?
could steal that, I'm gonna make it me a decal. It says my pronouns are AR.
You can. I stole from somebody else. I saw somebody else do it, so I was like, that's pretty funny.
Oh.
I didn't come up with that. I'm not that smart.
So we're getting in pretty close to someone speaking here on the live feed, thanks to a restream of RSBN network. They're saying that Trump is expected to speak, which would be 3:15 Central Standard or 4:15 Eastern. It looks like that's about 20 minutes away. I would imagine you're going to hear some other people speaking. There's already some people at the stage. You won't miss anything. If it's someone actually good speaking, we'll definitely cover it here. But until then, we're doing commentary awaiting this speech here at the NRA in Dallas. But, what else we got?
How many do you think concealed carry 1911s are sitting in some tactical vests in that room right now?
So if there's 70,000 people,
Zero.
Probably like 69,000.
I bet you there's a shit ton of 1911s being carried because it's God's caliber.
Yeah, and there's a lot of boomers there too. There's a lot of boomers there.
Well, the Secret Service is in complete control of this building.
I guess with Trump there won't be any. That's
With
true.
President coming up there, there's 0 guns that are
Yeah, that's fair.
in the audience.
True, very true.
But
You guys should have gone there and done a live podcast in front of those people, protesters.
I would.
You know, we talked about that.
Yeah, Range Minded was actually going to be the guy, but then just things didn't work out. So I'd like to point all fingers in his direction for the reason why we don't have someone there. But we do.
I had to pick NRA or GunCon, and I'm going to GunCon.
GunCon.
You selfish.
But we can expect a live feed from GunCon. So
Hell
that
yeah.
was the exchange we made.
Yeah, we should have.
And I really want to say thank you for paying for the travel and expenses too. That was really
Oh,
thank you.
So that's how you did it.
Yeah, of course.
So I need to add
You know,
two.
we help whenever we can. And folks, when we say those donations and gifts that you give these podcasters, it does mean a lot. That it is expensive to do this and to bring decent content. It takes some time and expense. So don't be afraid to give what you can.
Well, and I do have a series of shows that I want to create that do involve some travel to different ranges throughout, at least starting in the state of Idaho. Which, if you guys want to see that content, it would be very expensive. If you have the means to help out, that would be fantastic.
Yeah, if you have some airplane miles to donate, appreciate it.
Well, I'd just be driving.
Oh, you would?
Yeah.
Well, get your OnlyFeed account going, Range.
OnlyFans, yeah. Yeah, maybe throw
You
your
guys
feet out
haven't-
there. Try that one out first.
You guys haven't seen that yet?
Yeah, yeah.
I'm not. Range is not the member. He's the president of OnlyFeeds.
I'm just going to say I need to see a little bit more content for $19.99 a month.
And
I'll
there
show you my
have it.
ankles.
Yeah,
I heard it's
exactly.
popular in Asian countries.
Yeah,
Range doesn't have-
$20 is just a start. You know,
Range
$20
doesn't have
is $20.
Range doesn't have ankles. He has kinkles. What are you talking about?
$20 is $20.
I'll have you know that my ankles are far more established than Hillary's.
Hey, we do have a hand in the space. We do have Brandon. Brandon, if you can keep Brendan, excuse me, if you can keep it around the minute range, but you got the floor, bro.
We know Brendan. How you doing, Brendan?
I'm doing well. I wanted to speak about the NRA really quick. I kind of have a love-hate relationship with them. I mean, it's kind of complicated when I think about it. The NRA in my state and JRPC, they're kind of not really vocal about anything. It's kind of the grassroots people. And when I'm thinking back to myself, it's never, Democrat or Republicans. It's always the grassroots people who get stuff done. I think both parties suck at doing anything, really.
I agree with you, my man. That just goes to show how important our voices are, right? That's why we have to be active in what we're doing in our communities. Otherwise, we have no right to complain. The big voices will take over if we don't do anything.
Exactly.
Amen.
Yeah.
Amen. How you doing, Brendan? You doing good?
Yeah, I'm holding in there. I got about another month left. I just got to be careful with what I say with certain things. So, one of the things that really pissed me off the past couple of days was the stuff that happened with Dexter, because I was starting to go close with him. And one of the things he had talked about was about the political establishment, how the Republicans and the Democrats don't care about, what they're passing. And that was kind of the situation in my case, and it's just really sad to see, man. Same with Walker Anderson. I mean, it's all just the same shit over and over again.
Well, the only way to
It's not
change
gonna
it is
stop.
it is going to stop if we actually step in and start taking their seats away from them. Like if you decide to run in your local district or whoever is out there, that's the only way to stop them is take their jobs away and replace them with you or somebody like-minded like yourself.
Yeah, and that's what
the
I
only
keep
way.
hearing that's what I keep hearing is you should run for this, run for that, or do this or do that. But I'm not, a politician. I'm trying to, speak out about my story and everybody else who doesn't have a voice, and it's complicated because it just gets ridiculous.
Let me tell you this: not everyone that becomes a politician was a politician. They're all average people, just like me and you. They're just in that seat because they got in and they stay in.
Yep.
Yeah. Here's a vendor who is sitting at the NRA 2024. This guy is from Guns America.
2024 NRA show. This is the brand new Fight
that's
Live
true. That's one of my
Herring
buddies.
lever action rifle.
Kind of a cool rifle.
Yeah.
Well, what was it again?
He's gonna talk about it right here. It's all in a 1:30 video.
So, as you can see right here, this is an AR-15 upper receiver on this Fight Light Industries. Well, it's their upper receiver, but what we're really excited about is this lower, and it is a 6-to-1 mechanical advantage on this lever. Pulling the trigger does not change how fast you can work this. It points very naturally. I'm loving it. It's very light, feels good. The stock feels great. I literally can't say enough good about this. I'm excited to actually get my hands on one and shoot it. You can also get this with the lowers are also selling, so you don't have to buy the whole gun. The whole gun is $16.99 in 5.56. This is a 223 Wild. You can buy just the lower for just a little over $1,000 if you want to be able to plug your upper onto this. It's going to make a great host for suppressors. The bolt is going to be lock closed. You're not going to have any of that noise from the ejection port or gas escaping. 16-inch barrels. It's light, threaded, ready to go. I would hunt with this. I think this is cool. I think this is, in fact, one of the coolest things I've seen. Now, let me show you as well.
Well, one disclaimer would be do not do this in New York.
Side note, besides that, I actually did some videos for Guns America.
You did?
Yeah, I actually have a few videos, but they, for some reason, maybe I'm too ugly. They never called me back, but I did do. I probably did like five videos for them.
Not only did they call you back, they blocked your number.
Who dis? Who knew phone? Who dis?
Hey, what was Brendan's question? Or he said he had a love-hate relationship with the NRA. Is that what you were talking about, Brendan?
Yeah, especially with the state organization, ANJRPC.
Now, I think that, I think the NRA is a good established organization, and I think they understand how to raise dollars. I want to see them more active and be the voice for people like you when you're in your situation, or Dexter was in his situation. One of the most difficult things it is to get anybody to come to your aid. You're just out there to figure out how the government's going to deal with you and fight the best you can. But it's very difficult to get support in these situations. That's what I want to see the NRA do. I don't contribute to the NRA. I'm not a member of the NRA, and I won't be until I see that. That's what I want. I want like Gun Owners Association of America. I see these other groups that are extremely active, and I think that their rise is a direct reflection on the lack of action by the NRA. But I think it's a grassroots. I think it's a wonderful grassroots. You're right. I think it's a wonderful grassroots organization. But they hopefully, or maybe soon, but they need to have an attitude change on what they do for average Americans who are facing criminal penalties over things that they shouldn't be.
Yeah, there's two organizations that reached out to me, SAF and National Association for Gun Rights. I'm still talking to both of them. They're great organizations. So is FPC. They've been kind of watching what I've been doing, but I wish, every organization was more involved. You got people, not just me or even, Walker, tons of people were facing criminal charges for gun stuff, even self-defense.
Mm-hmm. I think the difference between these smaller groups, these organizations, is they're closer to their donors, where the NRA is this behemoth, right? And so there's this facade between the board and the people actually donated the money, and some of the state groups or the state wings of the NRA. I don't think the NRA is filled with bad people by any means. I would happily start donating again to the NRA, but I will not until the board is vacated and new blood is brought in, blood that cares about what the exact thing we're just talking about. There are people up top that want positive change and want to help their donors, but it was the board that was championed by LaPierre that kept a lot of that stuff from happening.
Interesting.
Well, where are we at? I'm sorry, King, but I do have a question. Where are we at with the leadership of the NRA? The LaPierre's and the royal family, are they completely out now?
So LaPierre's right-hand man took over now. So it's basically still LaPierre in charge.
And he, like I said, he hand-selected that board. And oddly enough, they changed the bylaws for the board where the members can't vote them out. That was convenient for them. So unfortunately, it will take the state to go through the bylaws and boot the board out. and then recreate it the way it should be. The problem is obviously we understand that how much we dislike New York State and Letitia James and all these people. They hate the NRA. Their goal is to get rid of the NRA. They said that straight up. So I hope it doesn't have to get dissolved, but the board has to be recreated. And the only way to have a fair recreation of that board is going back to allowing life members, is how the board was selected before they go through the voting process. And it was the life members that were able to vote who would be on the board. And that's how it has to be brought back to make it the organization that I would be willing to donate to.
Now, I don't disagree with you. I didn't know that's how it was structured, but I agree with you. It needs to be the money that's coming out of my pocket. I should be able to have a say in what's going on in an organization like that. But I don't think that the members is where they make most of their money. It's these instructor certifications and the range certifications that they've almost been instituted as a bureaucracy in for the acceptance of these type of licenses. Is there another entity out there that produces the same types of certifications that is a competitor to the NRA that y'all know of?
Yeah. Honestly, USCCA has great certifications, and there's other organizations out there as well. But the NRA is the only organization recognized nationwide for their certifications, which is extremely frustrating because, in my opinion, as an instructor, I've taught hundreds of students. In my opinion, the NRA curriculum is dog shit. Like, it's terrible. It's from the 80s. Like, if you ever watched a death by PowerPoint, that is an NRA course. It's terrible.
Well, not only that, range, they've almost become a wing of the government in Texas. For you to get an instructor's license to teach any firearms instructions, you have to be certified through the NRA. So that's the same essentially is enshrining this NGO is to be a portion of the government, because you have to have their approval to exercise any licensing in the state of Texas.
Yeah, you have to kiss the ring, which is bullshit.
But how much money are they generating off that? I mean, is it? I think it's become more of a bureaucracy, and I think the only way to change it is as you described, or other competitor groups coming in and taking over that position, or at least be an option if I want to be an instructor in the state of Texas, that I could go to more than one organization to receive the training that the state requires that I have.
Yeah, and that's the only reason why I keep my NRA certs alive, is because it's recognized. That's the only reason. That, like I say, the curriculum in other organizations is, or I could write my own curriculum, but because it's me and not the NRA, it's not recognized.
Yeah, I think it goes all the way back to what hunter safety courses, I think, are a lot of times in some states taught by the NRA. But you look at the fees they're collecting off of this, the NRA has become a business, and they're not fighting for the people. It's kind of what we complain about with our government. It's like the NRA is the Democratic Party of the 2A movement.
Well, it's a plague of the bureaucracy, right? That's just what happens when it gets so big. Too many hands get in the pot, and they realize that it's a cash cow and not a civil rights organization.
Hell yeah. Looks like a good time if we just take about 1 minute. I got one thing to show, and then we'll be back here. But this after this little intro, it's how the NRA shot itself in the foot.
We the people live.
The National Rifle Association has been one of the most powerful, if not the most powerful, lobbying groups in America.
The NRA is very powerful, not just because it has a lot of money, but because it has a lot of sway with single-issue pro-gun voters.
It says that it has about 5 million members committed to gun ownership and the Second Amendment.
We're all just wanting to exercise our Second Amendment rights to protect ourselves, protect our property.
I love the NRA. I love the Second Amendment.
They've mobilized the single issue voter on this topic up and down the entire ballot, and they've successfully done that for years.
There's a shooting! There's a shooting!
Gun violence in America?
Yes.
We need more guns.
But at the peak of its power,
That was all I was
the
going to
NRA
share with
finds
you, is that part of it there.
I love how they interview the ugliest, most awkward people for every one of those interviews. That's why I should be interviewed.
That was a little harsh. Yeah, you should have been the first one interviewed.
Yeah, that's true.
I'll volunteer. I don't care.
Yeah. Hold on. Hey, what happened?
Pick me, pick me.
Good Lord, what is that? Oh, it's Steve.
Great Scott.
Oh, I love the red. That makes it feel very King of England-ish.
Hey, Kingdom.
I can jump in real quick.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to just welcome all the new people to the space. Thanks for coming in, guys. If you check down in the bubble, there is a link to the YouTube channel that's being fed right now. If you guys want to watch some of the live commentary that's going on with this group of guys, we'd be more than appreciative to it.
Yes, thank you all for joining us on this lovely Saturday afternoon.
Of all the things you could be doing, you're listening to us. We appreciate it.
This is a
Well, at
good
least you're going to
reason.
get out of this. There's a prize in the bottom of the cereal box, and the cereal may not be that tasty, but we will broadcast live the Trump speech, so you'll be able to hear it live here. So that is a bit of a bonus. But you know what, Kingdom, we have neglected a member of our creator out network, and that is Cash Loren. Do you have his promo? And I'm hoping he'll be able to stop in. You know, he went to a Republican event in Washington State, and that's why he's not with us this afternoon. But he said he could pop in maybe afterwards. But he's out doing the working the political process for the conservatives there in Washington State. But do you have his promo,
Yes.
Kingdom?
Actually, I do have the link to the video, but it did not meet the qualifications of what we were looking for. Unfortunately, it was just a video from a couple weeks ago, but it didn't mention anything about We the People Live or please share this live feed or anything of that sort. It was just a video from a while ago. So that particular link wasn't the one that we need, unfortunately, but there's always a chance for next time.
Hey, Joe, he actually just posted on our content creators group. He's finishing up editing some photo or some videos, and he said he's going to jump on.
Oh, hell yeah. There you go. I spoke too soon. He was in the middle of putting it together.
Well, amongst our creators, he's probably the most just genuine news media and politics content provider. He doesn't. I mean, of course, he's 2A, but he's not a gun collector like our experts like we would have with Range Minded or John. And myself, evidently, that is a title that I've earned here today.
Yeah, no, you are a weapons expert.
Phil, you are a collector, aren't you? Where'd Phil go?
Yeah, Phil, how would you describe your show and what you're doing?
And there's that.
Captivating.
Well,
yeah, it leaves you speechless, apparently.
He absolutely keeps it simple. Then we got Untactical. I believe Untactical is not going to be able to make it today. He's having to work on Saturday. A little rough, but that's another real good podcast. You guys, in fact, he's probably the biggest achiever out of the whole group. He's been doing it for a while, and his podcasts are real well put together.
Yeah. And if we haven't already said it, we had to stop over the storms in Texas, had us stop our 2,500 active live viewers of our stream. So we started over 2 days ago, and we already have over 1,000 listening right now. Because if you can help out and contribute, whether you're coming in from a space, you're leaving your comments online, or just simply go to one of those live streams and right now hit the retweet or the share button, the like and subscribe, hit all of it in support. You don't have to just support someone financially. Say a good word, share it to your friends. That's the way that you can help out right here. And we can all work together on this network collaboration of all these podcasters coming here, talking about pro-A issues and the NRA and Trump speaking today, more specifically. But thanks for sharing the live feeds. Make sure you like and subscribe where you're there, anywhere that you're finding this audio or video content. Did I say that okay, Joe?
That's beautiful.
Yeah.
I got emotional.
Just gave me a chub just listening to it.
Trump should be on stage in about 2 minutes too, so I'm curious.
Well,
and there goes opposition.
No. There's definitely going to be a couple other people speak first, and I haven't seen anybody speak yet. So I think the 4:15 is I believe it's probably going to be maybe 5:30. But who knows?
Well, that guy come out on stage a while ago. He said that Trump would be coming out soon.
Well, they shot T-shirts.
Does
That count as a speech?
Yeah.
Does the former president ever show up on time?
Is it safe to say he's going to be here exactly at this time? I know they're doing it in New York where you know exactly where he's going to be and you know exactly when the motorcade is going to come through there, but it's really not a good idea to broadcast that for safety reasons.
Correct.
100% agree.
You know. So what you got there, Big Mike? Oh, Cash is on here. What's up, Cash?
Hey guys, how's it going? I just finished editing the video and seeing y'all online right now.
Where's it at?
It's not online yet. It's got to upload. It'll be on YouTube and Twitter here a little bit. I don't know if you saw there's a big cat fight in Congress between Alexandria Ocasio and Jasmine Crockett and Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Oh,
All
I
acting
saw
like
that.
That was yesterday, right?
Yeah, it was. It's a complete drama and BS. Like this is our tax dollars being wasted on this Jerry Springer garbage. All of them are wrong.
I like
female
Marjorie.
leadership.
I like
Yeah.
Marjorie, but that was uncalled for.
Yeah, it's like, you know, you and your fake eyelashes. Oh, yeah, you and your bleach blonde and tan. Oh, yeah, it's like, hey, look, guys, it's I yield to the gentleman, and then now we have females that are in the Senate or in the Congress. Come on, we need to be professionals here. And this little name calling back and forth was not really doing the females trying to take the highest levels of power any favors.
Yeah, listen here, baby girl, not today.
Yeah. Oh no, you didn't. Like, this is their lawmakers.
Dude with the gavel should have really. He said he was deaf. I guess he's got hearing aids, or has a really difficult time hearing. So he probably didn't understand much of what's going on. But why didn't he just smack that gavel until it broke and said, "Shut up, sit down, be quiet, let's go to work"?
Yeah. Well, I don't know. That's what I think Joe Lanu may have done, right? If it was night court and you had your gavel, Joe.
He would have just muted the system, said, "Okay."
Joe left.
No, Joe lets people just speak their mind. Even like the other night where the guy was, you know, I don't like your voice, and people were 6'4", but I was 6'10", and I have a barbershop, and I'll kick your ass. I mean, Joe just let him just keep on going and going. I was like, dude, you deserve like a medal for putting up with this shit, man.
How big a boy are you?
Yeah, how big a fella are you?
That's some of that LEO days coming back. You just let people talk, let them vent.
Well, that was the one thing that Big Ron and I were talking last night live after the night court. We were talking about just, I think night court, and it's really to everyone who's involved, but it's kind of introduced like an etiquette of raising your hand and not stepping on each other. Because, you know, Lanu was telling me the other day, it's like, well, you go to other spaces, how does it sound compared to this one? And he's right. People are talking all over each other and, hey, no, you did this. No, you did. I mean, it's just a bunch of like back and forth. But the night court and the night crew have really, you know, kind of the unwritten, what is the proper etiquette of being in a space. I think it's definitely a model for what you're supposed to do or how you're supposed to act inside of an X space.
Well, you know, when we first started that with Big Ron, Bruce Wayne, John, all these guys were there at the beginning, and that was our deal. Court doesn't necessarily mean legal. It just means order, that there's a conversation that's discussed back and forth. Kings held court. There's a lot of other entities that held what could be considered a court. And that's what we want there at night. We wanted it to be not necessarily the order as far as hitting gavels, but if you got something to say, I want to hear you say it. Even if I don't agree with it. In fact, if I disagree with it, I want you to say it louder, because I think there's other people that see things as I do. But we have been able to establish a decent rapport in there, I think, and I think that our listeners do appreciate that, or at least that's the feedback I'm getting. If anybody's got any different feedback, I'm all about it. If you don't like my voice, not a whole lot I can do about that. So I'm not gonna walk around with some hurt feelings over some dude in Philadelphia who just woke up that we have an immigration problem because he lives in Philadelphia and he looks out his doors and he sees them. I live in Texas, my friend. I got no issues with. Immigration is not new.
Yeah, the border is connected to our state, bro.
Yeah, but he got a problem because there's some undocumented immigrants he saw at Walmart or some shit. So I don't want to hear what he's just woke up to. It's good. Maybe he'll start voting accordingly, because it's not the state of Texas and its representatives are tearing things up. maybe Pennsylvania might have something to do with that. So I'm glad he's woke.
Yeah, and he said he was 6'10". He'll body anybody below him too. So
Exactly.
that was interesting.
Yeah, don't cut him short.
He's been watching CNN or CSNBC, and he had no idea there was a border crisis until he's seen all these, crack smoking people all in Philadelphia. And he's like, "Oh my God, there's a problem." It's like, change the channel to some real news. You've been watching fake news so long, you stumbled upon this with your eyes, dude.
Yeah, because his barbershop is the influence of illegal immigrants coming through his barbershop every day to get haircuts.
Of course.
Kingdom and I share an expression. I use it probably more widely than he does, but it's goes something like, if you're in charge, you don't have to tell anyone, they already know. So somebody has to tell you that they're in charge. They're not in charge. But it kind of goes back to like when education, well, if you're educated, you don't want to tell anybody, they know. Just by being around you and listening to you, they'll know whether you're educated or not. But that kind of goes back to if you're a badass, you don't have to tell anybody. They already know. If you run around telling everybody how tall you are, then you're probably not as bad as you think you are, in my opinion.
Better to keep your mouth closed and be thought a fool than to open your mouth and remove all doubt.
Fact. Then there's that too. Yeah, I agree with you. If someone's like, "I'm the boss and I'm running shit, no, I'm the best and I'm the person in charge," it's like, they're probably not, because if you really are, you don't need to say it. They already know. I think that was another way of saying the same thing. All right, what else we got there? We got a couple more minutes for some people start speaking. Range minded. What do we have going on in the future, with the exception of your trip, bro?
As far as the show's concerned.
Yeah, you said that you were trying to get a breakthrough, and we're hoping that we can collectively collaborate through a breakthrough. I mean, what's your anticipation and your goals that you're setting in the future?
So one of my goals for this year is to visit every indoor range in the state of Idaho, which there's not a lot, but they're a long ways apart from each other. So I've got one here locally, not too far from. Actually, I got two about half an hour away from me, and then there's another one about 4.5 hours away from me. But then there's some way up north, which is like a 13-hour drive from where I'm at. So, but I'd really love to make a trip, a roundhouse around the state as well. While I'm doing that, there's a lot of two-way style businesses. So CCI is in Lewiston. I did the other ammunition trip in Boise. There's that new manufacturer in Boise, but then you have Seekins Precision and Lone Wolf Distributing. There's a lot of two-way minded businesses that I would love to take tours and bring the listeners along.
Yeah. Speaking of which, we have Carl. You're a smart ass Carl in here, and I think we have a cool little video to play, huh, Lanu?
Did Carl join the group?
Yeah, he's here. Here it is right here.
Got to warn folks, guys, this is going to be, it's mostly tough to get through, but it's important.
Get my feet covered napkin.
So if you're not seeing the video live, 3,000 guns were rescued last year. It's like one of those dog ones, but he's rescuing guns. Come on,
remember
Carl,
those are the lucky ones, folks. Those are the ones Carl was able to get to.
For a few dollars a day, you could help Carl save them all.
We can't save them all, but we can save as many as we can. Yeah, reach in your pockets and give them your heart.
Carl, I've got some money left on my Walmart gift card. I'll send you.
I get it, Carl. There's a little pistol somewhere right now that needs his help.
Yeah, exactly. Somewhere out there in the freezing cold, there's a AR-15 that has been neglected and needs a new home.
If you're cold, they're cold.
Carl, are you actively listening, brother? I'll take
he just gave you the thumbs up.
Oh, yeah.
I think he's tearing up a little bit at the moment.
That's why I was hearing. Yeah, he's give him a second to compose himself.
He's choking up.
That was an amazing video, though. That was expertly done.
The adoption process is. Oh, sorry, Wayne.
No, go ahead. You're good.
going to say the adoption process is out there and available for all of us to help. It is important, and we need to do our part as well. Carl can't do it on his own.
Yeah, that's right.
No, it takes a village sometimes at $1 a piece to purchase a firearm.
Crack me up, dude. All right, so what we got? We got anybody in the space that wants to add something? Anybody? What's going on here? Let's go live and listen to what they're saying actually from the speech on RSB.
That's why it's important to know where you live right now, no matter where you're watching us from. If you're from a very red state, keep it red. Go out there and rally and campaign like you're 30 points down. Go and knock on doors. And even if they have a Trump flag flying on their house and a Trump sign on the yard, an American flag on their house, knock on it anyway. Make sure they get out and vote, because that is one of the biggest problems. I heard a stat, and I said this at the top of the show, that people, the hunters and fishermen, the outdoorsmen, I guess you could say, are some of the lowest voter turnout demo that we have. Especially we talk about an outdoorsman who does nothing but the premise is probably mainly with a handgun or a rifle, right? Your Second Amendment is crucial that you continue to do your hobby. So if you're not getting out and voting for a party that supports the policies that enforces you or supports you having a rifle, then I don't know what you're waiting for. Especially if you want to protect your family at home. I mean, Dallas here, and I was talking to somebody off camera earlier. Dallas is a very interesting city, and I have a house just north of here. But Dallas has a Republican mayor that was previously a Democrat. He switched parties, found that the Democrat Party's policies were just kind of going off in left field and left him from a political standpoint. So he switched parties, and so he's now, kind of governing with a conservative mindset, which is good. And Dallas has a great police chief. This police chief is being recruited really around the country to help solve crime in their cities. So the way you fight crime is you get tough on it. You don't tolerate it. You prosecute criminals. That's why you've seen cities like Chicago, New York City, Los Angeles in particular, where I've got an interest there in Los Angeles, got family. I keep an eye on what's going on.
I got to give it to him, man. He's been talking for at least 2 hours all by himself.
Just let criminals walk. The amount of shoplifting that is closed down hundreds of stores across California, Southern California and Northern California. Their lack of urgency to prosecute crime has got them in that situation they're in right now. And they have such a huge homeless issue there in California. And the solution is not just to keep throwing money at a problem. It goes, I think, much further than that. I think when you talk about homeless, I think you have a mental health issue. You have mental health issues in that state, and which need to be addressed. I mean, you just don't put people out on the streets that, quite frankly, need help.
Yeah. What do you think about that one, about the homeless crisis? And everyone seems to have an idea of how to stop it. If you just give them a couple $1 million, they could probably figure something out. But I don't think money can help. I don't know. I don't even know where to start. Anybody have an idea about that?
Well, I want to jump back a little bit farther. When you first pulled up, what was the very first thing he talked about? The Second Amendment, hunting, sports. That's not what the Second Amendment is about. So I took a little bit of umbrage on it took him a while to get to, well, maybe you want to use it to defend your family. Well, that's why I have a gun. I don't hunt. I do enjoy shooting as sport shooting, but the purpose of me and the right is to fight against a tyrannical government. First, foremost, number one, not hunting and not sport shooting. But the homeless issue, I'm kind of with you. I am not sure exactly how to tackle that. I think we need some more homes that have been built. Like, I don't know if we've built homeless shelters in a while. I don't know if that'll help. I think a lot of these homeless people are intelligent enough to get a job, intelligent enough to work, but they just don't want to. They have no desire to be part of the system. They would rather just milk from it.
Yeah. One of the benefits of being a veteran is, back when I joined, is, when you sign up, it's like, can you afford to go to college? Well, no. Well, if you go into the military, you can get the GI Bill, and now they're talking about paying for your college without even serving in the military is, some kind of political, thing that you're seeing these days. But I wonder if you could just, break it into smaller pieces. Not really how do you solve, the homeless crisis, but how can you solve the homeless veteran crisis? Like, break it off in small pieces and maybe take some of that money that you're, not paying for someone's college tuition that was there in the GI Bill and take it to homelessness for veterans or something like that. Any ideas there?
Our homeless problem is not because people can't afford to have a home. There's plenty of options out there, and if you may have people who kind of go in and out of it, but they don't stay there long, because you could always find a way to get yourself up. Our homeless population are insane people. They are mentally ill. They're in crisis. Most of them. We have no way of doing it. You guys have heard me talk about this before. The way our laws are set up, and it's to prevent the government from incarcerating somebody indefinitely, like it was done prior to the 70s. If you were deemed incompetent and you went to a mental institution, and they could just keep you there for the rest of your life. You had no habeas corpus. You had no right to show cause why you're still holding me against my will. So they've gone one way with it. Now it's like as soon as someone doesn't, that they can't say that they're going to be a direct danger to themselves or others, then they have to release them. That doesn't mean they can keep up with their light bill and keep the lights on, or can maintain a job, or even conduct a normal life. But we have no system for that. And I think that would also solve a lot of our violent crime issues, especially like mass shootings. You do that, you're insane. If we had an ability to get into people who are suffering from a mental ill, and I mean, like, I don't mean a harsh way. I'm not talking about sending somebody to an institution, but maybe life coaches, maybe social services working with them a little closer to keep their lives more manageable. But your homeless problem is not because people are milking a system.
Well, and I think it's a kind of a two-pronged approach, or multifaceted at least, because there are the mentally ill, and there's a whole spectrum of people. There are those who really cannot take care of themselves, and then there's those that are just suffering a break, and they need help getting back on their feet. But then there are those who actually do need permanent, full-time care, and I think I'm not suggesting mental institutes like we had in the past, but we do need full-time care for them. But then there's just the people who are addicted to drugs, and they love their drugs and they don't want to get off their drugs. Like, I was seeing an interview of a guy, I think it was Seattle or something, where he was saying, well, yeah, we have free housing, but they make you take drug tests. And so I'm not going to go there because I'd rather stay on the streets and do drugs. And then I was actually talking to a guy who was, he made like $250 a day, which is over $50,000 a year. And I was like, that's good money, man. Like, are you planning on getting off the streets? He's like, no, I don't save any of it. I was like, well, shoot, what do you spend $50,000 a year on if you're not paying for taxes and housing and stuff? He's like, I spend it on heroin. Like, that was his demon. And people like those, they need a different type of help, but they definitely don't need to be on the streets. And sorry, I got long-winded, but Cash has his hand up here in X.
And Lisa, yeah.
Well, hey guys, we're talking about the homelessness, and this is something don't get talked about enough, I don't think, because it's a major problem in this country. Yet it gets pushed kind of out of the way quickly. I've always looked at it as we need a helping hand, not a hammock. And when I say that, what I mean by a hammock is when you create dependency on the government or on social issues where they get locked in permanent poverty, either through institutional housing or institutional checks every month. And it really takes away someone's dignity and someone's ability to enjoy the American dream and be able to prosper. And we've seen people who are permanently poor. As it happens, they get addicted to these government programs, and the government programs, they create a situation where you can't get out of it, because if you do, they'll take away your income or they'll take away your housing. So it becomes not worth going to work or bettering your life in the short term, and they give up their future And so I would strongly against anything where it's a government style dependency. So then the question then becomes, how do we have a helping hand? And I really liked whoever that was that brought up about our veterans, because they served our country, and freedom is not free. And we enjoy everything that we enjoy in this country because people bled so that we can have it. And we need to show respect and ability to those who have suffered through those problems. So how do we help them without creating dependence on the government? And I think that's where we get a lot of arguments and debates. And I don't really have the best answer in the world, but I do go back to a helping hand, not a hammock. Is we need to find ways where we can help them get off the streets and get mental help and temporary housing, and then on a path to where finding work and finding way, and then where the hammock is, if someone's not willing to help themselves, if someone says like, oh, well, I'm happy where I'm at and I want to do drugs, well, then they get cut off. But at some point, you're not helping an alcoholic by giving them a drink. And then when they decide that they want to change their lives and they decide they're sick and tired of being sick and tired, then the helping hand comes back. But in my mind, I think that's where the debate is where do you end the hammock and where do you end the helping hand and find somewhere in the middle? And also, I agree. I think we should really focus on our veterans because they served our country and we wouldn't have it without them. So God bless them.
Well said.
What do we have? The national anthem playing there now?
We have the national anthem playing. Some gentleman came up to the stage and he did the Pledge of Allegiance. And then now this lady is really hitting the tunes, doing the national anthem. You are not missing anything. This is commentary, but when someone's coming up to speak, we'll definitely play it and you will not miss anything. Just to point that out once again. But thanks, Cash, man. That was awesome. Definitely, it's all about the veterans. And I know there's many veterans in this room. And PTSD is a real thing. And some people, you know, they're willing to say, hey, I'm 80% and 100% and get that money. And some people just don't want to admit it. But a lot of people are suffering with it. They're not being compensated for PTSD and homelessness. Sometimes it's not even a choice. It's just that PTSD, you just cannot hold a job, man.
All right, what we got going on now?
Let's hear some live comments.
Yeah, but I'm not. I have known Greg for, Lord, I guess over 35 years now. I've known him as a fellow lawyer that handled a certain type of lawsuits. I've tried cases before him when he was a Harris County District Judge. He was also on the Texas Supreme Court. He served as our Attorney General. And of course, he's been governor since 2015. In every single position, he has made it a point to support the Second Amendment and the Texas version, which is Article 1, Section 23 of the Texas Constitution. I know it's hard. I've known him so long. In fact, I've had the opportunity to introduce him before and have a hard time calling him Governor Abbott because to me, he's just Greg. He's a friend. And frankly, I can't help but believe a lot of you feel the same way because he truly is a friend in so many ways. I would be here way too long to list all the things he's done for gun owners, and not just guns, owning guns, but being able to use them in self-defense without being in fear of surviving the brutal attack, but not the legal aftermath. Greg has always been on the side of honest, law-abiding people. As I say, I could go on and on. He's signed so many what we would all call pro-gun, pro-self-defense bills. It takes way too long to list all of them. And with that, folks, please help me welcome my friend and yours, the governor of the great state of Texas, Greg Abbott.
You Texans, do you like Governor Abbott? Do you think he's doing a good job?
Love Greg Abbott, dude. Right, Lanu?
Other than
love.
he endorsed Andy Gonzalez. Other than that,
well, thank you to Charles, and thank you to everybody here for that what we'll call a Texas-size welcome. And I want to say to all of the NRA members with us here today, as governor of this great state, welcome to Texas.
Sounds like the people love him.
Where when it comes to defending our freedoms, it is part of our DNA. Now more than ever, we must fight to protect our Second Amendment rights. And that is exactly what Texas has done. According to the NRA, since I became governor, Texas has passed more significant Second Amendment protections than any other state in the United States of America. That includes campus carry, open carry. And then 2 sessions ago, I had a big signing ceremony at the Alamo with leadership members from the NRA, where I signed 7 Second Amendment protections into law, including constitutional carry in the state of Texas. Including a law that made Texas a Second Amendment sanctuary state, shielding Texans from an overreaching federal government. And a law protecting gun owners' privacy from the surveillance by financial institutions. And then last year, I signed 3 more laws protecting Second Amendment rights, one of which prohibits cities and counties from requiring gun owners to buy liability insurance. You should not be forced to pay to exercise your Second Amendment rights. Texas is a law and order state. Unlike some of these radical leftist universities like Columbia, UCLA, and far too many others, in Texas, we don't tolerate paid protesters who try to hijack our college campuses. When they tried that stunt in Texas, our Department of Public Safety cleared the area, arrested the protesters, and put them in jail. Another thing that we don't tolerate in Texas, and that is Joe Biden's open border policies. Never forget that it was just 4 years ago we had the most secure border in 45 years. And that is because Donald Trump passed 4 policies and put them in place. Remembering Mexico, Title 42, in-catch release, and build a border wall, the most secure border since last century. Then Joe Biden took office and he signed so many executive orders, he decimated that secure border. And now we have the highest number of illegal border crossings in the history of the country. In the 3.5 years of Joe Biden, there have been more than 10 million illegal immigrants cross our border illegally. For those from Texas, we have more than 4 Houstons who've crossed the border illegally under Joe Biden, including known terrorists, known murderers, known rapists, people that we are not going to accept in our state. When Biden commanded that the Texas border be open, we responded, Texas will not comply.
Word.
Instead, Texas has done more than any state in the history of America to secure our border. Remember those big orange buoys that we put into the Rio Grande River? They were designed by the Border Patrol to deny illegal entry. And wouldn't you know that as soon as we put them in the river, Joe Biden filed a lawsuit to take them out. That case is still tied up in course today. But I want you to know, as we gather at this NRA convention, those buoys remain in the Rio Grande River. Texas is the only state in the history of America to build our own border wall. We did not reinvent the wheel here. We are building the exact same wall that Donald Trump came up with, which is impenetrable. And we're adding more and more miles every single day. And I deployed thousands of Texas National Guard to install razor wire and anti-climb barriers to deny illegal entry into the state of Texas. But we caught Joe Biden using a 50-acre park in Eagle Pass, Texas, which became the epicenter for this crisis. About 5,000 illegal immigrants were crossing Eagle Pass a day. And I ordered the Texas National Guard to wire that park shut. There's no longer thousands of people crossing the border, even hundreds at that point. Now, on average, there are only 2 people crossing that border illegally a day, and they are arrested by the Texas Department of Public Safety. Our efforts have been so successful. In the last 2 years, we've seen illegal immigration increase in New Mexico, Arizona, and California. But in the state of Texas, because of the resistance we've put up, illegal immigration has gone down 65%. And know this, unless and until Joe Biden does finally begin to enforce immigration laws, I will continue to bus those migrants to sanctuary cities across the United States of America.
Send them all to Philly, right?
They're aware in Philly, I hear. Nah, he's aware too.
Oh, they're going to New York, trust me. Mayor Adams needs something to do. But this crisis is about to come to an end in just 6 months. That's when Joe Biden will be fired as president of the United States of America. And Donald Trump will once again become president of the greatest country in the history of the world. Let's be clear about this. Joe Biden deserves to be fired. Under his feckless leadership, we have war in Europe. Israel is under attack. China is emboldened, and inflation is destroying the middle class in the United States of America. And Biden's alliance with extremists have led to open borders, gun control, riots on our college campuses, and the gutting of our constitutional rights. Donald Trump is the antidote to Joe Biden. In the history of America, no president has done more to secure our border. No president has fought harder to protect your Second Amendment rights. Under Donald Trump, our world was safer. We had the most secure border in decades. Russia and China were in check, and the United States economy was booming with inflation under control. But, and I could not be more serious about what I'm about to say, Trump's election depends on the extraordinary effort by the NRA. When you are organized and turn out, no organization in America can champion it over you. With your help, we will elect Donald Trump president once again, a freedom fighter who puts America first. He will lock down the border, control the chaos that grips the globe, and most importantly, protect your God-given Second Amendment rights. Here in Texas, we have a saying for Joe Biden and his leftist allies, and that is, come and take it. And with your help, that's exactly what we are going to do to Joe Biden in November. Thank you all. God bless you all. And God bless the United States of America.
Wow.
He's a good speaker.
Yeah,
That's
he
for
delivered
sure.
the speech.
What'd you think, man?
I thought it was good. I don't disagree with anything, and I'm proud to be a Texan to stand up against or stand up for individual rights, and I still think that we do that in Texas. I could have some issues with a few things here and there, but I think for the most part we're better off than other states. What about you guys in other states? What did y'all think about the governor's speech?
Had to step away for a little bit, take care of some big boy things, but
big boy.
He gave a good speech. I don't have a lot of commentary on that one. Just need to fortify our rights.
My name is Andrew Arulanandam. I'm the interim executive vice president and CEO of the NRA. Thank you. I've worked for the NRA for about 25 years in public affairs and general operations. So I know a little bit about what's going on with the NRA. No matter what you've heard, we are strong, we're healthy, we're resolute, committed, and united as ever. But now I have a very important piece of business. For a century, the NRA and America's law enforcement have shared an unbreakable bond of mutual trust and support. So today, we're continuing a long-standing tradition of recognizing the NRA Law Enforcement Officer of the Year. Let me tell you a story.
Joe Lanou.
On a hot July afternoon last year in Fargo, North Dakota, 4 police officers were working a routine traffic accident. Suddenly, someone across the street opened rifle fire on the officers like a shooting gallery. 3 officers went down. To save them, the 4th, Officer Zachary Robinson, armed with only a handgun, opened fire and advanced on the suspect until he was dead.
Standing ovation.
As it should be.
For his courage and bravery, and for relieving the city of Fargo of another violent criminal. Let's hear it loud for NRA's Law Enforcement Officer of the Year, Officer Zach Robinson. Zach, would you please stand and be recognized?
I guess they're not going to show him.
Maybe for his own protection or something.
Or a terrible cameraman.
Well, I mean, if they're showing him, no, it can't be for his own protection. If they're
I have
recognizing
one
him.
other important piece of business. Today is the day we remember the brave souls and sacrifices of our men and women who put service above self. Today is Armed Forces Day. If you are a current or past member of the Armed Forces, please stand and let's make this room roar with our appreciation. Thank you.
What do you think about this guy compared to the previous guy?
20 years is a long time to be in the same organization.
President Trump is here, but he's doing some news interviews and he will be out shortly along with Randy Kozak, NRA ILA's executive director. So please stretch your legs. The program will continue shortly. Thank you very much.
Full moon shining bright.
Well, good news. We actually have someone on here. We have the Untactical Texan is joining. What's up, bro?
Hey, what's going on?
What's
Welcome, my friend.
So
Good to have
work got canceled. No power.
We'll take you.
Yeah, I got nothing better to do.
Good. Hey, man, your video was bad to the bone. We were saying a bunch of great things about it, and then they also said, well, he can't make it because he's working. But here you are.
Oh, here I am.
Yeah, awesome video. Awesome
Thank
video.
you very much. I appreciate that.
How long have you been doing those?
I've been on YouTube for like a year and a half, coming up maybe 2 years.
What you got, Joe?
I think I found a video for this Zach Robinson. Give me a second and let's take a look at that while we wait. Looks like there's a whole news spot on it with some video of the incident. Give me a second.
Let's do it. Yeah. So, have you been watching the speech so far?
No, I haven't. I watched it for a few seconds. I was on the way to work and then I got called. Power's out still.
Cool. What's up, John? What do you think of Untactical Texans stuff?
I like it.
Yeah.
You don't have to
very
say that because
flowing.
I'm here, John.
No, I'm not. It was no. I'll be the first one to tell you. I criticize myself a lot, but that was very smooth. You're almost up there with Lanu and Range Minded.
I'm not that good.
I wouldn't
get out of here.
Yeah.
John, that is not what you said earlier. Just because he's here.
This is recorded. You can go back and look.
Yeah, that's right. Objection, Your Honor.
Joe's a hard one to top. I don't think I'm quite there.
Well, no, when I seen it, it was just like when I watch other people who've been doing it for a long time, I just get this conviction like, damn, my intro is not cool like that one, or the way that you're editing it and you're coming into frames and showing it. It's like, man, I need to spend more work on mine. It kind of gives me a conviction, and it's really an inspiration in some level that you want to do better, and you're watching other people do it. You're like, damn, I need to start doing something like this, or, oh, that was a great idea. I wonder why I haven't been doing that. So when I watched your video, that one, and then I started watching another one, that was my takeaway personally.
I appreciate that. I do the same thing. I watch people that are better than me and go, man, why haven't I done that yet? How do I do that?
Yeah, well, cool. So you do that in your garage. Good.
I think your 22 premise is unique to a podcasters. I like that.
Yeah, I try to well, I own a ton of 22s, so that helps. But yeah, I try to do something a little bit different. I mean, 22 Plinkster's out there and he's big, but there's not a whole lot of 22, mostly 22 guys.
No, you're right. You know what? It's an economical way to keep up with your marksmanship skills. I mean, it is a perishable skill, and 22 is a cheaper way of doing it.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah.
Hey, folks, I found this video on Zach Robinson. Let's watch this real quick.
Put your hands up! Hands up! Hands up! Hands up! Hands up! Hands up!
Body camera video released today showing Fargo officer Zach Robinson repeatedly telling shooter Mohammed Barakat to put his hands up during a South Fargo shooting last month.
That shooting, of course, took the life of Fargo officer Jake Willeen, critically injured 2 other officers and 1 bystander. Thank you for joining us. I'm Justin Betty.
And I'm Stacey Van Dyke. Emotional audio released today, too, as the body camera worn by officer Zach Robinson was released this morning. It gives us new insight into what took place that day.
We have team coverage for you tonight, starting with Valley News team Zoe Jones and a breakdown.
It takes 4 y'all to tell the story. Just show us the video.
Yeah,
Justin,
get to
Stacey,
the
today's
point.
release of the body camera
It's
footage
North
added
Dakota.
new insights
Of course.
to just
They made a
how
movie out of
intense the
Fargo,
shooting was
remember?
on July 14th. This right here is the scene where it all took place.
The scene.
Looking at this is Mohammed Barakat, the shooter's vehicle. Over here on 25th Street is where we saw Officer Zach Robinson when the gunfire began. This was Carly Coswick's vehicle, the one who was involved in the crash that the officers were attending to. So again, this is where we see Officer Zach Robinson, which is where our body camera footage takes place and brings us to now. We do want to warn you what you are about to see may be difficult for some viewers to watch.
Appreciate that.
Central, shots fired, shots fired. We got 3 officers down. 3 officers down.
That was the call from Officer Zach Robinson just seconds after Mohammed Barakat opened fire on July 14th, wounding Carly Coswick, officers Andrew Dotis and Tyler Hawes, and killing Officer Jake Willeen. In the body camera footage, we see a play-by-play from the moment the shots rang out to the moment Officer Robinson neutralizes Barakat.
Handled business.
Chief David Zabolski said at the press conference that Officer Robinson showed extreme restraint in a stressful and traumatic situation.
Look at how many times Officer Robinson, even in that situation, when he's the only one standing there at the moment, other people are in need of very dire medical attention, provides opportunities for Mr. Barakat to surrender.
Stop moving! Stop moving! Put your hands up!
Barakat shot 44 times with a .223 and once with a 9mm, and Robinson shot 31 times. With those 31 shots, he hit Barakat 21 times. The entire exchange from the moment Barakat opens fire to the moment Robinson neutralizes Barakat only took 1 minute and 46 seconds.
This is not television, of course. So anybody who you've ever talked to who's been in a firefight of this kind will tell you 1 minute and 46 seconds is a lifetime. That is a very long turn of events.
Many have deemed Officer Robinson a hero for his actions that day. And after the release of the footage, many agree that this holds to.
Wow.
Yeah, interesting. That's a tough situation.
He definitely deserves an award.
Yeah, to be recognized at the NRA annual meeting. He's the Officer of the Year.
That's pretty stellar.
Yeah. I'd say he earned it. That was a tough situation to be in.
I thought I heard Joe Lanew's name thrown in the hat, thrown in the ring there. But I wonder if you were in the top 5. Yeah.
Probably didn't make even an interest list.
yeah, that'd have been funny. It's like, I'd like to give the podcast of the year to Night Court with Joe Lanew. That would have been something.
Well, it's only been 5 weeks with that. Next, we expect be in consideration starting next year.
Hell yeah, Dave. Especially in Dallas,
sure
Texas.
That's on the horizon. Without a doubt.
But yeah, but the Governor Greg Abbott, when you hear him talk, when he's talking about Texas, and even though the federal government is fighting him, saying, let the people come through, Texas not only stood their ground, they had to go to, to go into the Supreme Court or something to decide, who's right and who's wrong. And Abbott was like, I don't care. A bunch of states all over the country is like, I stand with Texas, sending troops to help out. Even Texas is using their own money to continue building the wall that Joe Biden, did the executive order and said, stop building it. So hats off to Governor Greg Abbott. He's a great governor and makes a Texan proud to live in the state for sure.
Hey, off topic, Joe, and all you Texans, has there been any opposition toward that from people that live in Texas? Just curious.
No.
Okay. I didn't think so. I was just wondering.
No, y'all have heard me say this before. I feel like
Democrats.
Well, yeah, but I mean, we have pretty decent representation in Texas.
Yeah, except for in Austin. Other than that,
well, the people in Austin, they have good representation for what they want, just not what the most of Texas is going to want.
Yeah, you can add the center of Houston to that Austin group too.
There are pockets.
Yeah, we got they have locations in all major metropolitan areas in Texas. It's just that's not where the voters lie in Texas.
Well, so does Wendy's, right?
She a Democrat too?
Yeah, do elaborate. What are you talking about?
Well, Wendy's has great representation around Texas, don't they?
I would say Buc-ee's and Whataburger.
I almost said Whataburger, but I didn't. That would have made the joke funnier, I guess.
Whataburger and Buc-ee's, which is now expanding out of Texas. But if you haven't been to Buc-ee's, you definitely like, what the hell? This is a gas station, bro.
Coming soon to Idaho near you.
I hope so.
We just got one in North Carolina.
A Buc-ee's?
Yes, sir.
Wow,
that's crazy.
Yeah, Buc-ee's. Let's see what this guy from RSBN's talking about right now.
That really threw that election into a tailspin, and just it disrupted campaigning because of the social distancing guidelines, and it wasn't until really late 2020 that we were able to go out and do these.
I'm telling you,
this would have never happened. The NRA in 2020, the convention would have never happened. You would never put this many people in a convention center this close together. Remember, we got the 6 feet. We got the 6 feet rule, which was never based on science or any type of proven theory. It was just something that they quite honestly made up, and that was later admitted just even a few weeks ago. So the campaign in 2020.
What was the deal with Dr. Fauci? Because I've seen Elon Musk on X was talking about something about Dr. Fauci should be prosecuted. What's the story with that? Does anybody have that one? Cash? Anybody got that one?
I believe it was, again, that someone admitted somewhere that, yeah, he funded gain-of-function research at the Wuhan lab.
They found it at the Wuhan lab?
Yeah, gain-of-function research.
Wow. Let's see here. We got some speakers inside this space. Go ahead. Who else has something about this Dr. Fauci? Because everybody's been like, Dr. Fauci, he's in the pocket of someone. But something came up also. I've seen it all over the internet. That they do they have enough to prosecute him?
Probably not under this administration.
Yeah. Do you think Donald Trump will actually do anything when it comes to that, or he'll probably let it go? Because remember the Hillary Clinton, lock her up. But as soon as he got elected, you never heard another word about it.
So I guess it depends on what they try to charge him with. I don't know. I mean, statute of limitations, does that fall in with people like that? I would think.
What you got, Cash?
Yeah, give it to us, Cash.
Great. Put me on the spot. Dr. Fauci's thing, that's just the gain of research. Right? I don't know statute of limitations and all that. In 2016, I talked a little bit though. There was a different time in politics. You let the old administration go about their business, and so when there was a law that Hillary Clinton lock her up, I think Trump wanted to just move on, and he had a lot of advisors around him telling him to do so, just to let it go. And I don't think he realized early in his administration just how deep the deep state was. I think it was towards the end of his administration, once they're already so entrenched, that he really realized how much danger they were all in. And then now they come after him like they have. I hope that Trump brings in outsiders to help him bring in a new administration. He goes after these people. Personally, that I think the days of being so high in the federal government that you can't go to prison, I think needs to be over. And then on a different subject, we talked earlier about the cat fight in Congress last night. That video was uploaded and finished. I put a link in the chat notes on X, but if you go to the Cash Lawrence show, and it's right there, search cat fight.
Cat fight. You're listening to Cash Lauren on X Spaces. We'll look that up right now. You said it's in where you say it was? It's on your YouTube channel.
Is it? I put the link in the X Spaces chat, but it's on YouTube. So you just my channel, the Cash Lauren Show. It's the newest video up.
Cash Lauren Show. I was looking at it this morning. Definitely, man. Your work on the thumbnails and stuff like that. It's 100% over the top for sure. Let's see. Cash Lauren.
Yeah, thank you. I put in a lot of work into thumbnails, titles, creating the content itself. Ultimately, you have to create good content, but you need eyes on it. So putting a lot into that.
What part do you mention the We the People Live? The beginning or the end?
What's that now?
What part of the show did you mention We the People Live? At the beginning or the end?
I don't think it's currently in the show yet. We're still figuring that all out. Are we not? Or
yeah. So I'll show you just a short clip of this, and this is the very beginning of.
Look at the nice view of the podium. Wow, that's nice.
Yeah, isn't it nice? Here, let's take a little live look into the Cash Lauren Show. Let's see. Switch this tab instead. What am I doing here? Sound?
Engaging personalities, correct?
I think Comer was liking that.
Chairman, I make a motion to strike those words.
I don't think that's
Hold on.
part of
I'm
the.
trying to find clarification on what quality.
I
Chairman,
didn't-
motion to
I had
strike
no
those
idea
words.
what you just said.
We're not gonna do this. Look, you guys earlier literally just.
Oh,
said
you
yes.
just- you just voted to do
Y'all
it.
did it first, so you don't want to talk about it.
voted to do it. Order.
I'm trying to get clarification. Look at, calm down. Calm down. No, because this is what y'all do. So I'm trying to
Hey,
get
Miss
clarification.
Crockett, you're not recognized. Miss
I can't hear
Crockett.
you with your yelling. Don't want calm down. No, Please calm don't down. tell me to calm down. Calm down. Because y'all talk Calm noise, down. and then you're out of control. Because if I Look, come, Chairman, if I can we come and send her talk outside to shit take a about break her, for 5 y'all minutes? gonna have a problem.
Mr.
Order.
All right,
Sorry.
chair.
I don't know why
Okay.
you're
Order.
acting
Chair
like
now
that.
Gosh, Congress last night had a cat fight, and that's why these women should just stay home in the kitchen. I'm kidding. I'm 100% kidding. I couldn't resist a joke. Democrats will cut it right then and there, but this is Congress. This is the House of Representatives. This is supposed to be professionals who represent us, take our concerns, and then bring them to Congress.
So that's the Cash Lauren Show, everybody.
Well, they're already in the house. They just need to go to the kitchen.
That's terrible. Anything else you'd like to say about that one, Cash? I thought it looked pretty good. The camera's like HD for sure, all the way HD.
Yeah, it blows me away. I mean, that's our tax dollars going to work, and that should never ever happen. And Marjorie Taylor Greene's wrong. Jasmine Crockett's wrong. AOC gets into it later, and she's wrong. That should never ever happen. These people are supposed to be professionals, and that's our tax dollars.
But that's
It's
happened
being
before,
absolutely wasted.
Cash. That we've had that in the House in the House in particular. It's been a rough and rowdy crowd in there. I think it was designed that way. I have to go back and do some research, but I think there was even someone who was attacked by a cane on the House floor.
Yeah, it was a long time ago.
There's yeah, but going back from the beginning, it's been a rough and tough place for debate. But I agree
Well,
that
I guess
really
at least
changed.
they're not
Was
pulling out
worthless.
knives and stabbing each other, or
No,
Yeah,
absolutely.
there's too many stairs, so the president can't show up.
Yeah. Well, correct me if I'm wrong, Joe. Didn't gentlemen settle their disputes by a duel back in the day?
Yeah, the same people that people on the left like to say those are the guys that wrote the Constitution to make sure that we were disarmed. But yes,
Make dueling great again.
Hamilton was killed in a duel between him and Burr over slights in newspaper articles. They
So-
settled that dispute in Jersey.
So if something like this were to happen, if we were in the back in the day, and of course, if women were allowed to hold these kind of offices and stuff, if we were back in the day, this would be an offense that, hey, ladies, let's just go ahead and take this outside. Everybody grab their firearm and take 10 paces and then turn around and shoot each other? Or would this be one of those things, or how did that work?
Well, I think so. They'd have to pick a second. The second is supposed to work out the dispute with honor on both sides. If that can't be done, then they go to the next level, which is actually showing up for a duel. They'll try to work it out again. Don't work it out that point, then they'll bust off. Most duels ended with both each opponent discharging the weapon in the air, but they showed bravery by standing there and doing it, and they would settle the dispute at that point. But like in the Hamilton case, it didn't go that route. But,
yeah.
No,
I
Hamilton
don't
did
see.
it right.
I don't see AOC or Marjorie Taylor Greene jumping out to handle the dispute in that manner. No.
Because Green would kick her ass.
It does prove the point, though. If you know that your words can be escalated to the point that we're going to pull a gun out and then we're going to see, how many more words you have left. Usually maybe conversations aren't going to escalate that high, and maybe you'll start to choose your words more wisely when you know there's a weapon in the near future on a couple levels later.
It happens in Chicago every day. What are you talking about?
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. It's like arming citizens, actually it makes the crime go down.
It makes people more polite.
Yeah, exactly. Because in Texas, the chances of the person that's riding beside of you that cut you off or did something where you feel like you really want to retaliate with some road rage and flick them off, the chances of them having a firearm in their car is pretty good. So you're like, yeah, just let them make it. Just let me slow down. Just go on about your business. Road rage isn't as bad either, right? In my opinion.
No, I agree with you. You got to worry about this escalating to gunplay. Then you're right. You choose your actions and your words carefully.
More careful, at least. It's like, I'm mad, but am I that mad that I really need to bring it to this person's attention? You're like, I don't feel like dying today. Let me just move on. All right, what else we got?
I believe it was Mike Tyson, right, that said that people get a lot more courage now if we worry about being punched in the mouth.
Yeah, everyone has a plan until you get punched in the mouth. I think that's
Oh, yeah, something along those lines, yeah.
Well, the other nice thing about what just took place over there is they're never going to forget. They're always going to bring it up at some point again. So we'll get to revisit this again, I'm sure.
We would like to thank the 1,000 people. There's over 1,000 people listening to this live stream. It's actually 1,150 people. We thank you for watching the live stream. Please do us a favor and share this stream. We have a lot of awesome podcast people bringing 2A content, pro 2A content for that matter. Untactical Texan, look him up on YouTube. We have John Cox. He has the 2A Talking Tactical. We definitely have Range Minded. Philip the Assyrian, I'm not sure where he is, but I'm sure he's close by. The Joe Lanou, Night Court with Joe Lanou. And he also has his youtube.com at Joe_Lanou, LNU, which also means for law enforcement, last name unknown. And then also me, myself, speaking Kingdom Radio. This collaboration to have over thousands of people. And of course, we just heard from Cash Lauren Show. All of these shows are good follows, and collectively we're hoping to really make some impact for all the hard work and editing that we've done.
While we're doing shouts out, let's don't forget our friend Sig Soto. He's got a little skit in here, a little
Sig
little
Soto.
ditty.
Let's see a little ditty about Jack and Diane over here. By the way,
a little ditty on Sig Soto. Well, he's got. Hi, folks. Joe Lanou here. SigSoda.com has come up with an exclusive hat design to show your support for our friend Dexter Taylor, a.k.a. Carbon Mike. Message me on X to order, and $10 of every purchase goes to the Dexter Taylor Legal Defense Fund. Sig Soda is your source for Pro 2A Amendment gear, official sponsor of the Night Court Show. Let's show Sig Soda some love and some support.
We the People Live.
Yeah, Sig Soda. I didn't mean to cut you off, but yeah, what were we saying, Linda?
Well, I was going to say, I was throwing something out there for our couple of sponsors that we've got. We got Coffee on Mars. We've got Atlas Pool and Spas out of Waco, Texas. They are supporters of the Night Court with Joe Lanou and the Night Crew Show.
Yeah. And then, of course, let's not forget about Save the Guns Carl that we have. And also the GoFundMe, unofficial GoFundMe for Phil the Assyrian, so he can purchase more guns. And we would like to say that 5% of the proceeds that you offer will go towards that cause. And the rest of them will be administration fee to the Night Court with Joe La New show.
He's also looking for a wife.
Well, 100% of the 5% will go to Phil's Save a Gun organization out of Arizona. In fact, it's very similar to Carl's Save the Gun organization out of Florida. Let's take a look at that.
The Sarah McLachlan is definitely a nice touch. SBA Foundation.
It's your heartstrings.
That it does.
He's got that one sitting.
3,000 were rescued last year. There's just one. There's just one. Actually, there was 4 there.
It's hard to watch this and have a dry eye, you know?
Especially when you realize how many you couldn't get to.
They were all high points anyway. Don't worry about it.
High points lives matters too.
That's true.
Yeah, folks, just for a few dollars a day, we can help Carl save more. We can't reach them all, but we can reach what we can with your help. Shoot me a DM, or you can just go to my my timeline, hit the donation there. We'll make sure that 5% of that goes directly to Carl to save firearms in the state of Florida. We're doing the same thing for. We're doing the same thing for Phil's branch in Arizona.
For sure.
Just endorsing a leader, we are igniting the lamp of liberty across our great nation.
The Lamb of Liberty.
Defending who we are as Americans and the very fabric of our democracy. Despite the dimming light in Washington, D.C., know this. The lamp of liberty shines brightly from Dallas to Des Moines, from Baton Rouge to Boise, lighting the path forward for this great nation, the greatest nation.
He's working that teleprompter.
Yeah.
Together, we stand as beacons of light, defending the Second Amendment and all the values that define our country. We're not just spectators. We are the torchbearers for freedom, liberty, and justice, rallying to action millions of our fellow NRA members. From the plains of Wyoming to the shores of Virginia, your dedication fuels our cause, keeping the lamp of liberty burning bright. And there is only one man who stands with us, a man who understands that the flame of liberty does not come from the halls of Washington, D.C., but thrives in the heartland of America. That man is Donald J. Trump.
Have you heard the attendance there yet?
Our NRA Political Victory Fund endorsement today is a battle cry. It is a pledge to fight with everything we have for the rights enshrined in the Second Amendment and fight to secure the free speech in the First Amendment. These principles, like the lamp of liberty, are under siege, but none beyond our defense. Do we stand together in this fight for liberty? Yes, we do. We stand today echoing the words of Teddy Roosevelt. It is not the critic who counts. The credit belongs to the man who is actually in the arena. We are in the arena, along with the defender of the greatest defender of the Second Amendment in our lifetime, Donald Trump. And together, we will fight for the right to keep and bear arms. and for the soul of our nation. Let it be known when history is written that on our watch, the light of liberty did not go out, but instead that it burns brighter than ever for the generations to come. As the chairman of the NRA PVF, it is my honor to announce our endorsement of the 45th and soon to be 47th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
I wish he had rehearsed that. That might have been a better speech.
The only thing I could find on numbers is they project 70,000 people there this weekend.
Yeah, and Trump spoke last night, but he said that he hadn't received the endorsement yet, so it was still unofficial, but now it just became official. And speaking of official, this is officially a special presentation of Night Court with Joe Lanu.
You're doing a great job. You did a wonderful speech. Good job.
Oh my God, dude, that's hilarious.
that was pretty good. I need to see more of that. We need to see more of that on the podcast there, Range Minder.
It's gonna be huge. It's gonna be huge.
Now,
I've got with
the
Coco, you
NRA
need to do something
The NRA
with
has
that.
done more for their guns than I have, but the NRA is still not as good as me.
Range Minded, you did that one like perfect. Do that one more time, dude. I gotta see that. I mean, now
you're
I'm
gonna ruin it.
looking at this
You know you're ruining it.
Yeah, exactly.
It's getting too much. Okay, I can't.
Yeah.
It's got to be off the cuff. Too much.
The way you did the hand motions was perfect, dude.
You need a little.
I think it's what we'll get out of
tease
Trump
about it.
tonight. I think we're going to get the regular Trump tonight. I think that's the way it'll go. Let's see.
Wonder if we can get him on an X space.
Well,
Trump?
Elon Musk already tried, but when they did that with Ron DeSantis, remember the damn thing crashed like 4 times and they couldn't figure out it was 500,000 people. Can you imagine if you got Trump or the Trump Biden debate on X Spaces? There's no way that thing would crash for sure.
Well, it'll be here on We the People Live.
Oh
We'll
yeah,
have it on X
1,000%. Yeah, 1,000%.
no worries.
Hey, the Lee Greenwood. Anyone in the military? When I was in the military, you heard that Lee Greenwood song. They still play that in basic training all the time.
I used to make trainees sing it in the chow hall. So yeah, it's a
exactly
it's a staple.
I hear it every 4th of July.
Oh, really?
We have a huge fireworks show here in Idaho Falls. Huge. Melaleuca puts it on. It's like $200 million.
Very huge.
And it's pretty awesome. It's huge. It's a beautiful
huge.
show.
It's very big.
Not as big as my hands.
Well, thank you very much. And thank you, Randy. It's a true honor to be here today to receive the endorsement of the proud American patriots at the NRA. These are great patriots. These are great people. And we're going to do things like nobody can believe. We're going to win this election at levels that nobody's ever seen before. But thank you very much for that endorsement. It means a lot to me. You know, when I started off, as you know, in 2016, I got that endorsement early, and I got it. Some people thought they had it made, but we got it. We got it again, and we've lived up to everything, as you know, everything I said. They just were under siege with the guns, the rifles, and everything else. We're under siege, but they didn't move us an inch, and we have to stand strong. You know that. We have to stand very strong. So thank you very much, everybody. I appreciate it. The NRA has stood with me from the very beginning, and with your vote, I will stand strong for your rights and liberties. And 4 more years in the White House, we're going to do things like nobody can believe. We're going to turn our country around. We're going to, quite simply, make America great again.
So far, it's just like campaign speech stuff.
But one thing I'll say, and I say it
Yeah.
as friends, we've got to get gun owners to vote. Because you know what? I don't know what it is. Perhaps it's a form of rebellion because you're rebellious people, aren't you? But gun owners don't vote. What is that all about? I've heard that. I heard it a few weeks ago. If the gun owners voted, we would swamp them at levels that nobody's ever seen before. So I think you're a rebellious bunch. But let's be rebellious and vote this time, okay? If you go out and vote, I understand exactly why you don't, but we have to win this election. It's the most important election in the history of our country. You've got to get all your friends, all the gun owners, they have to go and they have to vote. If they vote, there's nobody that can beat us, nobody. So it's very important. And I want to thank the NRA President Charles Cotton, your first Vice President Bob Barr, and interim Executive Vice President Andrew Arula Andom, who's a terrific group of people. That's a terrific group of people. We're also grateful to be joined by a very special man. He's a hot politician, very hot. Governor Greg Abbott. Where is he? He's around here someplace. He's around here. Thank you, Greg. You're a hot politician, Greg. You know why he's hot? Because he's doing a good job. That's a good reason, right? Right, Doc Ronnie? Thank you very much, Greg. Appreciate it. Great job. Also, a friend of mine is the chairman of our campaign in Texas, and we're 2-0, and we have lots of people running. And so far, I think we're 51-0 in Texas. I don't know. I like Texas, and they like me. Somehow it works together. But this man is very, very strong, very popular. Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick. Thank you, Dan. Very strong guy, very popular guy. Thank you very much. Great job. How are we doing, Dan? Are we doing okay? We're way up in Texas. We're way up. Thank you very much. And members of Congress here, we have a lot of them, but a few of them I'm going to introduce. We also have senators, and we're going to just introduce a small group because we have to get on about our business, don't we? Members of Congress. The only man to hit a ball in Washington out of the stadium, he hit a home run, slow pitch. You know, they play the Democrats, and slow pitch meaning about 55 or 60 miles an hour, not that slow, but nobody's ever hit a home run over the fences except this one man, and he was wearing a MAGA hat. So I didn't know him at the time, but I said, who's the guy that hit the home run? This was a couple of years ago. He hit it right over the fences in the deepest part of the park. And that's not an easy thing to do for a civilian. You know, if you're a baseball player, you can do it. If you're a civilian, you're not supposed to be able to do it. But he was wearing that beautiful red MAGA hat. And I said, who is that guy? And his name's Greg Stupy. And he's here today. And he's my friend with his incredible wife. Thank you. Greg Stupy. Where are you, Greg? Where's Greg? What a shot that was. When they wear a hat that says MAGA, that means they're with us all the way. They're with us. Thank you, Greg. Also, a terrific congressman and a friend of yours, very good friend of you and the state and the country, Pat Fallon. Pat, thank you, Pat. Great, Pat. Great job. Another man, he was the doctor for, I don't think any of you have ever heard of this gentleman, Barack Hussein Obama. Has anyone ever heard of Barack Hussein? No, he was the doctor, very talented doctor too. You know, he's got a lot of things on his resume. He was a great doctor. He was a great admiral. And now he's a great congressman. And before I introduce him, I just want to say, when he was the doctor at the White House, they asked him, who's healthier? Who's a better physical specimen? Is it Trump or is it Obama? And he said, it's not even close. It's Donald Trump, not even close. I said, I love this guy. Dr.
Didn't see that
Ronnie
one coming.
Jackson,
I'll be honest.
your
I didn't see that
congressman,
coming.
Great congressman
Yeah,
from
caught me by
Texas.
surprise too. So far, not a lot about guns.
Then he had to louse it up. You know what he did? He said, and he'd live for 200 years, except he likes junk food, so he might only live to 110. Can you believe? I do like junk food. Who doesn't? A real good friend of mine, an incredible Republican, conservative, really a person that loves our country more than anything else, happens to solidly reside in the state of Texas, the president of the America First Policy Institute. What she's done is incredible. She has taken the Policy Institute and brought it to a level that nobody thought possible, and fairly quickly too, I would say. Brooke Rollins. Brooke? Thank you. Thank you, Brooke. She could run any company in America, but I don't want to say that because I don't want her stolen away from me. Texas legislature candidates who have my complete and total endorsement: David Covey, Alan Schoolcraft. Where's Alan? Alan Schoolcraft, Helen Kerwin, and Brent Hagenboo. Where are you? Stand up. Oh, there they are. And David is leading very substantially an absolutely terrible Speaker of the House who didn't want to go into voter fraud. He didn't want to do it. And David, raise your hand, David, because David's leading very, very substantially against your Speaker of the House. And I see the recent polls, but still, it's about a week away. They all have my complete and total endorsement. They're phenomenal people, and they're going to do really, really well. And we appreciate you being with us. Thank you, and good luck. In a week from now, good luck. You're going to win big. You're all going to win big. We have to get your speaker out of there so that we can go into voter fraud. Because, even though we win Texas, Dallas and Houston, those areas, a lot of bad things happening, right, Dan? They have a lot of bad things happening, and we got to stop it before it gets out of control, and they will do that. Also, a man, he was operating a piece of equipment, a big hauler, a big truck. He was a truck guy, a real truck guy, not like Biden. Biden says, I drive trucks. I used to drive an 18-wheeler. He doesn't know what he said. He didn't. No, he always says that. He said, I used to drive an 18-wheeler. When the truckers come in, that's what he says. When the pilots come in, I used to fly a plane. No, it's true. He's misinformation. I was going to say he's full of bullshit, but I don't want to use bad language because there are a lot of young. No, I don't want to. I don't want to do that. Well, I played golf today with a really good golfer, Tony Romo. Do you know Tony Romo? He may be a better golfer than a football player. I don't know. But we played early today. We were talking about the state. We were talking about a lot of things, and we were at a wonderful course very nearby. And we had a tremendous amount of support from the people at that club. I'll tell you, it's amazing. They love this state. They love your governor, your lieutenant governor. They love this country. It's a beautiful thing to see, really beautiful. But, Biden, he said his biggest lie of all, because I'm a nice golfer, is the expression goes. We have another nice golfer here, by the way, Mr. Steve Witkoff and his son Alex. He's a nice golfer, and he's one of the most successful businessmen in the country. He flew in just to spend some time because he's a big believer in the NRA. But Biden, his biggest lie of all, he said he's a 6.2 handicap golfer. This guy couldn't break 200. I really mean it. And he actually challenged me. Last week we're going to have debates with him, and that was good. That's good. I think we're going to, he's still looking for that white stuff that was found in the White House. He said, where is it? It never arrived. It never arrived. They can't find it. Everyone thought it was for Hunter. Maybe it wasn't for Hunter. I think it was just somebody else. But he said 6.2, so usually a guy's a 6 or 7 or an 8. I see. I played golf for a long time. I won a lot of golf. 31 club championships. Can you believe it? And he challenged me to a golf match. He said, I'll give him 3 aside. The guy can't break 200. Here's his swing. I'm very good at imitating swings. It's not just well, you ask Tony Romo about that. He'll tell you about Trump. But no, but that's his biggest lie. 6.2. He's got to be 6.2. You know why? 6.2 is like totally accurate. Down 0.2. I never even heard of that before. Who's a 6.2? But this gentleman that is from North Carolina got up and made a speech, and the place said, why aren't you running for office? And he gave it a shot. He ran for lieutenant governor. So he went from a tractor. He was a very good operator right here. It was a forklift, and a good one, a big one, and he had a great job. But he made a speech. I think he was protesting taxes or something in North Carolina, and he took the place by storm. One of the most beautiful, resonant voices you've ever heard. He stood up. I said, I think I'm going to really insult him by saying this. It's possible that I will, and I didn't want to do that. And you know, we're doing well with the black voter. They can't even believe it. They love Trump, and I love them. But I said to this man, and when he endorsed me, he gave a speech, and I said, you are Dr. Martin Luther King on steroids. That's how good you are. You are unbelievable as a speaker. And he got up, and he's doing fantastically well in North Carolina, and I think he's going to be the next governor of North Carolina, Mark Robinson. And a very popular guy. How's it going? Good? The polls are looking good, I hear, yes? You got to hear this guy speak. Anyway, he's going to be speaking at the convention very loudly and beautifully, and we look forward to that. We're going to have a great convention in Milwaukee, and we're not doing one, you know, they're going to do a Zoom convention, I hear, because, they're blaming the pickets, the riots, whatever they might want to blame. The real problem is he doesn't want to get up and speak. He doesn't want to walk. He can't walk from that stair to this podium. He can't put two sentences together. Even his challenge on the debate, it took him 7 shots. They have 7 different clips. For more than 150 years, the NRA has been defined by men and women like all of you, loyal, hardworking citizens who believe in defending your families and your communities and our country. RFK Jr., I call him Junior. By the way, he's radical left. Don't think about it. Don't waste your vote. We need a conservative person with common sense. This guy is radical left who destroyed New York. They're taking down all of the energy components. We have the highest, and all of New England, actually. He's a disaster. He's radical left. RFK Jr. is radical left. It reminds me of this fly that's driving me crazy up here. This fly is brutal. I don't like flies.
Like that fly on Mike Pence's head. Remember that one?
RFK Jr. calls you a terrorist group. You know, he calls you a terrorist group. Can't vote for him. You can't, Somebody said, well, they like his policy on vaccine. The other day, he said, no, he'll go for the vaccine. He's got no policy on anything. He's radical left. He always has been. His family is angry at him because he's doing this. They won't talk to him because they said, where the hell did this come from? And for some reason, he's getting probably a little bit more, hurting Biden a little bit more. But we can't waste any votes. We have to make sure we win. And I'm meeting, I don't know if you read, but I'm meeting next week, very soon, with the Libertarians, because largely they have so much of what we have. They're also people of common sense, generally speaking. They have a couple of things that are a little different, but we have to join with them because they get their 3% every year, no matter who's running. And we have to get that 3% because we can't take a chance on Joe Biden winning. He's the worst president in the history of our country by far. We can't have it. But RFK Jr. says bad things. He calls you a terrorist group, and I call you the backbone of America. That's a big difference, wouldn't you say? But under crooked Joe Biden, everything you stand for is under threat like never before. Our Second Amendment, which is largely why you're here. I mean, that's the biggest statement for you. When I go and make speeches at different places, it's always important. But today, this is the big statement. It's under siege. Second Amendment is under siege. Our Constitution is being run through the shredder. Our borders have been obliterated. Inflation continued to rage, and it's raging right now again. And they shouldn't lower the interest rates because they're going to have to stop it. But he's going to lower it just for purposes of trying to win an election, just like he went into the strategic reserves to try and win an election and let this stuff that's supposed to be used for war and national emergencies to try and keep the gas prices down. And now we have the lowest strategic reserves we've ever had. Our country is going to hell. Rapacious gangs and ruthless criminals are terrorizing our streets, and crooked Joe Biden's weakness has us teetering on the edge of World War III. You know, I've gotten to know the leaders of the world very well. The ones in South America that are sending all of their criminals and their prisoners and their gangs into our country intelligently. I'd do the same thing if I was there. I would do the same. I'd do it faster than them. But they're sending everybody into our country. I mean, think of it. We have these people coming into our country. We don't want them in our country. They're from prison. They're gang members. They're drug dealers. They're rapists. We have people coming into our country. No country can sustain what's happening to us. And they don't check them. They have no idea who they are. It's not just South America. It's all over the world. It's time for a president who will replace weakness with strength, turn poverty to prosperity, and vanquish Joe Biden's corrupt tyranny with a great restoration of American freedom. We have to do that. From the very first day that we take back the White House, I believe we are going to have the 4 greatest years in the history of our country. And it's hard to believe when you look at what's happening right now with the inflation and the bad economy. And one of the greatest, I'll just say Scott, I call him Scott. He's one of the great prognosticators on Wall Street, one of the smartest people on Wall Street. He said the only reason the stock market's doing well is because Trump is leading in all of the polls. If Trump wasn't leading in all of the polls, and if Trump doesn't win, you're going to have a collapse like in 1929. So just remember, he said it, but I said it too. I really believe it. I believe it. That's the only thing that's doing well is the stock market. It's doing well because we're doing well. We had a great stock market. But if it didn't happen, it's going to be a very bad time, I think, for our country. But to achieve the future, you have to march into the voting booth and you have to tell crooked Joe Biden, Joe, you're doing a horrible job. You're a horrible president. Like The Apprentice, Joe, you're fired. Get out of here, Joe. You're fired.
He's not talking about Jay Lemieux, though, right?
And let there be no doubt the survival of our Second Amendment is very much on the ballot. You know what they want to do? They're going to, if they get in, our country is going to be destroyed in so many ways, but the Second Amendment will be, it's under siege. But with me, they never get anywhere. And we need that Second Amendment for safety, forgetting about even going hunting and all of the things that you do. We need it for safety. Because, you know, the bad guys are not giving up their guns. You know that. The bad ones are not giving up their guns. Oh, they will be so happy. If the Biden regime gets 4 more years, they are coming for your guns. 100% certain. Crooked Joe has a 40-year record of trying to rip firearms out of the hands of law-abiding citizens. He's always wanted to do that. And you can't do it. You know, we're the party of common sense now. It's like I call it the party of common sense. We're conservative and all of that. But we want borders. We want good elections. We have to have a Second Amendment that's meaningful. If we don't, we're going to have levels of death and destruction like this country has never seen before. We're the party of common sense as we speak. The Biden administration is trying to crush independent firearms dealers by revoking their licenses if they make a single error, even in very unimportant paperwork. You know that. Are there any people in here that have that happen? Because 5 hands go up and said, no, they want to take away your rights. Well, I know that better than anybody. They want to take away my rights better than anybody. Worse than Alphonse Capone. Al Capone was indicted twice. I got indicted 4 times. I never heard the word. What's an indictment? What's an indictment, please? Think of it, I go years and years. I go through all sorts of stuff in New York. I built buildings with the unions, with all the people that are involved. It's a rough business. I never had a question about me. All of a sudden, within a period of like this little tiny period, I got indicted 4 times, and on a civil basis 4 or 5 times, with it all being run from the White House and the DOJ. And I say, Alphonse Capone, the meanest, roughest, most horrendous. I'm looking at some of the people here, like this gentleman, rough guy. Rough guy, he's a rough stand-up. But you know what? You don't want to have dinner with Al Capone, I can tell you that, right? He wouldn't like you. You look too good. He wouldn't like you. He'd say, let's get rid of that guy. Al Capone, so remember Scarface, right? Scarface. He is a scar that went from here to here, and he was rough. He got indicted less than I did. Think of this. My father is up in heaven, and my mother. And my father was tough, but he was a good man. He was a good person, so I know he's in heaven. My mother, I guarantee it. My father, I think. Okay. I think. I'm pretty sure. But he was great. He was a great guy. And they're looking down on me right now. They say, can you believe it, darling? My son, he got indicted so much. And I heard they were going to try and do it a couple of more times. And the White House said, don't do it. Don't do it. You're indicting this guy into the White House. There's a little truth to that. There's a little truth. But we have the highest poll numbers we've ever had. We have the highest poll numbers we've ever had. And, you know, there are those, I don't want to ever say this, you know, being, I don't know if this is wood or plastic. You can't tell nowadays. And I think it's plastic. Is there any wood around? Oh, there's a piece. But we have the best poll numbers we've ever had. And I think a lot of it is the weaponization of justice, or as I call it, the weaponization of injustice, because that's what it is. And they'll use that on these great congressmen that I just introduced, because I have a platform that's a very big platform, and I can tell and talk to the voters, whether it's on television or I can do whatever, I can get it out, and I have done it, and probably a pretty good job. You see this case that's in New York, this fake case with a highly conflicted judge, so conflicted, there's probably no judge maybe in history that's been as conflicted as this guy, and he refuses to recuse himself. But I'm able to talk about things, although I do have a gag order. I can't talk about the things I want to talk about, because what I talk about is just on the surface. Because if I go in, they want to put me in jail. Can you believe? They want to put me in jail if I say the truth. So I can't talk about certain things. It says you can't talk about this, you can't talk about that, you can't talk, but those are the best things. But we talk about the things I can talk about. It has to be unconstitutional. Can you imagine? You've won the Republican nomination for president of the United States, and you have a local judge appointed by Democrat politicians. He was appointed. He didn't win the election. He's appointed. And he says, I'm going to put a gag order on the Republican Party's presidential candidate. Think of that. I'm going to put a gag order. So when people ask me questions, I'll have to say, I'm sorry, I can't answer that question. And they're easy questions. They're like softballs. They're so easy to answer. But I'm able to speak to the people, and the people understand, and we're well into the 80s and even more than that. And they see how fake it is. And so many of the politicians, like the ones I just mentioned, and others, many of them that aren't here from all over the country, they go to the trial and they watch what's going on. But we had a big day on Friday, didn't we? Didn't we have a big day? But they want to rig that just like they rigged the presidential election of 2020. They want to rig it. This is their form of rigging. And it only happens in third world countries, never happened here. It's a disgrace what's going on. But with me in the White House, the radical gun grabbers will run straight into a very, very powerful brick wall. Their dreams of taking away your God-given rights will die when the polls close on November 5th, 2024. Those dreams that they have will be dead. They will be dead dreams. Every promise I made, every single promise I made to you as a candidate, I kept as your president. Look at all the things we did. Taxes, think of it. Biggest tax cut in history, biggest regulation cuts in history, greatest economy in the history of our country. Larry Larry Kudlow was on last night. He was on, I think, Sean Hannity, another great guy. A lot of good people out there. We have a lot of great people that get the word out. But Larry Kudlow was out and he was comparing our economy to Biden's economy. He says, not even close. I mean, we had the greatest economy ever. And he's got an economy that is so bad with inflation, no matter what happened, you can never override. Inflation is a country buster. It has been for hundreds of years. You go back to Germany of old, it's a country buster, and it's busting our country and it's destroying our people. Just as I pledged back in 2016, I appointed nearly 300 pro-Constitution judges to interpret the law as written. It's a record, by the way. And I faced down vile attacks from the radical left who confirmed 3 great Supreme Court justices, Neil Gorsuch, Brett Kavanaugh, and Amy Coney Barrett. They're great. Well, they were thrilled when I got through. You know, a lot of presidents get none because they stay in office. They're usually appointed at a young age. It's interesting. I have a friend in New York. He wanted to be a judge so bad. And when he great lawyer, actually. When I won, he called me. He said, wow, do you believe it? A big real estate lawyer, phenomenal talent, and 69 years old. He said, unbelievable how you did this. Can I be honest? I'd love to give up my practice. He makes a lot of money. I'd like to give up my practice, and I'd like to run. I'd like to be a judge. I'd be a great judge, and he would be a great judge. And I called my people, and I told him, don't worry about it. You're going to be a judge. Congratulations. Then I called up my people, and I said, I have a guy from New York who's an incredible lawyer. He's got the right temperament. He'd be a really great judge. Oh, good, sir. How old is he? I said, he's 69, sir. So he's going to be there for 2, 3, 4 years. We like people in their 30s, so they're there for 50 years or 40 years. We don't want, and as soon as they said that, I realized, yeah, they're exactly right. So I called up my friend. I said, you're phenomenal. We love you, love you, love you. But will you guarantee that you're going to be there for 25 years? Well, I can't do that. Good. Then I can't appoint you. It's sort of a shame, actually. He would have been great. But, you know, after 3, 4 years, I said, I think I want to move to Texas, and I want to retire in Texas. A lot of people are moving to Texas. Standing before you at the NRA Leadership Forum in 2019, I revoked America's signature from the globalist United Nations Armed Trade Treaty, which was one of the worst things to happen. But we revoked it. I stood up for our hunters, fishers, and sportsmen like never before. No president has ever stood up for you, the people in this room, like I did, opening up millions of acres of federal land and rolling back Barack Hussein Obama's assault on hunting, fishing, and trapping. It was an assault. He didn't want you to hunt. Why? I don't know. They usually blame the environment. It's the environment. And I stopped cold their efforts to take away your ammunition. You know, those efforts are big. The ammunition, has anyone noticed? They're going after the ammunition. When the radical left Democrats tried to use COVID to shut down gun sales during the China virus, I proudly designated gun and ammunition retailers as critical infrastructure so they couldn't touch it. They tried. Many of the gun dealers are in this room. They came up to me backstage. A couple of them I met. I said, I was so honored to be called critical. I was critical. He was critical. I've never been called critical in my life. You gave me this powerful designation. But we did that, and it really worked. Word critical was very important because that's what it is. We have to save our country. My administration also petitioned the Supreme Court to overturn New York City's unconstitutional ban on transporting handguns outside the home. They say you can't do it, and we overturned it. And in a landmark case 2 years ago, the court affirmed that the right to self-defense does not end when you step outside the front door of your house. We won it. In my second term, we will roll back every Biden attack on the Second Amendment. The attacks are fast and furious, starting the minute that Crooked Joe shuffles his way out of the White House. At noon on Inauguration Day, we will sack the anti-gun fanatic Steve Dettelbach. Have you ever heard of him? He's a disaster. And replace him with an ATF director who respects the sacred rights to keep and bear arms. And remember, every single thing I told you, I did. That's one of the big things is that when I first ran, we ran. And when I first ran, nobody, I did great in business, did a lot of success, even in show business with The Apprentice and all. But, I never did this before. And I said I was going to do certain things. Every single thing, virtually every single thing that I said we're going to give you the biggest tax cuts. I said we're going to give you the biggest regulation cuts. I said we're going to give you Space Force. We're going to rebuild our military, which we did. I said we were going to build hundreds of miles of wall, which we did. We had 200 miles of wall ready to go. And they decided, then we had the rigged election, and they decided not to put them up. And they sold that very expensive wall. It's exactly what the Border Patrol wanted. Exactly. I wanted nice, beautiful 40, 50-foot concrete plank. They didn't like that. And I did everything they wanted. Even the repellent panel on the top, it stops you. It's called an anti-climb panel. You can't climb over it. We had people that climbed Mount Everest. We had all different walls built so that we got the best one. They couldn't climb this one. And I didn't like the panel on top. I don't know if you know what I'm talking about, but there's an anti-climb panel on top, but it makes it very hard for people to get over the walls. They could scoot up those walls. It was incredible. And we built everything. And now, you know what they did? We had 200 miles that would have been put up. We built 571 miles of wall, and we had the safest border in history. I got Mexico to give us soldiers, all of the things I did. But these people, they took the 200 miles of wall that could have been flipped up and thrown up, and they were sitting there ready to be installed, and they sold it for 5 cents on the dollar. I don't even know what the hell does anybody want that wall for, right? Maybe other countries are buying it to use for their wall. Probably that's it, for 5 cents on the dollar. On day one, we will seal the border. We will stop the invasion, and we will send Joe Biden's illegal aliens back home right where they belong. Right where they belong. They're going back home where they belong. And we start with the criminals, and there are many, many criminals. Less than 4 years ago, we had the most secure border in U.S. history. We ended catch and release, built tremendous numbers of miles of border wall like nobody thought possible. I took it out of the military because I considered it an invasion of our country. And I got Mexico to send 28,000 soldiers to our border free of charge. Do you think that was easy to do? I told the president of Mexico, I need 28,000 soldiers free of charge to guard our border. Oh, Donald, oh, President. He was laughing. He thought I was kidding. I said, no, they have to be free of charge. You'll do it. I know you'll do it. There's no question that you're going to do it. They come through Mexico along with the drugs, which, by the way, are now 10 times greater coming through fentanyl and all, coming through our border than it was just 4 years ago. 10 times greater. It's even more than that, I believe, but they're estimating at least 10 times. But I said, I need your soldiers, and you'll give them to us free of charge. He said, no, 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 I will not do that, Donald. He thought it was so funny. I said, do me a favor. And he's a friend of mine. He's a good guy. He's a radical socialist, and that's fine. I don't care. I don't care. But he was a good guy. I said, do me a favor. Look, I don't like negotiating with you. It's sort of unpleasant. I want to negotiate with you people. And I said, so do you have somebody that can negotiate a little bit on this subject and others? And he said, yes, I will send Jose whoever to see you. And a few days later, a man comes into Washington. He had the most beautiful clothing I've ever seen. I'm telling you, he was wearing suits. In fact, other than it probably would sound bad for the negotiation, I wanted to ask him, who is your tailor? But I didn't think that was a good way to start off the negotiation. And I said to him, I want to do this. I went to the Border Patrol and ICE, who are phenomenal people. And I went to everybody who has anything to do with the border and our country and safety and immigration. I said, give me a top 10 list. I want everything. I want everything. I'll get it all. Sir, you won't get any of this stuff. We've been trying to get it for 30 years from Mexico. I said, that's okay. 100% I'll get it. Anyway, they gave us stay in Mexico policy. In other words, people have to stay in Mexico. They don't come into our country, they stay in Mexico. And they gave us catch and release into Mexico, not catch and release into our country. They gave us many things, various illness situations where people that are ill with contagious diseases, right, Doc Ronnie? They pour into our country it's like, let's just accept everybody and let's spread illness all over our country. So we had that taken care of. We had everything. We had 10. So the guy comes in from Mexico and I say, here's what I want. I want 28,000 soldiers free of charge. I want remain in Mexico. I want catch and release into Mexico. They never heard of this. And he's like, he's going, President, we won't do that. Why would we do this? Are we stupid? Why would we do this? I said, you're going to do it 100%. Why, you don't think you're going to do it? Of course you're going to do it. No, I'm not going to do it. I said, yes, you are going to do it 100%. He goes, no way. I said, way. I said, way, you're going to do it. And now he's not laughing at me because he's trying to figure what the hell's going on with this guy. He's saying no, and I'm saying yes. I said, no, 100% you're going to do it. He said, no, I'm not. And I said, here's what's happening. It's Friday evening. On Monday morning at 7 o'clock, every single car that you send into our country, you know, they've stolen 32% of our car industry over the years, not during my administration, by the way. But over the years, they've taken a huge chunk out of Michigan. And by the way, that's why I'm leading in Michigan, because people see what they've done to the jobs and the cars and the building, the manufacturing of cars is just horrible. And Mexico has taken a tremendous amount of that business away. I mean, they're building massive car plants again in Mexico. I had to stop some of the biggest plants in the world. You know who's building a lot of them? China is building car plants in Mexico to sell cars into the United States. And I told them the other day, don't do it because you're going to be charged 100% tariff, which makes it impossible to sell the cars into it. And you're building these big monster plants and you're wasting a lot of money doing it because we're not going to accept any of those cars. We're not going to lose our jobs to monster plants that are being built along the border to sell into the United States because they have a guy like crooked Joe Biden as president who's accepted money. He's a Manchurian candidate. He's accepted money from China, from Russia, from Ukraine, from everywhere. If that were a Republican, he would have been given the electric chair. They would have brought back the death penalty. What he's gotten away he's the most crooked. He's also the most crooked president we've ever had. And to spin it a little bit, he's a threat to democracy. You know, they like to say, I'm a threat to democracy. What the hell have I done? All I've done is we had no wars, except we defeated ISIS, and we defeated them brutally and quickly. And I said to this handsome, beautiful, well-dressed man, no, you're going to do that because on Monday morning, we're putting a tariff of 25% on everything that comes in. And then a month later, it's going to 50. And then a month later, it goes to 75. And then a month later, it goes to 100. And that's where I'm going to stop. I think that's enough. And that's more money than the money we're asking for, the 28,000 soldiers and the other things, by a factor of about 5. And it's going to take place on Monday morning. And I had an order on my desk. And I said, I'm signing the order right now so you can see it. Oh, but Mr. President, may I please take 5 minutes to make a call back to my country? And I said, let me guess, you're going to call the president, my friend, who is my friend. He's a great guy, but he likes Mexico and I like us. I mean, what can I tell you, right? That's the deal. Just like President Xi, he likes China and I like the USA. That's why they paid billions of dollars that no other president got 10 cents. So may I take a moment to make a call? Yes, you may. Please hurry up because I have other appointments. He comes back about 3 minutes later. We have decided to provide you, sir, with 28,000 soldiers free of charge, of course. And it is our great honor to do so. And in addition to that, we will have a stay in Mexico policy where all of these criminals that are coming into our country will stay in Tijuana. You had to see Tijuana. This was breathtaking to see this. They weren't allowed into our country. Got everything. And the woman from the State Department, a very nice woman, very, very good, very loyal to the country, but a lousy negotiator. She said, I've been working on this for 25 years. I said, I've been working on it for about 2 hours and I got everything. And then when this guy And then when this guy with no IQ, he's a low IQ individual, our president. Think of this. We have a low IQ individual as our president, and he's dealing with steel. He's dealing with President Xi. We will start negotiation now. There's no games. He's dealing with Putin. He's dealing with Kim Jong-un. He's dealing with Macron of France. That's another one. He charged our companies 25% tax. I said to Mnuchin and the other people, go and tell them we're not going to have our companies pay 25% tax to France. Why would they do that? Why would they do that? I said, you have a week. You get them to withdraw that tax immediately. And they came back and they said, it doesn't work. I said, you have another day and then I'll make a call. And they came back and they said, we can't do it. They've already passed it. I said, that's okay. Let me go. Get me Emmanuel Macron of France. Please get me. You don't mind if I go off the cuff for these stupid teleprompters, do you? Isn't it nice to have a president that doesn't need a frickin' teleprompter? Isn't that nice? Isn't that a nice thing? So I said, let me handle it. So they're going to charge American companies this massive amount of tax to do business in France. Who the hell wants to do business in France? Why should they do that? So they couldn't do it. They came and said, sir, I'm sorry, sir, it's too late. I said, it's not too late. It's never too late. They're ripping off our country, and it's an embarrassment to our country. It's not too late. I said, get me Macron of France right away. I want right away. And Emmanuel Macron, he's the leader of France, and he's a nice man, but he loves France. They all love their countries or feel an obligation to their country. But they love their country. But I love this country more than I love just about anything, right? I mean, I love my family too. You know, I always have to preface that because the fake news back there would say he doesn't love his family. So I always have to preface it. I love my family so much, and I love my country so much. I love things, but I love our country, and I feel an obligation. So I say, I'll do it. Get me Macron. So Macron, leader of France, gets on the phone. Emmanuel, how are you? His name is Emmanuel. Beautiful, beautiful name, especially when it's spoken in French. Emmanuel. Emmanuel, how are you? Oh, Donald, I am so good. Oh, thank you so much. Thank you for asking. How's your wife? His wife is lovely, by the way. And I say, how's your wife? My wife is so good. Thank you so much for asking. I said, Emmanuel, I understand that you are going to charge American companies 25% for the privilege of doing business in France. Oh, yes, oh, yes. This was passed by our legislature. Oh, yes, we are doing that. Well, it's not going to happen, Emmanuel. No, Donald, it is happening. No, it's not going to happen, Emmanuel. You're going to withdraw it immediately. I don't care if it's signed or not. It's irrelevant. No, we cannot do that. We cannot do that. This is taking place. We have talked about this for a long time within France. I said, that's good. I talked about this for a long time in my country, too, about 3 hours. And I said, Emmanuel, here's a story. If you don't withdraw that tax immediately, on Wednesday morning, this was a Monday, I work all different days. I don't discriminate. This was a Monday. I said, Emmanuel, if you don't withdraw that tax, I'm going to charge you a 100% tariff on all wine and champagne that comes into the United States, and it will start effective immediately. And he said, no, Donald, you cannot do that. That would be very unfair. I said, no, charging a tax to our company is very unfair. I said, you have 5 minutes to tell me you're going to do it or you're not going to do it. I will call you back, Donald. I must check. Calls me, Donald, I have been able to stop this legislation. And I'm pleased to inform you that we will not be charging you that tax. But now I understand they're charging or they're doing something very similar. And a lot of it's already been passed again because they have a president that's incompetent. And you know what? I have great respect for the office of the president. I would never talk this way. I didn't talk like this until I got indicted. Once they indicted me, I said, the gloves are off. This guy did something that you can't do. Even Hillary Clinton, We didn't want to do that. You don't want to hurt our country like that and divide our country. This guy, this horrible guy, indicted a man that's running for office on the two-party system. Always going to be a two-party system, by the way. They can have all the games they want, but we have a two-party system. It was devised that way. That's good. That's fine. But they took the leading candidate who has the Republican, essentially has the Republican nomination, and very importantly, is leading their candidate by a lot. We're leading in every poll, every single poll, leading in the swing states, everything. And they've indicted him. So they did this in order to hurt his political opponent. This is a political thing. The indictments are nonsense. And you see that when you watch the television and the news reports, even though fake news, CNN, and fake tech, do you know fake Tapper is going to be one of the people? But I was so, they said to me the other day, sir, CNN with fake tap, and he is a fake, but let's see how he does. I think he's under a lot of pressure, to be fair. But fake Tapper is going to be heading up the team that interrogates you. I said, that's okay. I accept the debate. I accept it. You know why? Because nobody thought he was going to debate. They didn't think I'd accept it. I accept. Then another one called. They put out another one. I said, I accept. They didn't even tell me where it was, who it was. I didn't care. What the hell difference does it make? I mean, you know. So we did something that they were shocked at. They had no idea that, you know, they figured, well, we're not going to do CNN, and we're not going to have Tapper be the guy. And we're not going to have other people involved in that show that, you know, they thought there was no negotiation. I said, I accept anything you want. Let's debate. And now they're shocked. They don't know what the hell to do because they have a debate. But just remember this. We'll go back and finish. You know, there is a genius to what I'm doing. You do know that. I go from here to there, and it all comes back into a beautiful picture. You know, it really, do you notice? It all comes back into a beautiful picture, great memory. It's a beautiful thing. But remember what they're going to do. If this horrible, low IQ individual who's representing us, if this horrible person who's done such a bad job, worst president in history by far, if this horrible individual finishes the debate, which I think he will, if he's standing, they'll say it was a brilliant performance. It was a brilliant performance. They've never seen anything like it. Very much reminiscent of the days of FDR. You know, FDR was had a beautiful patrician voice, magnificent voice, great debater, very smart man. You know, FDR, 16 years, almost 16 years. He was 4-term. I don't know. Are we going to be considered 3-term or 2-term? You tell me. Ronnie, what do you think? Are we 3-term or 2-term if we win? But think of it. They're going to say, wonderful. Now, he did that State of the Union the other day. He was high as a kite. So I think we should call for drug tests on the debate. Yeah. We're going to call for drug tests. We're going to call for drug tests. So anyway, so Macron called. See what I mean? Look, I started. See? Even I say to myself, you're a freaking genius. Hey, look, I had an uncle, my father's brother, who's the longest serving president, he's the longest serving professor in the history of MIT. He graduated, he was a phenomenal student, a real genius, really brilliant guy. And you know, I believe in the racehorse theory. Fast horses produce fast horses. He went to MIT, graduated, they said, we'd love to have you be a professor. He was there for, I think, 41 years. He's the longest serving professor in the history of MIT. It's nice to know. Do you think Biden has that in his family? I don't think so. I don't think so. I may be wrong. Let's check. Let's check. So Macron calls me back. See, this is the final of the stories. Macron calls me back. And he said, Donald, we have agreed to do what you want. We will not charge the tax. How sad is that? There are so many different things, like buying Air Force One, saying I'm not going to pay for it. and not signing the contract. I said, who negotiated the contract? Barack Hussein Obama. Then I'm not signing it. Well, why would you do that? Because I know it's too expensive. I didn't know anything about the plane. It's too expensive. And I was able to cut $1.6 billion off the price over a period of 2 months with Boeing. We have a lot of stories we could tell. But the saddest thing of all is that crooked Joe Biden has turned your state and the entire country into a dumping ground for the world. In Venezuela, violent crime is down at levels that they've never seen before. It was 67% 3 weeks ago. It's now down to 72%. It's down. Violent crime is down. Would you ever hear that? You know, if it goes down 1%, we say, oh, it's so great. Down 72% because all of their inmates, their mental patients, and the dreck from deep in the basements of their most vile prisons, and they're depositing them all into our country. All their gang members in Caracas, Venezuela. Caracas, wonderful city if you'd like to. Actually, it's going to turn out to be a lot safer than our cities because all the criminals are being sent to us. In fact, I'll invite you. In fact, I have an idea for the NRA. Let's have the next year's meeting in Venezuela where it's going to be a lot safer than our country. Venezuela will have no crime because all of their criminals will be deposited. So, Ronnie, we'll go together. Okay, Congressman Fallon, we're going to go together. We'll all take a trip together. And we're going to go and we're going to get Dan and the whole group and we're going to go to Venezuela because we want a crime-free environment, okay? That's what's happening. That's what's happening. Think of it. They're down 72% now from last year in violent crime. Biden wants to disarm American citizens while he floods our country with Biden migrant crime. Now, while we're here, has anyone ever heard of the snake? The snake. Should I do it now or no? Should I? I mean, look, let's face it. It's a Saturday afternoon. We have nothing to do.
Don't do it.
It's like a time, it's sort of like a Death Valley time. You know, in television terms, they call it Death Valley. When you're on Saturday afternoon, they say you got Death Valley. So let's do this. It's better, right? Isn't this better than going home and turning on television and falling asleep, being bored? Do it? Yes, yes, yes. So this is sort of a metaphor.
Snake.
And it has to do with immigration. And it
I've already
has to
heard
do
this
with the
story
people
like 5,000 times.
coming into our country that are wrong. You can't let criminals into our country and expect good things to happen. It's the snake. It was an old rock and roll song, not having anything to do with what we're talking about. And we made certain changes. And it's pretty good. And I think it describes it, and people like it, and they like it a lot. Although they're very sad when they hear it because it's what's happening. On her way to work one morning, down the path along the lake, a tender-hearted woman saw a poor, half-frozen snake. His pretty colored skin had been all frosted with the dew. Poor thing, she cried, I'll take you in and I'll take care of you. Take me in, O tender woman, take me in for heaven's sake. Take me in, O tender woman, sighed the vicious snake. She wrapped him up all cozy in a comforter of silk and laid him by her fireside with some honey and some milk. She hurried home from work that night, and soon as she arrived, she found the pretty snake she'd taken in had been revived. Take me in, O tender woman, take me in for heaven's sake. Take me in, O tender woman, sighed that vicious snake. She clutched him to her bosom. You're so beautiful, she cried. But if I hadn't brought you in by now, you truly would have died. She stroked his pretty skin again and kissed and held him tight. But instead of saying, thank you, ma'am, the snake gave her a vicious bite. Take me in, O tender woman, take me in for heaven's sake. Take me in, O tender woman, sighed the vicious snake. I saved you, cried the woman, and you've bitten me. But why? You know your bite is poisonous, and now I'm going to die. Shut up, silly woman, said the reptile with a grin. You knew damn well I was a snake before you took me in. Right? That's what we're doing. That's what we're doing. That's what we're doing.
Talking about the
We're
border
allowing
crisis.
terrorists into our country. We're allowing prisoners and people from mental institutions and insane asylums into our country. And nothing good is going to happen. It's actually a very accurate portrayal of what we're waiting for. We're 100% going to be in big, big trouble. And they're building in numbers that you've never seen before. Even large numbers of Chinese warriors are flowing into our country. They're all aged from 19 to 25. And almost every one of them is a man. What's that all about? 29,000 over the last month and a half. 29,000 people from China.
One
all
child
men,
policy in
strong as
China
hell. I
might
looked
have
at them
reason
the
there's
other
so many
day
men
on
there.
television. I looked at them. I said, wow, they're pretty strong. What are they doing? Building a little army in our backyard? How stupid are these people? How stupid. You know, we're the party of common sense. And I say, it's so important because common sense is the key. Not even conservative. We're very conservative, all that stuff. But we're really common sense. Who wants to have an open border where people can come in totally unchecked, unvetted? Who wants to have high interest rates, high taxes? Who wants to have men being able to play in women's sports? Who wants to have that? Who really wants to have that? Think of it. Who wants it? We're joined today by a very proud Texan, Debbie Douglas. You've read about Debbie. She's become as famous as me, I think. I'm not happy about this, Debbie. We got to put an end to this. No, Debbie's great. And her family ranch in Edwards County is under invasion from the cartels and the illegal aliens. Because of Joe Biden's open border, Debbie has been forced to install steel shutters, steel screens, and reinforced door frames all over her home, including on her 8-year-old granddaughter's bedroom window. She's petrified for the life of her granddaughter. After multiple attempted break-ins and attacks, including an attack when illegal border crossers tried to kick in the door and break through that window, Debbie's granddaughter is too afraid to do anything. She wants to go home. I want to go home, Grandma. I don't want to stay here. I don't want to stay here. This place is so dangerous, Grandma. It's so scary. This whole area is a playground, Debbie says. They basically own it. And 4 years ago, it was safe, and nobody came around because that was Trump, and we had the safest border. We had the best border in the history of our country. But today, that beautiful little granddaughter wants to go anywhere but that bedroom and that house. But she said, I'm not going to fear it. I'm not going to let them run me out of here. Debbie is 45 minutes away from the nearest law enforcement. Without her Second Amendment, she's defenseless. She has no chance. That's why Debbie says we are never out of that house without a gun. We have to have a gun. If we don't have a gun, we're dead people. You can't even go out on the porch to have a cup of coffee without being assaulted with people that have weapons. Debbie, I promise you I will get the trespassers off your land, out of our country, and your granddaughter will look forward to going home with you and sleeping with you in that beautiful little bedroom. So I'd like to ask Debbie to come up and tell us quickly and beautifully about how she's doing. And I can only say you're coming up, you're going to be happy, Debbie, because we're going to solve your problem immediately once we get into office. Debbie, please come up. Thank you.
I haven't heard a damn thing about guns. I mean, maybe for a second, but hardly.
There was a little. Oh, look at that hat. That is very dashing.
Dapper.
My son, Scott Douglas, and I have owned a ranch in Edwards County for 12
Name's
years.
Karen.
And sorry to say that over the last 4, since we've had open borders, it's not safe.
The horse races after.
Used to, we could go out on the property, enjoy the sights. Now, when we drive around, one of us driving, The other one's looking under cedar bushes for legs and movement.
Someone get her
We
a mint
can't even
julep.
go out on the property around the house
Get her what?
without being armed.
A mint
We
julep.
can't go out and sit on the porch and drink a cup of coffee without having a gun on us. My granddaughter can't go out and play without having adult supervision, which she used to could.
And a hat.
And she might
You
cut
know,
again.
something's got to be done. If we're out on the property, you're always looking over your shoulder to make sure an illegal isn't coming up on you. When you're approaching the gate, one person is sitting in the car with a gun while the other one is unlocking the gate. In my opinion, there's only one man that can change this. There's only one man that can protect our rights as gun owners. There's only one man that can save this country. And there's only one man that can close our borders. And that is President Trump.
Thank you.
There's only one man running. I'll give her that.
Yeah, every time she goes, looks at some bushes, she's now looking for some feet.
It must be rough living in Texas, not knowing who's hiding in the bushes.
Thank you, Debbie. You know, that's sometimes very dangerous to do. Please come up. And they say, and there's only one man, and I'm saying, and they say somebody else. I say, that was not good. That was. But she's an incredible woman and a warrior and a fighter, just like you guys. And she's really great, and I appreciate that. I met her son also, and he's fantastic. Real patriots. Joe Biden has heartlessly betrayed his solemn duty to Americans like Debbie, and he sided with the cartels. He's actually sided with these very tough, very smart, very vicious cartels. Crooked Joe does not care one bit about these stories like hers, but I do. I care a lot. Instead of trying to send Texas a restraining order to prevent you from securing your border like Biden has done, I will send you reinforcements. You'll get reinforcements. You're going to get reinforcements. On day one, we will begin the largest deportation effort in the history of our country.
Hope he doesn't use bowling.
It'll be a big one.
What is that he's doing like before he drinks the water? He's like
It'll be a big
blowing
one.
on it first.
And it'll be something, not that we want to do it. We don't want to do it. We have a big heart, a beautiful heart. But you have to come into our country legally. We're going to change it. We're going to have to come into our country. Isn't it unfair when people are applying to come into our country for 12 years, 14 years, and all of a sudden millions of people? I believe the real number is 16, 17, 18 million people. By the time we get this guy out of office, who I really believe the vote is, you know, we're leading in polls, but I really believe the vote could be a landslide, because who the hell, we don't want this guy there anymore. He's destroying our country. We don't want him there anymore. As we secure our border, we will also confront the deadly plague of radical Democrat crime that is devouring our
Let our
country.
listeners know we will have a
Every day,
Democratic
radical
response
left
after the
Democrat
speech.
DAs, U.S. attorneys, and judges are setting loose dangerous and bloodthirsty criminals by the hundreds and hundreds and thousands. Joe Biden supports these radical policies. For example, Crooked Joe continues to support abolishing cash bail nationwide. No cash bail. As president, I will stand up to the Marxist DAs and Soros prosecutors, as I have been, by the way, very much over the last couple of years. They have been after me, you may have noticed. And we will give our police back their power and their respect. I am going to indemnify all police officers and law enforcement officials throughout the United States to protect them from being destroyed by the radical left lunatics who are angry that they're taking strong action on crime. We're going to protect them, and we will ensure that any criminal who murders a police officer receives the death penalty and a quick trial. And it's no wonder Joe Biden and his thugs are so desperate to stop us. They know that we are the only ones who can stop them. All of the persecution you're witnessing is only happening because I am running for president and leading in the polls. If I wasn't running, or if I was like so many others that we've now vanquished, there'd be nothing. There'd be nothing. In the latest New York Times poll, they were not happy about this. The New York Times, we're leading in every swing state by massive margins, and we're on track to win a record share of the Hispanic American votes this November. And likewise, we're doing record numbers with the African American voters. They are tired of what's happening to them. And honestly, there's been no president since Abraham Lincoln, and perhaps in a certain way, including Abraham Lincoln, but there's been no president since Abraham Lincoln that has done more for the black individual in this country than President Donald J. Trump. There's been nobody, not even close. Colleges and universities, criminal justice reform, opportunity zones. Tim Scott did a great job with the opportunity zones, Tim Scott of South Carolina. And we've done more for African Americans than any other president since Lincoln. Let's give Lincoln his due, okay? But that's the way it is. The Democrats are all talk, no action. I was little talk and total action. The radical left Democrats rigged the presidential election in 2020, and we're not going to allow them to rig the presidential election in 2024. Every time the radical left Democrats, Marxists, communists, and fascists indict me, I consider it a great badge of honor. I'm being indicted for you, and never forget, our enemies want to take away my freedom because I will never let them take away your freedom. They want to silence me because I will never let them silence you. And in the end, they're not after me, they're after you. I just happen to be standing in their way.
That's a smart advertisement. Ivermectin, Z-Pack, and more for a Trump speech.
Yes, it is.
Witty.
Before I even arrive at the Oval Office, shortly after we win the presidency, I will have the horrible war between Russia and Ukraine settled, and we will restore, as we had just 4 years ago, peace through strength. They respected our country, and they respected your president. I will support Israel's right to win.
Think of
its
how many
war on
billions
terror.
of dollars that would have saved by just settling that, and how many lives also.
On day one, I will cancel Joe Biden's absolutely insane electric vehicle mandate.
There you go.
And we are going to tell Texas energy workers like never before to drill, baby, drill. And as a group, and this is a big group and a beautiful group, and you go right into the deep corners of this big room, but I appreciate it. I really appreciate it. But we're in this together. We got to save our country. And I think while we're here, we have to talk about the question of abortion. It's a very big issue, as you know, in our country, because we have to do the right thing and we also have to get elected. We have a combination. We have to do the right thing, but we have to get elected. We've gotten abortion out of the federal government. You know, for years and years, that's what they wanted. Everybody said, we have to take it away, legal scholars. And we got it back to the states, the way that all of these scholars and experts in law always wanted it and always said it should be. This was the big question. We have to take it out. That's why they hated Roe v. Wade, because it was a federal issue. It wasn't a state issue. They wanted to bring it back to the states and to the people. And it's now up to the will of the people in each state. It's something that nobody can believe we're able to get done. And it's happening, and it's happening rapidly. It's moving along very rapidly. You saw that Nevada just changed their law, and It's going to go to a vote. You saw that Ohio, and in all fairness, they came out on the much more liberal side, if we can use that term. Kansas, likewise, great states, both great states, came out much more liberal in terms of this issue than some people would have thought. But the vote is the vote, and it's the will of the people. Some states will be more conservative and others will be more liberal. But the people will decide, and that's the way it should be, and that's the way people have wanted it to be for many, many decades. If the radical Democrat extremists get their way, they will have a federal law for abortion in the 7th, 8th, 9th month, and even executing a baby after birth. If you look at, and you know exactly what I'm talking about, if you look at the former governor of Virginia, he said, yes, we'll have the patient, the woman brought in the 9th month, and if the baby is born, we will sit down and we will talk to the woman and we'll decide whether or not she wants to dispose of the baby. This is a Democrat, radical Democrat. They want abortion, and they fully allow, and in some cases they have a mandate. They allow abortions in the 7th, 8th, 9th month, and even after birth. And you can't have that. So the fact is, they're the radical ones on this issue, not you. They're the radical ones. But every voter has to go with your heart and do what's right. But we also have to remember that politicians, to do many other things, have to get elected. And I want to thank the 6 Supreme Court justices, Clarence Thomas, Samuel Alito, John Roberts, Brett Kavanaugh, Neil Gorsuch, and Amy Coney Barrett for the wisdom and courage they showed on this long-term, very contentious issue. They did what's been wanted for many, many years. Getting it back to the states puts the question where it belongs with the vote of the people, and over time it will all work out, and is already working out at a rapid rate, and our country can finally come together on this very contentious topic. And I think it's something we have to talk about, because you just have to talk about it. In my opinion, Republicans have not been talking about it intelligently. They haven't been talking about it with knowledge, or they were just wedded to something. But remember, speak from your heart, but you also have to get elected. Again, that's common sense, because we have many things to do, very big issues. Like this issue is a big issue, very big issues. So we did something that nobody thought could be done. And, you know, if you go back 10 years, 12 years, the only issue with Roe v. Wade was getting it back to the states where it belongs. And then with time, it gets to be very complex. No, the people are deciding, and they're deciding at a rapid pace. And some will be happy, some won't be happy. But that's true of almost everything that's contentious. But it's been an amazing thing, and people are working very hard to try and get their points across, and they're dealing with their states, and a lot of things are working out very, very well. So it's a very important thing, and I just hope that the Republicans learn how to speak about it properly and with intelligence and with heart. We're going to rebuild our cities into beacons of hope, safety, and beauty better than they have ever been before. We will take over the horribly run capital of our nation, Washington, D.C. It's like a murder capital of the world, and clean up, renovate, and rebuild our wonderful capital so that it no longer is a nightmare of murder and crime, but rather it will become the most beautiful capital anywhere in the world. We're going to renovate and rebuild, and we're going to take the graffiti out. I was there recently on a court case, of course, court case. I get so many court cases. I'm going to end up being Clarence Darrow. I'm going to end up being one of the greatest of all time. I'm becoming a great expert at the law. And I'm driving into a federal courthouse, and the graffiti all over the place is unbelievable. It's staggering. The roads are full of potholes. The medians in the middle, you know, the guardrails are all broken and laying, some of them literally laying in the street. The garbage is piled up and disgusting. Cans are laying there for many months. You know, you look at a can, I know how long it's been there. Some of them have been there for, I would say, more than a year. It's filthy dirty. We're going to make our capital strong again. We're going to run our capital. We're going to take our capital over by the federal government. It's going to run properly, not the way it's run right now. It's a murder capital. People are being murdered every single week, murdered. They leave the great state of Texas to go see our capital. They want to see our monuments, which some want ripped down. Remember when I passed a law when they were starting to get a little bit crazy in Washington? And I passed a law that anybody that touches a monument goes to jail for 10 years, not 6 years or 9 years or 9.5, 10 years, mandatory. And everybody left. It was amazing. It was a beautiful thing to watch. Everybody just left. We have to be strong on things like that. On day one, I will sign a new executive order to cut federal funding for any school pushing critical race theory, transgender insanity, and other inappropriate racial, sexual, or political content onto the lives of our children. And I will not give 1 penny to any school that has a vaccine mandate or a mask mandate. And also on day one, I will keep men out of women's sports.
Sorry, Phil.
We will protect innocent life and we will restore free speech in America. And I will secure our elections. And by the way, our goal on election will be one-day voting with paper ballots, proof of citizenship, and voter ID. It's very simple. Very simple. But until then, Republicans must win. And gun owners must vote. You must go and vote. We want a landslide that is, here's the expression, too big to rig. Does that make sense? Because, you know, you get, at a certain point, you get big enough with the victory and they can't do anything. That's the ultimate form of winning anyway. If you took the 10 worst presidents in the history of the United States and added them up, they would not have done near the destruction to our country as Joe Biden and the Biden administration has done.
True.
And now I think I could add more. You know, if you were with me 6 months ago, and I think everybody was, I used to say the 5 worst. Now I say the 10 worst. I think I could probably say the 15 or 20 worst. He's the worst president we've ever had. The good news is Jimmy Carter is happy because Jimmy Carter's presidency is brilliant by comparison. Jimmy had a brilliant presidency by comparison to this guy, this horrible, horrible president that we have right now. Jimmy Carter had a brilliant presidency. So if you want to save America and your Second Amendment, register, get an absentee or mail-in ballot, vote early or vote on election day. I don't care. But whatever you do, you have to vote and keep your eyes open. When you see thievery and theft, you report it. We're not going to have COVID where they can cheat and use COVID to cheat. This election season in Texas begins on October 19th. Think of that. We're so close. And yet it seems so far away. We're so close, but 4 months and 5 months is actually, in this world, it's an eternity. You could have a world war during this period of time. But it begins on October 19th and goes all the way to November 5th. Today, we are also announcing the launch of Gun Owners for Trump. Gun Owners for Trump. And this is to get out the vote. Sign up at gunowners.donaldjtrump.com. Get out there and do it. We have to get the votes. And remember, what I told you is so true. The gun owners don't vote. It's so crazy. They should be, I would think that they would vote more than any other group of people. And it's just the opposite. They don't vote. And they have to get out and vote. So tell all your friends, leave here. I hope you're having a good time. Are you having a good time considering the subject matter is so terrible? So this is going to be, again, the most important election in the history of our country. I used to say it on 2016, but that was peanuts by comparison. I ran on the border in 2016, but that border was like fantastic compared to the border we have now. I solved the border problem, so much so that I couldn't use it in the 2020 speeches. I kept saying to my people, can I talk about the border, please? They said, sir, you've solved the problem. Nobody wants to hear about it. I said, that's not appropriate, but they were right. And yet we won by millions of votes more than we did in 2016 without talking about the border. But now the border is at a level that nobody's ever seen. There's never been a border in the world, in the history of the world, that's like this. This is a horror show. In conclusion, together, we are taking on some of the most menacing forces and vicious opponents our people have ever seen. But no matter how hateful and corrupt the communists and criminals we're fighting against may be, you must never forget this nation does not belong to them. This nation belongs to you. This is your home. This is your heritage. And our American liberty is your God-given right. From Beaumont to El Paso, from Fort Worth to Corpus Christi, and from Midland to Dallas, this state was won by God-fearing, hardworking patriots like the men and women in this room today. Incredible people. It's an incredible state. You have a great governor. You have a great lieutenant governor. You have incredible Congress people. You have just fantastic people. The Texas spirit of proud independence was forged by cowboys and cattle hands, ranchers and rangers, oil workers, soldiers, and brave, brave, brave pioneers. Many came here with nothing but the boots on their feet, the clothes on their back, and the gun in their saddle. But they turned this state into a home of freedom, justice, and liberty, and they raised the flag high and dared any foe to come and take it. Do you know what that is? Come and take it. Come and take it.
Gonzales, Texas, folks. Gonzales, Texas.
Together they helped make America into the single greatest nation in the history of the world.
Is he going to sing? What's happening here?
Oh, beautiful.
Like a church service, Bob.
More spacious skies.
This is not good.
I want you to know we're all
healed. We are a nation in decline. We are a failing nation. We are a nation that has the highest inflation in 58 years, where banks are collapsing and interest rates are skyrocketing. Likewise, we are a nation where energy costs have reached the highest levels in our history. We are no longer energy independent or energy dominant as we were just a few short years ago. We are a nation that is begging Venezuela and others for oil. Please, please, please help us, Joe Biden says. Yet we have more liquid gold under our feet than any other country anywhere in the world. We are a nation that just recently heard that Saudi Arabia and Russia will be reducing their oil production while at the same time substantially increasing the price. And we met that threat by announcing that we will no longer be drilling for oil in large areas of Alaska or elsewhere in our land. We gave up Anwar, the greatest reserve perhaps anywhere in the world. We are a nation that is consumed by the radical left's Green New Deal. Yet everybody knows that the Green New scam is fake and will lead to our destruction. We are a nation whose leaders are demanding all electric cars, despite the fact that they don't go far, they cost too much, and whose batteries are produced in China with materials only available in China, when an unlimited amount of gasoline is available inexpensively in the United States, but it is not available in China. And now we are a nation that wants to make our revered and very powerful army tanks the best anywhere in the world, all electric, so that despite the fact that they also are not able to go far, fewer pollutants will be released into the air as we blast our way through enemy territory in an environmentally friendly way. And they also want to make our fighter jets with a green stamp of energy savings, though losing 15% efficiency, but allowing us to keep our enemy's atmosphere clean of emissions as we viciously and unceremoniously attack them at levels never seen before. Where and who are these people that would do this to our country? Who are these people who would ruin us and make us look like fools? We are a nation that ended oil exploration and production in the U.S. just as the price of oil reached an all-time high. What other country would do such a stupid thing and so self-destructive yet? Can we be energy independent and even energy dominant again? Yes, oh yes, and quickly, says President Trump. Yes, oh yes, and quickly. We are a nation that surrendered in Afghanistan, leaving dead soldiers, American citizens, and $85 billion worth of the finest military equipment in the world behind, and also abandoning Bagram, one of the biggest military bases anywhere in the world, and only 1 hour away from where China makes its nuclear weapons. And we are a nation that allowed Russia and Ukraine to fight, killing hundreds of thousands of people, and it will only get worse. It would never have happened with me as your president, and for 4 straight years, it didn't happen.
I say,
likewise, the horrifying attack on Israel would never have happened. They wouldn't have even had a thought of doing such a thing if President Trump was in the Oval Office. Iran was broke under the Trump administration. They didn't have the money to fund Hamas or Hezbollah and all of the other instruments of terror that they used to finance.
I'm not gonna lie, this is the
But those
worst
sanctions
Dr.
were
Seuss
lifted
book
by
I've
a
ever read.
corrupt Biden administration, and now Iran is a rich country with $200 billion.
I don't know how I
another
feel about the
$6
background
billion
music.
for
Actually, I do. I'm not a
hostages
fan of that.
and $10 billion for
Yeah,
electricity.
this is
Iran.
probably one of the worst
compliments
Trump
of the
speeches I've heard, and the background music is really putting an exclamation point on that.
Yeah, whoever came up with this should be terminated post haste.
They should be part of the outsourcing program.
You say
Or you seek other
It was a
opportunities.
decent speech until now, and now it's on to hell.
he's reading the same campaign speech he normally does that he talks and emphasizes, but now he's just kind of like talking through it like grandpa's story time at bed.
They become hostages.
I'm going to start doing this on the Night Court show, my final monologue. I'm going to put some background music to it. I'm going out like that every night.
That's fantastic. You'll make me sleep well, Joe.
Never before.
Whatever the reason.
That'll give us
Glad you're
clear
there.
out the after party.
Yeah.
Changing facts to be presented
And
to
I
the
wanted to
public,
thank
and which
Coco
offers
with the
$1 billion
news and
to
weather.
a writer of fiction about Donald Trump.
Coco,
to
she's
lie and say
beautiful.
it was fact.
She's
Where
wonderful.
Hunter Biden's laptop from hell was Russian
Fantastic.
disinformation,
The
and
greatest.
the FBI
Yeah.
knew it wasn't. But
If you have any
51
comments and you want to say
intelligence
something
agents
about
said it
this, we're going
was.
to be, it's
And
going
the
to be done in
Department
just a
of
second. We'd
Justice
love
that
to hear
refuses
some
to
opinions
investigate
and
egregious
opposing
acts of
views
voting
also
irregularities
very
and
soon.
fraud.
Yeah, surely
We
this
have a
music's
man
not
who
on
is
loop.
totally
This can't go on
corrupt
much
and the
longer,
worst
right?
president
Yeah,
in
one
the
would
history
hope.
of our country, who is cognitively impaired, in no condition
Never
to
underestimate.
Yeah, we do have,
is now
when
in
it's over, I do
charge of
have
dealing
a
with Russia
response
and
from the
possible
White House
nuclear
on
war,
Trump's speech.
which would
You do?
be
That's
World
great.
War III and far more devastating
I'm
than
gonna talk
any
to my
We
wife.
have to hear that.
wars.
I'm going to talk to my
Because
wife
of
with
the
this background
weaponry
music from now
that
on.
no
Yeah.
one even wants
Yeah,
to
hang
think
on, honey.
about. We are
Yeah.
a nation that
I wanna
Me
know
and
how
the
to start
guys
that.
I
would
just
like to
need
go
you
out
to
to
do
the
the
bar.
dishes.
news is all you get. And they are indeed the enemy of the people. They refuse to discuss the Biden
I
crime
can stop
family,
the
but
fighting
enjoy
between the
covering the
children.
false
He
indictments of
sounds like
Donald J.
fucking
Trump,
Biden
who's done
waffling on
nothing
here.
wrong except win an
Rambling
election
on.
against Hillary
Look, he's going to
Clinton,
get drugged for this damn
who some
background
people
music. This
thought
is
he
not
was
good at all.
unexpected
Yeah,
to win.
they should
Yeah,
give him
he'll
some of
get.
the
We are a
drugs that
nation
Biden
that,
has, or whatever he had, like a
with free
5-hour energy
speech,
drink. It
no
was like 6
longer
hours
allowed,
ago. It's like wearing off.
and it is no longer allowed. And if we
Usually
don't
he's a
win the next
fantastic
He
election,
orator, but
sounds,
it never will be allowed again.
Biden
And where
sounds like when
crime
he's
is rampant and out of control
waffling
like
on about
never,
nothing.
ever before. We are a nation that is allowing Iran to build a massive
The words really don't meet the background music either, you know? The words just don't match the background music. It's not
It should
good
be
at all.
patriotic music, not melancholy music.
And less than 4 years ago,
Dramatic
we
music,
had Iran,
from what he's
Yeah,
saying.
it's like a funeral or something, right?
North Korea in check. They respected us. They were afraid of us. They weren't going to do a thing against us, and everyone knows it. Now Russia and China are holding summits to carve up the world and to become partners. And perhaps most importantly, we're a nation that is no longer admired, respected, or listened to on the world stage. We are a nation that in many ways has become a joke. We are a nation that is hostile to liberty, freedom, faith, and even God. We are a nation whose economy is collapsing into a cesspool
Yeah,
of ruin.
I can see how they thought this might have been a good idea, but it's the wrong music and it's the wrong message for the music, I
Deliveries are
think.
not coming, and whose
Here, I'll fix
educational system is ranked at the bottom of every single list.
Is that better?
We are a nation that just sold a once great
No,
company,
sounds
United
the same to
States
me.
Steel, to Japan.
Yeah.
We are a nation whose stock market's continued success is contingent on MAGA winning the next election.
I wasn't calling Trump a
We are
snake,
nation
people out
where
there. Just
large
relax.
packs of
I referenced
sadistic
his terrible
criminals and
stories.
thieves are allowed to go into stores and openly rob
Should be
them,
something like this.
beat up and kill their workers and customers, and leave with armloads of goods, but with no retribution.
Yeah, right.
Where the authority of our great police has been taken, where their families and pensions have been threatened, and their lives would be destroyed.
I'll send an email to
for
the
the
Trump
mere
campaign. They
mention
can put me on the
of the
payroll. I'll pick
words
his music for his final 45 minutes of his speech.
Yeah, or
We
like,
are a nation where fentanyl
Yeah, geez, you can't even hear what the hell he's saying because of damn music.
to get than groceries to feed our beautiful
That's better.
families.
Yeah.
We have become a drug-infested
Louder.
nation, which is incapable of solving even the simplest of problems. We will institute the powerful death penalty for drug dealers, where each dealer is responsible for the death during their lives of at least 500 people or more. Mothers will never again be forced to watch their children overdosing and hopelessly dying in their arms, screaming, "What can I do? What can I do?" We are a nation whose once revered airports are dirty, crowded mess. You sit and wait for
This
hours
feels like an
and then are
SPCA
notified that
commercial
the plane
mixed with a political speech.
have no idea when they will.
This
No,
is tough to listen to, man.
The SBA commercials are awful. Pulling at your emotions. This is just irritating, honestly.
This is like what Trump sounds like when he's just reading from the teleprompter, no injection, no little side story, just reading from the teleprompter. He does sound like Joe Biden.
The music is the worst part of it, actually.
We are a nation that has lost its confidence, willpower,
It's pretty
and
sad that
strength.
we're
We are a
mocking
nation
the
that
guy that
has
we're going to end
quite
up voting
simply
for.
Well, we
We're
all
also
have a
mocking the
bad
guy
day.
we're
What
not
if we-
voting for either.
Yeah, true that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Less than
It should be
4
this.
years ago, we were a great nation, and we will soon be a great nation again. It was the hardworking patriots like you.
When you laugh at Joe Biden tripping at the Air Force or whatever that academy was, or tripping up the stairs of Air Force One, this is something you make fun of Trump with right here. Remember that time that you talked behind that music? This would be for years to come, dude. I can't. I mean, I could wait, but I'm sure that the fake news is going to eat this shit up.
Oh yeah,
Jimmy Kimmel, it's going to be.
they're probably already on it. It's
Oh,
gone on 45 minutes with background music.
They probably have it produced and ready to go by now.
Jesus,
They're on it.
Biden gives speech at NRA convention.
yeah, that's funny in and of itself.
We will not bend.
Come on, man. Everybody needs a gun. There's nothing wrong with that.
We will never give in. We will never give up.
Come on,
We
man.
will never, ever, ever, ever.
Don't play that, Jack.
With your
Come on.
support,
I remember when I was in Vietnam,
the likes of which
we
Yeah.
really cared about our guns.
Yeah, I used to ride the train every day.
I was there when Colt Patterson made the first revolver. Come on, man. I don't know what it was like. My
Joe.
daddy used to work in the coal mine.
I think
That Charlie was a bad dude.
I think they're clapping because it's over.
Is rising like never
But it's not over. It's still going.
But wait, there's more.
Chapter 4.
How fucking long has this been going on?
I'm impressed they're able to keep the music going that long. It's a good loop.
nation under God. And together,
I don't know if I would be running for the polls to vote for him after this, the ending of it.
America wealthy again.
Oh yeah, this is the very end right
make
here.
America strong again. We will
There you go.
make
Tie it up. Tie it up.
America proud again.
Tie it up, Trump.
We
You can
will
do it.
make America safe again. We will make America free again. And we will make America great again. Thank
There you
you
go.
very much to
Got
the
it, baby.
NRA. And thank you,
Woo!
Texas.
There you go.
Thank you very much. God bless you all. God bless
Let me
you
just
all.
say one more thing.
All right,
You
one
just
at a
get it.
time, everybody. One at a time. Fuck.
Let's get this guy that made the music thing. Fire him immediately.
Oh
Yeah.
dear.
100%. All
That
right,
was
let's hear it.
horrible.
Let's hear it. What do we got here? Who do we have in our panel still? You know, if you're listening to this, I mean, I think now would be a good time to just thank you for listening to bearing this whole thing and being here at this moment. I mean, I think that's what you would say at this moment.
You know, a good speech until whatever that happened there at the end. It got weird there. Not a fan of that.
He's had better speeches. He's
Yeah.
had better by far.
Can we
Like
say
every other speech was better than this.
His last State of the Union was on fire. This one
Joe Biden?
wasn't even a smolder.
Well, speaking of Joe Biden, they put out a response to this this Trump speech. Let's take a look at it. It's a short
Oh, dude,
response.
I gotta
but
hear this. This is
it's pointed.
Is there music?
He's an old guy, has dementia, can't lead us, and the country is screwed. Tell some big lies, barely speaks English.
Maybe that's where they got the idea for background music.
Yeah. And their mom's hair too goes the wrong way. When he leaves his speeches,
Banger, man.
gets lost each day. In the White House yard, all the Dems say that we should re-elect him. How can he run when walking is hard? And Joe keeps falling, yeah, he keeps falling, yeah, he keeps falling. And Joe keeps falling, yeah, he keeps falling, keeps falling, yeah, he keeps falling.
Yeah. This is like what the Visiting Angels commercial.
Well, that made up for that terrible ending music on. Oof, I feel better now. Thank you.
I don't mean
There's
to brag,
your
but
Democratic response.
Yeah, that was that. Thank you. That was much needed.
I don't mean to brag, but I'm not going to say I can neither confirm nor deny this, but check this out. Oh, wait. What's going on here?
The greatest podcast I have
Now I got to start all over again. Damn it.
The Range Minded podcast is the greatest podcast I have ever listened to. It's just fantastic. It's going to be huge.
You've heard it. You heard it from him.
Jeez,
You know what?
that's an endorsement, dude. That's breaking news.
Yeah,
that's breaking news. Let's get that on some tape and get it running. We'll run that promotion. It's impressive.
100, dude.
I'll try not to put music behind it.
I think that should be in your promo.
Yeah,
I can do it.
You should.
Yeah.
I think absolutely as well. Yes.
Let's hear some comments. What do you have to say about the speech? You listened to the whole thing. You bared through the background music. Let's see who wants to say something about it. If you're in the X space, let's hear it.
Yeah, who we got in the spaces that's going to chime
We
up?
have a bunch of people who just requested.
Hey, I'm here.
Yeah, what do you have to say about the speech?
Whoa,
You listened
whoa,
to the whole
whoa.
thing.
That's why I turned the volume down before.
Yeah, I'm here.
Well, hit us in the space. What you got?
Well, I thought it was a pretty decent speech.
I actually commented he gives a good speech until the end when we had all the music, all of the other stuff. It's like, oh my God, you just lost 90% of your audience, dude.
Yeah, no shit.
Well, he's talking to the crowd. They're all on Geritol anyways.
Yeah, the music was a bad idea.
The ending was stupid. Agree.
Yeah.
We have.
I thought I heard Erath in there. Is Erath hanging out?
Yeah,
in
he's still
space?
back there somewhere.
We have a new person. I've never seen this person. Maybe you have. He is on X, and his name is Sine. Cine, maybe I would say. Hey, what do you got to say, brother?
It's Sign. I know it's an interesting way to spell it. How you guys doing?
Good.
Yeah, I guess my feelings are pretty similar. Like listening to him, rattle through the stuff that we want to hear, which is cool. I actually like Trump a lot more now that Biden's been in office. That's for damn sure.
I think that's a popular sentiment.
I have to say that ending was kind of a mood killer. And I don't know why it was so loud, but I'm not sure. But was that him actually reading that all live, or was that like a pre-recording of him speaking?
That was reading the teleprompter.
It was
Normally,
live.
I've heard him say it like 100 times, but he's usually reading the teleprompter and making expressions, whatever. But that one, he was just reading the teleprompter word for word behind the music, and it was a disaster in my opinion. It's going to be a lot of people reporting the same thing, but worse, and some clips and stuff. He's going to regret this, moving forward, in my opinion.
And you know what, Sign? I think if that was not live, I think there'd been an opportunity for some editing that would be well warranted in that last piece. That was bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
cut it all together.
Yep.
I have to say, I'm definitely not someone that's like, I'm not like a huge fan of Trump, but like I feel like a lot of people are defaulting to the Trump card because we're not sure what else would be a better choice. You know what I mean? And I know there's probably some Trump fans in here. Probably not earning some points here, but
I think you're correct though, Simon.
Okay.
I think there's a lot of people that kind of feel abandoned by any other party out there that they can support, just because the economy and the way life has been kind of rough, and so they feel like that Trump's the better option.
Yeah. I think most people who are Democrats, like when I grew up, Democrats weren't extreme like this. They were like the good guys, on many levels. I mean, but now, like when you say Democrat, your mind automatically goes extreme left, like extreme
liberal.
And it's like,
liberal.
for the Democrats out there that when you vote Democrat, you're like, hey, you need a pronoun and you have to be with, men and women's sports. That's what and Democrats have kind of leaned to, and it's sad because there are some good people who vote Democrat and stuff, but they've taken it so far to the extreme. I see why Trump is polling so well.
Well, when you have
hashtag walk away, right? That's definitely where I fall in. Is the hashtag walk away. Like I thought I was a very democratic person until Joe got in office, and then I'm just like, oh my god.
Well, I think when they refuse to even give a definition of a woman, when they play that game, I think they've gone too far, and I think they've left most Americans, no matter what your political affiliation is. I think a lot of people are going to have difficulty placing votes for Biden. I mean, the guy's got, no matter what direction you point, we see failure, whether it be foreign policy, economic. No matter what direction you point with his administration, we see failure. And I think that's Donald Trump's strongest superpower right now.
And I will say the thing that really killed me, like, as a civilian, you just do your job, hang out with your family, live your life. This stuff, it's important, but it's not, you need to ruin your day every day, with what happened today on the news. But when Joe Biden took the White House, and if you're an American, the White House is sacred, and he had the gay flags on both sides, and he had guys out there and their boobs all out, on the White House lawn. That, for me, that one was like, I don't know any American that's thinking that's cool. That was the most disrespect to our country I've ever seen. But he's done a lot of things, but that's definitely in the top 5 for me.
I have a theory, and
worst military failure since Vietnam. It was ridiculous.
No, I have a theory though, and some of it is I'm listening to stuff that I remember him calling out before he left office. He'd be doing that thing where he's like, if I leave, they're gonna have all these things. They're gonna, the Democrats are gonna basically he went through a list of things that did actually end up happening. And I have my suspicions. I wonder, is there a chance that, if from a conservative point of view, the Republican, or let me just say this, he looks like he's been a good guy, a little too much. And I'm kind of a person who's right down the middle. I'm not very, I don't fit in either the Democratic or in the Republican wing, and for me, the thing that's a red flag about him is he could have easily been part of, and I know this sounds very conspiratorial, but what if he had decided with his boys the day he got robbed of his election, because let's face it, he did, and he might have said, let's put these people through their paces, let's make them wish I was back in office. Is it possible that the stuff that he predicted is because he knew that they could make that happen? Does that sound too wild and out there? Because I know politics gets dirty, and I wonder sometimes with some of this, him being crowned the prince of whatever, and I just remember a lot of similar rallies like this where he's mentioned the freedom cities, and how we might all be divided up in either Democratic or Republican cities. He's mentioned how much he's is backing up the vaccine, and he's basically the only thing he's really picked on RFK Jr. about was that he was radical with his vaccine opinion, and then there's a few other things too that are scary, like him mentioning that the Constitution might need some reworking. When he said that, my jaw hit the ground. I was like, oh my God, and the most recent thing, I think it was on Fox News, that he was kind of ranting about how much America needs to back up Israel. We just need to back up Israel. I'm just afraid that we're going to be marching into more of what we weren't bargaining for with him. I mean, I think I feel like we've been kind of like Israel's bitch, especially with this new, the new HR 6090 that's been passed, telling us we can't even be critical of the very country that's committing a genocide right now. And it's really frustrating because it seems like he's almost in better with that country than Joe is. So, from my perspective, we might be marching right into something to where, if you really think about it, he's already got an army of people who are backing him right now. There are Americans right now that, hands down, if he put out the call, people would literally pick up arms for him. And I mean, if he was that person, let's say theoretically, if he was some wacko and he wanted to call on, a rally, a militia, he could do it. And I just worry, if he ends up being voted into presidency, what if he's not what we bargained for?
Yeah.
What if he's more in the direction that we're weren't even betting? You know what I mean?
Yeah, like a January 6th, but hey, don't bring sticks and flags and stuff. Bring weapons and let's really overtake something. I see what you're talking about, but I don't know. I wouldn't say that. But this is really an untactical Texan kind of response that you should get in on this one.
Yeah, I don't think. I think if he
I
wanted
know,
to
kind of dark. I felt the room got somber. Yeah, this is sorry.
I think if Trump really wanted to do it, right after the election would have given him the most cause to cause issues like that, and he didn't. So I don't know if I think you're kind of you're nothing's impossible. I guess I'll put that first. Sure, anything's possible. He could rally a bunch of people in and cause issues, but he hasn't, is the thing. Trump was able to get the Abraham Accords, which we haven't seen that kind of peace in the Middle East for a very, very long time, if not ever. I don't know, which was trampled on by Biden. So I don't know. It could happen. Yeah. I mean, he could totally rally people up, but most of those people are stupid. I mean, he did call the Republicans stupid back there, just in his speech, just so you guys know. That's what I heard anyways.
Just throwing it out there.
Yeah. So the biggest thing is that's where, and I know Joe talks about that, and Carbon Mike really talks about this as well, is being an individual and getting involved at the lowest level first and fixing it there. So, I mean, we could just say, yeah, we'll rally behind Trump and whatever he says goes, but that's not going to fix any issues. What's going to change is your local issues first, and then your state, and then moves up from there.
What do you got, Untactical Texan? I know you're about to say something.
100%.
Right?
You look at what's going on.
Well, I'm trying to say something.
Well, give 1 second, Untactical Texan. Go ahead, bro.
No problem.
Untactical Texan.
Oh,
Let's
okay.
get to
I'm
it,
sorry.
baby.
Yeah, no. You look at what happened in Houston. Bad policies here. 200,000 cases got basically lost by the police department here due to bad policies. Wow. Some of those were rape cases, violent criminals, and all they said they didn't have the manpower to investigate them. That's the kind of stuff that needs to get. You have to vote in your local elections, or you get something like that. I mean, it's pretty nuts. Imagine being a victim of a violent crime, especially something like a rape, and nobody's there to do anything about it. The police say, no, we don't have the manpower to help you. That's crazy.
True.
That's all I got.
Lanu, what you got? We got Burton in the space. He's ready to talk.
Well, I can. Burton always has a good point of view. I do want to hear it. I'll just champion again what Untactical Texan says, that your president's not going to fix your problems like they've got in Houston with their local administrating their local government. That something that's got to be fixed on the lower level. But I think Trump's a good option to go in as a hammer. I've said this before. Carbon Mike says turnover tables, but I think a hammer. Some things need to be broken and rebuilt. We need to rethink about stuff. My biggest issue with Donald Trump is that he got rolled under his first administration. He couldn't get the legislation he needed. He sat impotent with the Justice Department that didn't do anything other than investigate him. Same thing with his FBI. He was just impotent at the levers of the government. He's going to have to go in a little smarter this time and maybe not listen to some of his Washington, D.C. advisors and break some stuff. And then we'll figure out how to fix it later.
And definitely don't listen to the advisor that says, hey, boss, we should probably play this music at the end. It'll be great.
That gentleman should be free to seek other opportunities immediately.
Or maybe tar and feathered.
Burton, what you got, brother?
Well, I was going to follow up on what Sign said. Consider, and I said this years ago, before 2016, consider Trump's background. He was essentially a lifelong Democrat who ran as a Republican. And he came in and he broke, in large measure, did a lot of work toward breaking the current duopoly or uniparty because of his past background and the things that he said. He actually did the majority of what he said he was going to do. But as a lifelong Democrat, doing that was a huge gamble. And I think Joe's right. He was hamstrung because he's running as a Republican. He's been a Democrat for most of his life. And the duopoly, the uniparty, didn't know what to do with him. They didn't know how to manage him. And I think in a lot of what he said now, I mean, it was a good speech until you got to the end and he started harping on the standard political BS and all the music running in the background. You couldn't hear what the hell he was saying because the music was up so loud. But there's a lot of stuff that Sign pointed out. What if? And I think we need to be really careful. I think if he breaks it bad enough, there's the possibility that we, the people, could come in and pick up the pieces and actually fix some things. True. But he's going to have to come in balls to the wall and break the shit out of stuff for it to happen.
Burton, let me add in on top of that, or right in the middle of it, actually. But the other thing that's got to happen is that we've got to have a conservative House and Senate to back him up. He can't go up there and do it alone. And if he gets some the right conservatives thinking correctly, in my opinion, and that do some coattail movement with his victory. In other words, his victory needs to be a landslide, like he's saying it could be. But that's what it's going to have to be. We might see some real change then, because it's going to take a combined effort between the Congress and the president to rearrange our alphabet agencies, and that absolutely has to happen. Let's don't forget there was I forget the number now, but it was in the hundred thousands. I think 578,000 Americans had violations on FISA warrants. These are warrants. These are Fourth Amendment rights that were violated, and they acted like it was a typo. That was a clerical error. We didn't take that very seriously. We've skipped over it, and now our wonderful Congress has passed the 7-2 FISA Act with even more meat in it this time. Now they can go after drug trafficking cartels with foreign surveillance, and that doesn't sound like a big deal. It sounds like a great deal, but I can tell you about cases where there's regular Americans who aren't necessarily drug trafficking cartel members that have been swept up in the 1994 crime bill legislation. I feel like this is going to be the same thing. It just opens the door. All they do is find a narrow thread to almost anything now, and they can do secret surveillance on your phone calls through the FISA Act. But that's just an example of what I say needs to be broken. And sorry about that, Burton. Continue on with what you're saying, my friend.
You're dead on. And the FISA piece is, that's a valid point. Right now, they could use a very, very thin thread to go after people for practically nothing. And yet, you'll have people who've done things that are very bad that the DOJ, the FBI won't touch. I know this from personal experience. We'll have another conversation about that later, but I know from personal experience. They won't touch some people because there's, quote, not enough evidence, close quote, but they'll open up a FISA investigation on a very, very thin thread that means nothing and expand it to whatever and spend however much money following something. It's ridiculous.
Agreed.
It's because they can turn it in. They can turn it into a weapon, right? It's just who they choose to aim that weapon at.
Yeah. Well, there's some people that just get blind mercy. Whatever affiliation or somehow you're entrenched with me and you have been friends for a long time, and I've given you money and you give me money. I have dirt on you and you have dirt on me. These people, they're kind of, you see a lot of these politicians, they act as if though they're untouchable until they do something and realize they're not. But, you just build more and more confidence and you get all the way to no one can do any. It doesn't matter what I do. There is no consequences that can happen to me. And there's a lot of politicians and a lot of people in the world, for that matter, that they think that they fall into that category. And it kind of appears that they do.
Yes, it does. And I can vouch for that 100%. You are absolutely correct. There are people who think they can do whatever they want and nothing will happen to them. I've been dealing with it for the last 5 years. So yes, you're dead on target.
Yeah, we're going to be coming to a wrap up of this one, and then it can go to something else. But I was thinking that Trump would say a little bit more than a normal campaign speech, that he would talk about guns a little bit more at this NRA, but he didn't. I thought that was interesting. I was really expecting him to say something more. He did bring up the lady who had a story about how dangerous the border is, but still, that didn't even tie to guns. That part was interesting. What do you think about Untactical Texan about not talking about guns?
No, he should have. You got to know your audience there. You're at the NRA convention. Half that speech should have been about guns. If you want to get the gun vote, half his speech should have been about guns. Everybody's heard all the other stuff he's talking. I didn't mean to do this. Everybody's heard all the other stuff he's saying a million times. That should have been half focused on guns at the very least.
Yeah, because I've heard him say a lot of stories about it, but I didn't hear him say none of the stories at the part where it's appropriate to say the stories.
Yeah.
I don't think he has enough knowledge on firearms to honestly talk about it intelligently. I'll respect the right. I'll expect the fact that you respect it as a right. You don't need to know about them, but safeguard my freedoms. That's what I want my government to do. That's their charge by the Constitution.
Yeah, it definitely was abiding, bashing, normal. This is the state of the country. I've already told you yesterday and the day before and every Wednesday, here lately. But and on the weekends, yeah, I don't know. I wasn't impressed with the gun, talking about guns and the Second Amendment and the Constitution and kind of the things that the pro-A stuff you talk about all the time. I was a little disappointed he didn't touch on that more. Especially he has someone writing his speech, but then again, the fucking idiot put that stupid music in the background. So, I mean, what do you expect?
Well,
Go ahead, Ranger.
That had thrown me off too.
Oh,
I've been
sure.
thrown off with it as well.
His two-way, the content of two-way in his speech was just as involved as the NRA in the two-way community. It was proportionate.
I guess he did know his audience. That's a very good point.
That's a good point. You want to win over the gunboat, apologize for the bump stock thing, say you were wrong, say you had bad information, say someone gave you bad advice, then you win over the gun community.
Yeah, 100%.
Yes,
About the
thank
NRA.
you.
Where are we at here?
Who was that?
And I agree with you. I think we had some audio out of the space. But
Yeah, I was looking.
no,
That's
I
probably
agree
exactly
with
the
you.
strategy he could have done vaccines.
Oh, that's sign.
Is that sign?
Yeah.
Hit it again. I couldn't
I
understand.
was just saying, like, what that last person was just saying, that's probably the exact same thing he could have said and done about the vaccines. That, was given bad intel. Someone did a bait and switch, but then went over and then, made things right, Especially seeing
you know
how,
what?
I don't know when this was recorded, but they just came out this week, finally, from New York's, finally admitting that, there's injuries related to the vaccines. And so that's finally out and being recognized by mainstream media, so it's kind of a big thing right now. It's kind of shocking, in fact, that we're not being gaslit about it anymore.
Yeah, and when I talk about President Trump getting rolled, he really got rolled under COVID. It was a scary thing, and I'll give everybody in the government when it first hit, we didn't know what it was, so I get the caution thing, flatten the curve, all that bullshit. I was right with that, but beyond that, I had to bow out. It didn't make any sense any longer. It was more damaging to literally what it's a flu. For most of us, it's the flu. Now, if you're older or compromised, I can see that being an issue. But he got rolled with that too. He went right along with the Fauci game. He went right along with the vaccine production and pushing it out. He didn't stand in the way of that until maybe at the end. But by that time, it was too late. But I hope he goes in. He wins this time. I hope he goes in a little smarter and plays his game. I'd rather, honestly, I probably trust him more than I trust bureaucrats to figure things out and make decisions. At least we can get rid of him in 4 years. I can't get rid of the bureaucrats.
That is 100%.
Yeah, it was pretty clear that if you turn on all the other news that's referred to as fake news, every single commercial when they went to a commercial break was all big farm commercials, big farm. And so they were pushing out like the drug manufacturers. It was pretty obvious that it's big farm, and Fauci was like the spokesperson of get this, now get this. And they were trying to scare the shit out of you for a whole year afterwards when it really wasn't a big deal anymore. But they were trying to scare you and take this. No, the 5th booster. No, give your kids the booster. I mean, it was a big mess, and it is time for someone to kind of shed some light on that.
The knee-jerk reaction can only last so long before it's no longer a knee-jerk reaction. Then it becomes oppression.
Sure. A tool of an opportunist is what it was. The Democratic Party took that as it. And that's honestly, we talk about the election fraud. That was probably the single biggest factor for the Democrats, was to be able to manipulate elections. We're scared because of COVID, distancing, hurting campaigns. They don't have that this time around, and I think they're fearful. Hey, I did see something. The folks in the space won't be able to see it, but I'll describe it. But I've got a real quick little video of something that was seen in outside the convention here in downtown Dallas. In fact, this area they're driving under, I know it's a underpass that goes underneath the convention center. So where this is right at the convention center there in Dallas. It's not legs and bushes. This is
legs and bushes.
You won't have to look hard to find out what it is. But here we go. Let me get it back up. So it's a truck.
I saw that. That's awesome.
It's a truck that's driving through one of those marquee trucks that says the ATF is gay. ATF is gay.
What's the say underneath it?
Yeah, what's the website? I need to visit them.
Let me see it again.
Well, maybe we need to.
Dirty kid, I think.
Dirty kid.
Without an eye.
Be careful when you Google that, kids. Be careful.
Yeah, that's it. Dirtykid.com. Dirty without an eye. DRI.
I'm not Googling that.
Yeah, I know. It's a virus waiting to happen.
I'm leaving that
I'm
alone.
brave. I'm doing it right now.
We might need Dr. Fauci to help us out of that one.
Somebody, Joe pulls it up in the picture of Richard Simmons dancing.
Yeah, I knew when we're talking about legs and bushes, it was going in the wrong direction from the start.
Dirty Kid. It's a legit website.
Share it, man. Share it. So we do have someone in the space that keeps unmuting. Valia, would you like to say something?
Thank you. This is Southern California speaking from right now. I wanted to mention about Trump opening our eyes, and we figure out there is a bill here, SB 866, allowing children 10 to 12 to self-vaccinate in school without parents' consent. It took 500,000 emails, and I had to call individually every single congressman to protest and ask them not to vote on this bill. Finally, we had success, but only up to 16. Now, if you are 16, you can self-vaccinate without parents' consent on the fact that you are mature enough to evaluate clinical risk of long-term vaccination. And while we were calling this assemblyman here, Congress in California, most of the parents were watching games. It's not because they don't care about who's vaccinating their children without their consent. It's they are not exposed to the truth, what's going on under their own nose. And is there a solution for that?
Yes, quit looking for your federal elected officials to fix your state problems. That's something you folks in California, when y'all been governed enough, as my co-host says, Big Ron, govern me harder, daddy. When you've had enough of that, you folks will show up at the ballot box and you'll change out who your assemblyman and who your governor is. But I've heard this about California, about the vaccine mandates, the strict policies about the guy gets arrested who's surfing in the water with nobody else around on the beach, but yet that governor's still there. The mayor's still there. The city councilman that passed these ordinances and put these draconian measures in place, they're still there. So folks in California still must be okay with it, because your president's not going to change yet. He has no mandate to do so. Your congressman can't do that. They have no mandate to do so. They're federal elected officials. So writing your congressman and complaining about what your state's doing is just a waste of time. And Republicans and Democrats like that because that keeps you confused. You don't know who you're going to vote for, but you'll vote their color. My personal opinion is I don't care if it's a Democrat or Republican. My candidate that represents my district needs to share my values, or we need to be aligned somehow or another, or I vote a different way. But until people in California, until people in Illinois, until people in New York have been governed enough, New York, they stand in line and hand over their bag. So here, Mr. Government, please search my bag. My Fourth Amendment rights are in there too. Just ignore those. Just continue to do it. But in order for me to access mass public transit in the city of New York, where I can't afford to drive any other way because my government's made it that way, it's prohibitive to own a car. In order for me to use that, I must give up my Fourth Amendment rights to get onto your bus or your subway. But until people in those states, including your state, New York, in California, until you've had enough, nothing's going to change. I can't help you in Texas. We're going through a situation with our friend Dexter Taylor. We're from Texas. And I know range-minded, untactical, everybody, and most people in this space and most people on this live stream tried to do as much as we could to try to influence what was going on in New York. But you know what? We can't. There's nothing we can do. A New York politician doesn't want to hear from us. They'll wad it up and throw it in the trash. If it comes from a zip code that somebody that might vote for them, they'll listen. You guys going to have to get out and go figure out who your local representatives are, your city councilman. Your mayor is elected citywide, but your councilman's only elected out of a small district. But don't go to the city council meetings and yell at everybody. Just go yell at one. You get him to change, and when he sits up there and let him know you're watching, or he or she let him know you're watching on how they vote, and that you'll find somebody else. You can screw me once, but you can't screw me twice. Needs to be the attitude of you guys in those states. But until that happens, there's nothing to do. We can moan about mandates and all this other crap. The governor that puts them in place, the governor that was in charge when all the draconian measures are going down, he's still there. Nobody's removed him. That tells me that people in California are okay with it.
But then in a good cop, bad cop situation, Valia, if I went there to visit or you're there living there, it's hard to like flip on a switch and say, hey, everything's better now because you live there and you only have one vote, but you're living in California. I think, a lecture of why California is so messed up, that's one thing, but the other is a little compassion. I feel for you, brother, because any parent can feel for you that the kids can just make their own decision without you knowing. That sucks. And I guess the only really alternative you have is like to homeschool the kids or put them in a private school that has different values. But to live there where you call 911 and someone shows up, to have a garbage service, to have schools where you pay your taxes and they take care of your schools, and for the government to overreach like that to your children, I feel for you. Not giving you a lecture on that one. Just I feel for you and I can empathize with that for sure.
And don't get me wrong. I apologize if it sounds like I'm lecturing or talking down.
Yeah.
But
Governor Gavin used to you do some. It's like,
well, this is not a fresh topic for myself or my shows. And I used to not feel this way. Laugh all you want, but I used to not feel this way. I used to feel that there's something we can do. Well, let's donate money. But I'm kind of gotten to the point where no. I can't get anybody to even communicate with me as far as New York to see if I could donate money to assist them in any campaigns. Same thing in California. Red State or Red Dad in Blue State. We had him on a show. He's begging for some help there as well. His neighbors won't show up and help him. Everybody complains about their system, but nobody's doing anything about it. And it just tells me that you hadn't reached the point where you're willing to do it. Because I'll tell you this. In Texas, if they passed something that said that my child could get medical care without my consent, and not only I would rise up, but every parent that I know would rise up. You're not going to get away with that in Texas. But, we're a little sensitive about our rights. When a bill starts out, you can't do something, we'll start looking sideways at it, even if it's a good thing. We're not sure if the government should be able to tell us anything.
Sure.
But that's up to you guys in California. I'm here to support you. You got something going, you need a donation, hit Joe Lanou up. I'm here to support you, but I can't fix it for you.
5% of the donations will go to where they're supposed to go. Yeah.
I'll go back to the local election thing. Don't overlook your school board. That's important because those people go on to city council. Those people go on further than that to be mayor. Don't overlook your school elections, even if you're not a parent, are very important.
100%.
There is one thing I want to bring it up quickly only. I heard that recently Texas have seen a very high temperature, unexpected for the time of the year. I'm not sure if that's true or not, but I can tell in California, it's not. Okay. In California, every day, City Hall announced from the beginning of the year they do weather modification program. We haven't seen sun in the morning in forever. Rain and clouds, which is not normal for California. And I'm thinking this rain, forced rain every day, might have been taken from somewhere else ultimately, because nobody knows the long-term effect of abusing these weather modification programs.
Yeah, I just muted that one. That's a great one. I'm sure that's be a good topic for another show. But I would like to say, for the people who are voicing their concerns all around the country, you really can't do about it as an individual. But if you collaborate and come together, as which We the People Live is doing, and the podcasters, Untactical Texan, we have Range Minded Podcast, Night Court with Joe Lanou, Kingdom Radio. There's a bunch of other ones too, Cash Lauren, and a list that's growing and growing. Together, we could be that voice that might be able to make some changes in these smaller places or bring some more attention to some of these topics. So we have started to, what can you do? I can't do nothing about it. We're doing what we can do and trying to get a collaboration of a larger voice of We the People. So we're in the baby steps of that, but hopefully these kind of concerns like that can be voiced on a bigger platform that we collaborate together. So that is our attempt, and that's what we're trying to do about it. But you want to break it down and give some final words for me in this one? Joe, Range, Untactical.
Yeah, I can do it. I think that one, the little pregame show we did today and the Trump speech, I think we did a good job. I enjoyed it. We've learned some things as far as putting this type of an event together. I do expect great things out there, folks, from the We the People Live, this live stream network. We've got some great content providers. A lot of those folks were in and out of the show today. some good stuff is coming up over the hill over the next couple of weeks. We're tightening our shot group quite a bit. We're learning a lot about some of the back end and backroom broadcasting issues that I was unaware of. Thank goodness we have Kingdom to help us with some of that. But also, I want to give a shout out to World News. Is it WNT? I think that's what it is. World News Today. He's provided a lot of insight. Sofa King is another one who's provided a lot of insight to what's going on or some of the technical issues we can get resolved. But going back to just the We the People Live, I think Kingdom's right. This is a great spot for like-minded individuals or even folks that are just curious to have a conversation. At the end of the day, we've got to have a conversation, and folks that have followed me have heard me say this before. At the end of the day, we all have to agree, no matter we're Republican or Democrat, we're from North Dakota, we're from Louisiana. It doesn't matter. We all need to agree that we agree to be free, and we need to hold those first 10 amendments dear to our hearts. Those first 10 amendments will stop a lot of the things that we're complaining about. It would make sure that parents have rights. We wouldn't have to worry about our firearms being taken from us or our speech being policed or our bags being searched to get onto a bus. We've got to hold those dear to us, and we've got to agree that no matter whatever politician you elect in North Dakota and whatever politician I elect in Texas, that they at least hold those things sacred because we hold those sacred. But back to We the People, guys. If you haven't followed, honestly, everybody in the space is a good follow. Everybody that's on the panel here, Range Minded, Kingdom, Untactical Texan, great follows. Give us follows. Follow us on YouTube. We need to get some more subscribers on the Joe Lanou YouTube channel so that I can open that up and we can push this off X onto other platforms. So thanks for attending, and I appreciate everyone's comments. We melded better with our spaces tonight. Thank goodness there for Kingdom and getting the comments in and out, and some great commentary coming out of the spaces, by the way. That's where I land. I want to thank everybody. Stay tuned after the live broadcast. We're going to run. You're going to get to see Range Minded and Cash Loren, the Cash Loren show, and 2A Tactical. We're going to run some of those shows as well, and I'm also going to run a Joe Lanou Night Court on What is MAGA. It was a show that we did about a week ago, and it's eye-opening of what people think MAGA is and what it means to them. For those that are anti-MAGA, I encourage you to listen to the show. I think you'll see things a little different afterwards. But thank you, guys.
Yeah, and if you're in the X space will keep going. Whoever's in the X space, just go ahead and keep it. But this will be the end of this show. I appreciate you. Any final words on Tactical or Range Minded?
No, good. Thanks to everybody that joined and watched and commented. I appreciate that. This was fun, guys.
Range?
Yeah, it was awesome to join in. We had a couple of laughs. It was a good time. Make sure, like Joe was saying, make sure you follow all the content creators on We the People Live. I mean, look, today we sacrificed a lot of times to hang out just today, and sure, we just kind of joked around some of it, but we like to do it. We're only here because we enjoy it, and if you follow us, that'd be great. If you think our content's worth it, that'd be fantastic. So we'll be back. We're not going too far. We'll be back some more, but you guys enjoy the rest of your weekend, though.
We the People Live.
Hi, folks. Joe Lanou here. SigSoda.com has come up with an exclusive hat design to show your